In a classroom, the teacher stood on the podium and spoke down to the students. Are you all ready? It is almost time for the jealousy transformation injection. Everyone, have confidence in yourselves. You have worked hard to improve your physique and train your martial energy for this very moment. But some of you do not seem to care about this at all. Saying that, this guy crossed his arms with a smirk, rubbing his belly. Joking, being a bad student is not really my problem. I transmigrated into this body. So why should I be ashamed? But then, thinking about it, now that I am inside the original owner's body, I have to help him save face. This place is Anqing No, 1 middle school. The Jealousy Injection Room. Inside this box is the Jealousy Awakening Serum. It contains the primal jealousy of all the demon beasts collected by human martial artists. After injection, the body absorbs one to awaken. Usually, the stronger your physique, the stronger the jealousy beast you awaken. The teacher held up the serum and instructed, students, do not worry. After the injection, stay calm and accept this power. Then, one by students like Tran Bangfei and Mao Dongnak were called up. After the injection, everyone screamed in pain as their bodies transformed. Daiho was confused watching this scene. After injection, they all became very strange, even in pain. Such a thing is not easy to come by. He decided to push everything aside and plunge the needle into his neck, risking it all. As the serum entered his body, Daiho's eyes turned blue, but something felt off. The teacher stared closely and then said, Daiho, it seems you have not changed at all. He blankly replied, Sir, could it be that the serum I got was fake? Suddenly, a girl in pink appeared from somewhere and mocked him. Haha! Everyone looked. It seems Daiho did not awaken anything. A martial artist who does not awaken is like a bird without wings. Isn't Daiho done for then? Suddenly, a chill ran through him, his heart pounding. A strange sensation creeping through his body. The system displayed a notification. Infinite monster sample received. Host up. Physique synthesis. Grade B. Martial arts main technique. Widespread weapon key training for students. Lenyang fist. The girl in pink kept walking forward, hands on hips, taunting. What now? If you did not awaken, then you did not. Why pretend? Daiho's body trembled and his voice changed. He warned, you all better get out of here. The girl resisted. Why should we? Based on what? Daiho gritted his teeth and said, if you do not leave, you won't make it in time. Just as he finished speaking, he screamed fiercely. A tremendous surge of power burst out, throwing the girl and nearby students far away. Everyone panicked. The power and impact were overwhelming. Who just awakened? I can take this? What did you do? Some glanced sideways, thinking, is there really someone stronger than me? System displayed. Grade A monster sample. Legendary Demon Lord Mala. Bloodline ability. Earth Toxin Infection. Nuclear Pulse Surge. Core Energy Absorption. The Red Demon Lord Malap's advanced form only activates at 100% compatibility. Current compatibility 3%. Daiho's body trembled in waves as he muttered, what is this Grade A Malap infinite monster model? Daiho looked at his palm glowing brightly from the spiritual energy surging from every cell. The energy radiated light. Amazed, he exclaimed, could this be the golden hand the system gave me? The classmates, who had always looked down on Daiho, now witnessed this peak display and could not believe their eyes. Was this really the useless guy just now? The guy standing nearby widened his eyes. With his energy, he pushed everyone else back. The two glanced at the pink-clad girl, the bully who lay motionless on the floor with eyes rolled back. They whispered, Wang Dongdong, she is out cold now. She awakened a fire chameleon. And what kind of monster model did Daiho awaken with that sudden burst? The spring chatter never stopped. After witnessing Dia's terrifying innate power, those who used to mock him now just bowed their heads in fear. Dia, with an innocent and clueless expression, scratched his head awkwardly. Cough, cough. Sorry. That was a bit loud. I already told everyone to move away. But who listens to me? Just then, the school loudspeaker announced that the awakening injection period had ended. All awakened students were ordered to immediately proceed to the testing building for beast gene and martial level evaluation. Cut to the testing building, equipped with advanced gene breakthrough devices capable of accurately identifying the type of beast gene and martial arts level for each student. Students entered the testing area one by one, and their results quickly appeared on the large screen. OM from Class 12 awakened 8 Demon Bloodline Beast genes at the 3rd stage. The crowd immediately buzzed. Lucky. He used to be average. Now he is the ace of the class. A strong bloodline really can't be underestimated. The next result was for another male student. Sufta Truryu. Martial level at the opening 3rd stage. Awakened the high-level Ice Demon Dragon Bloodline at the 3rd stage. Everyone buzzed again. Sufta truly lives up to being the top of the grade. Martial level at the opening 3rd stage with high-level Ice Demon Dragon Bloodline awakened. This year's Chang Yin Guyan and is definitely him. Another beautiful female student caught just as much attention when her results were announced. Lovey Ething, martial level at the opening 3rd stage. Awakened the rare Umain Titasi Tijia Bloodline. The crowd stirred again. Look, even Missile is at the opening 3rd stage. Oh my. Umain, one of the rare Tijia Bloodlines. Shin En Yu Guyan. This is the real Tinu. The Tijia bloodline beasts can destroy half the city if revealed. Normal martial artists are like ants to them. Only masters at the sect leader level can stand a chance. Defa had not been called yet. He stood below, looking up at the results board, chin in hand, full of curiosity and thought. Their monster models were divided into 3rd stage and 4th stage. Mine isn't a rank. Huh. Suddenly the loudspeaker unusually emphasized his name. Next. Class 7. 3rd stage. Deha startled. His face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Was it really necessary to call my name out and emphasize every word like that? Seriously. Quickly. After that earth-shattering display, Dia became the center of all attention and expectation. Admiring and amazed eyes poured in from all directions. The crowd automatically parted into 2 rows, making way for him to pass. The admiring whispers never stopped. With that power surge, he is definitely going to be a big player. Gotta befriend him now. Must get close to that strong thigh. My male It is finally Deha's turn. With that performance earlier, his level can be low. Absolutely legendary. The more praise he got, the more pressure Dehesa felt. Only he knew his talent was rated up. A completely different classification system. He muttered to himself that this world truly worships the strong without mercy. Deha walked through the cheering crowd and headed straight into the testing room with a calm, expressionless face. Meanwhile, the singing and chatter outside continued nonstop. This time, Deha will definitely make the whole class look up to him. It is his turn now. His ability surely can be ordinary. So cool. What bloodline level could produce such a powerful aura? And Thun is really about to have a top-tier figure. However, in a distant corner, someone stood silently watching, cold eyes showing no joy as Deha was praised. This person thought to himself, so his name is DD. Huh, truly worth looking forward to. Moments later, Deha's info appeared on the big screen. Only basic info showed, while other key data was listed as unknown. Everyone's surprise turned into shock, then burst into skeptical and mocking chatter. Martial level 3rd stage. Beast gene unknown. Martial level 3rd stage. Haha. My little brother in middle school could beat one like that. Too bad. I was expecting the wrong person. The crowd quickly changed their attitude again. Laughter ringing out, they figured the bloodline was nothing special after all. Yeah? How could a 3rd level martial artist have any impressive bloodline? Turns out earlier he was just bluffing with a big show. In the end, Deha was just a bitter disappointment. While everyone laughed, Deha quietly walked out of the examination room, heavy with gloom. The young man muttered. The demon core was not detected by the scanner, but the infinite monster model system had activated. The system interface appeared again in his mind. Instructions for upgrading infinite monster models. Complete tasks and increase fame to earn more monster model draws. There are no draws left at the moment. He thought to himself, my models may be ranked differently, but that means... Deha let out a slight, cryptic smile. Then his eyes flashed with fierce determination, mixed with a hint of excitement as he looked at his hands. As long as he meets the requirements, he can draw infinite monster models. He murmured again. So does not that make me the king of monsters? The next morning at Anthenno, one high school. It was a bright sunny day. In the teacher's office, a strict-looking teacher sipped a large cup of coffee and turned to glare at the student standing before him. What? You want to take a leave from school and only come back to study for the college entrance exam? Deha stood straight, feet apart, fists clenched, showing excitement and determination. Sir, I truly want to improve. I know I lack a lot of knowledge, and without a special training plan, it is almost impossible to keep up with everyone. The teacher looked at Deha sternly, speaking realistically but with a hint of warning. Deha, you must understand that to become a true martial artist, the only path now is to enter the martial university. I know you just awakened a bloodline, but your foundation is too weak, almost zero. Getting into university this year is impossible. My sincere advice is to prepare to retake the exam next year. Don't rush. Standing there, facing the teacher's doubt and harsh advice, Deha could not hold back his determination. He earnestly pleaded, eyes shining with strong hope and passion. Sir, the harder it is, the faster I have to improve. Maybe you do not fully understand my potential yet. I have awakened an extremely powerful bloodline. Just give me a chance to train hard. I will definitely succeed. Please look into my sincere eyes. I am not lying. Deha's overly earnest reaction softened the teacher's heart. Those eyes are indeed sincere. All right. I want to make it harder for you. Fine. But remember, you have to come back next year to register for tutoring with me. The scene shifted to the Anthen Martial Center, where Deha wandered alone through the bustling wide city street. As he walked, he calculated in his mind. The house his parents left was mortgaged. He got a loan of 600,000, adding compensation money of over 1 million. Now he had a decent sum in hand. To quickly boost his strength, there were 2 main paths: upgrading his martial rank or increasing the compatibility of his demon core. Recalling the info flashing on the system interface, Deha lost himself in thought, his mind detached from the world around him. According to the infinite monster model data, each original sample starts with only 1% base compatibility. But my demon core started at 3%. Where did that extra 2% come from? He wondered. There was only one reasonable explanation. Each demon core absorbed residual energy from the gene awakening drug, adding 2% compatibility. This discovery woke Dithaza up. It proved that ordinary gene drugs in this world could boost the power of his monster models. He thought quietly. Compared to grinding through martial arts step by step, spending money to upgrade compatibility was much more suitable for him. Discovering a shortcut to quickly boost his power, Daiho could not help but get excited. He had to hurry and buy new gene enhancement medicine. Entering the martial artist center, Daiho swiped his student card at the checkpoint. At that moment, a strange sensation crept in. His eyes widened, his face showing utter astonishment. Through his special vision, Daiho saw everyone around enveloped in a unique energy aura, clearly reflecting their awakened abilities. Most people here possessed strong energy auras, a clear sign they were martial artists with exceptional power. Unable to hide his surprise, Daiho exclaimed, "This place is full of martial artists who have awakened their bloodlines." After awakening the Mad Devil Emperor pattern, Daiho discovered he had a special sensory ability. The life field of the Mad Devil Emperor greatly enhances his ability to sense the vital signals of living beings nearby. He could clearly feel the blood boiling in their bodies, and even hear the primal roars of the hidden beast spirits within these martial artists' bloodlines. Instantly, a thrilling surge of excitement flooded Daiho's chest. His eyes sparkled with spiritual light as he thought, "Martial artists, beast spirits, I can hold back this burning desire to fight." He smiled softly, his voice mixed with confidence and wild ambition. After all, the Mad Devil Emperor pattern is the king of monsters in this world, an emperor born to conquer all creatures on the planet. Overwhelmed with emotion, Daiho almost shouted, "I am still too weak now. I can only have the Mad Devil Emperor endure a little longer. Wait until I grow stronger. I will show this world what a true monster king looks like." Lost in his ambitious future plans, a gentle hand suddenly tapped Daiho's shoulder from behind. "Hey kid, do not just sneak a peek at others like that." "All right." Startled, Daiho turned around and, realizing the misunderstanding, awkwardly explained, "Sorry, I did not mean to." The young woman seemed relaxed, waving it off. "It is you probably just awakened your beast spirit bloodline and have not fully controlled your powers yet, right? What brings you to the martial artist center?" Daiho answered right away. "I am here to buy gene medicine, but this place is so big, I can't find the sales counter." "Miss, could you help me find the way?" The woman was very enthusiastic. Buying gene medicine already? At this stage, Daiho paused, asking, "Is there anything special I should know?" "Nothing major. Just that gene medicine is costly and can easily cause drug resistance. Its effectiveness decreases with each use. To get the best results, martial artists usually wait until their bloodlines reach a natural limit before starting the medicine." Still a bit confused, Daiho asked, "Miss, how much does one vial cost?" The stylish girl held up 4 slender fingers and replied eagerly, At your current stage, you can only use primary strengthening medicine. It costs about 400,000 per vial." Hearing that number, Daiho almost collapsed on the spot, feeling crushed. So expensive. His entire savings could not even buy 5 vials. He shyly asked, "Miss, do you know anyone who could help me get a discount?" After a moment's thought, the girl gently bowed, pulled a business card from her pocket, and handed it to him. Though her gesture was gentle, her chest heaved noticeably. "All right, take my card," she explained. "You are a level 4 martial artist. Someone here can give you a bit of a discount." Hearing this, Daiho was overjoyed. Immediately taking the card with sparkling eyes, he waved happily. "Thank you so much," the girl smiled back. "No problem. See you around." Right after their chat, Daiho got straight to work, ready to start burning through money at specialized martial artist shops. At the Gene Medicine Pharmacy, he paid 1,450,000 dong. Then another 250,000 dong at the weapons shop. Spending wildly like this, time flew by and night quickly fell. Cut to Daiho's apartment complex, where he sat concentrating with full focus. Despite the pain and discomfort spreading through his body, Daiho gritted his teeth and endured, absorbing power from the expensive gene medicines. The system keeps notifying the Mad Emperor Demon Beast model, compatibility from 3% to 4%, then 4% to 7%, physical strength synthesis 8-10, then 10-15, martial realm at 7th stage. After enduring the torment of absorbing the medicine for so long, Daiho was almost exhausted. He stretched out his arms, drenched in sweat, addicted to the burning herbs. The feeling of leveling up was amazing. Although the first few potions only boosted his physique by 2 points, the last one increased it by just 1 point. It gets harder to strengthen power on this foundation as time goes on. Even though the enhancement is tough, it is still manageable. Just a few dozen minutes of training with the medicine equals 3 years of hard grind. This is only his normal physical strength. If he activates the Emperor's bloodline, he might snag the top spot in this year's university entrance exam. The determined young man sets off, stepping into the secret realm. Secret realms are ranked from the highest and most dangerous, down to the lowest and safest. The higher the rank, the stronger and more ferocious the demonic beasts inside. As rank beasts are creatures humans currently cannot control. If they invade the real world, It would be catastrophic. Scene shift to Secret Realm number 3. In a level safe zone. Fully equipped with weapons and armor, Daho steps into the entrance of the E-level Secret Realm. He looks around for a moment, muttering that there are fewer people here than he expected, probably because this realm was explored a long time ago. Most treasures have been taken. Only weak beasts remain for rookies like him to train on. The young man walks along the path and finds a small registration booth. Hello? I reserved a ticket for Secret Realm number 3. The woman in charge barely pays attention, handing Daho some papers. Sign this death waiver. Here's your ticket. The spatial gate to the Secret Realm appears before Daho. An unstable energy vortex radiating ancient. Dangerous aura. This is the Secret Realm entrance. The starting point for my path to becoming a monster. Without hesitation, he takes a run up and dives into the vortex, full of anticipation and excitement. Here go. As he jumps into the Secret Realm's waters, the familiar 3D world instantly vanishes. It feels like he has crossed into another dimension, entering a completely new world. Quickly, Daho lands safely on the ground, reflexively bracing himself with his hands, a move he knows well. From his spot in the Secret Realm, he sees bizarrely colored planets floating in the sky. The planets of Merchant Orchid, Dark Mist, and Supreme Gold all create a scene unlike Earth's sky. Daho hurriedly adjusts his gear and looks around in amazement. Though he learned from books, nothing compares to seeing this firsthand. It is spectacular, and he can even see the starry sky. The young man is still lost in awe, unaware something is sneaking up behind him. It is the toughest demonic beast, the burrowing ground mole. As it gnashes its teeth, it charges fiercely at Daho. He immediately spins around, grabbing its neck to snuff out that sneaky pest's bad habit. Stupid creature. Did it think I would not notice? Without hesitation, he crushes it completely. All that is left in his hand is a small glittering crystal shard. He picks it up, carefully inspecting the core of the mole's demon nucleus. Of average quality, its market value is about 1,000 coins. Making 1,000 on the first try is not bad at all. Ordinary folks labor all year and only make 3,000 to 4,000 coins. Daho's mood relaxes considerably. He holds the spirit stone up to admire it. But collecting too many low-level demon nuclei won't help much. Better to focus on hunting second rank or higher beasts. But then, a strange movement underground behind him startles him to turn around. A giant soft-bodied monster drifts upward. It twists like a mutated earthworm, slimy and hundreds of times larger than Daho. It is a second-rank demonic beast, a demon guardian worm. The more new and powerful beasts he encounters, the more excited Daho feels. He quickly drew the short sword from his side, a challenging smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. You really get what you want. Do not at the level E Secret Realm. And then number 3, where Diavrota begins his journey to conquer the dungeon. Facing the appearance of the second-ranked demon beast, he did not hesitate at all. With a single powerful, precise slash, he carved a deep wound into the monster's body. The bug screamed in pain, green pus spraying everywhere like rain. In a defensive stance, Diavrota stared at the monster, silently analyzing. He recalled what he would read in the demon beast library. Compared to the tough armor on its back, the soft belly was obviously the easiest weak spot to break through. The monster, hurt badly, curled into a giant wheel and charged at Diavrota with terrifying speed, aiming to crush him. Despite the fierce counterattack, Diavrota remained calm. He raised both hands, channeling energy throughout his body, quietly reciting martial formulas. Instantly, a powerful burst of energy shot from his palms straight at the charging second-ranked demon beast. It opened its disgusting mouth wide, shooting out rows of sharp teeth spinning like flying saw blades. They rushed towards Diavrota at dizzying speed, like a mobile guillotine. If you got hit by this, you would be cut in half for sure. Then Nen looked shocked. Wait, it can even shoot its teeth to attack. After a fierce clash, Diavrot's shirt got torn. Then Nen, furious and nearly mad, roared curses at the damn mutated monster. Do you know how much this shirt cost? Diavrota kept his distance, quickly analyzing the situation. Right now, facing the bughead on is no small challenge. After all, without the support of the Bloodline, no matter how strong his martial energy is, he can fully unleash his power. Because of the previous owner's curse, his martial foundation is too weak, so now he can only challenge. After making that decision, Diavrot's eyes widened, channeling energy to the max. Releasing a powerful burst, he shouted wildly as the Emperor Demon Bloodline activated. Instantly, his right arm transformed, covered with hard scales and sharp claws of the Emperor Demon. 1 second later, Diavrota charged forward at terrifying speed, landing multiple brutal slashes across the monster's body. Its green pus sprayed wildly again like rain. Precisely. Diavrota quickly finished off the second-rank monster. Turning around, wiping sweat, he thought to himself that after his physical stats jumped to 21 points, he could easily handle this second-ranked demon bug. He began to deactivate his transformation, needing to disperse the accumulated nuclear energy inside. The feeling was like a jet engine inside him. Looking back at his weapon, the short sword was badly damaged. Diavrota picked it up, grumbling. Just bought this sword and it is already corroded by that demon bug, costing 2.5 million but such poor quality. It just can't handle a second-rank demon beast effectively. I have to report this shop for sure. Diah's empty stomach grumbled loudly again. He rubbed his belly, mumbling that his first demon hunt took too much energy. Now he is starving and forgot to bring any rations. Suddenly, amid the hunger, a strange, fragrant scent wafted into his nose. He salivated, sniffing hard with his big nose, trying to find the source of the smell. That is when he realized the scent came from a magic core that just dropped from the second-rank demon beast. He picked up the core, held it in front of him, muttering, a magic core from a demon bug, and it smells really tempting. After a moment's thought, Ditha opened his mouth wide and tossed the green magic core straight in. Whatever. Let us see what happens. He swallowed hard as the core hit his stomach. It immediately released radiant spiritual energy, spreading throughout his body with strong effects. The system panel popped up a message. Monster Model Emperor Demon Claw. Compatibility rising from 7% to 7.3%. As a result, Daiho's whole body emitted an even stronger aura. He glowed like he would swallowed a flashlight whole. Daiho said in surprise, "It has increased, even the compatibility rate." A thrilled expression instantly appeared. He gritted his teeth, eyes shining with excitement. Amazing. Spending hundreds of thousands on a jealousy potion only raised compatibility by 1%. But now, just taking one green magic core boosts it by 0.3%. So just 3-4 cores equal one whole jealousy potion. That means the white magic cores from the rabbit tooth pain seller must have at least 1% compatibility too. Thinking this, Daiho almost cried with emotion. Tears ran down his cheeks from the frustration of losing money. Damn it. Money. Money everywhere. He quickly calmed down, pointed at his forehead, and said, "Turn pain into motivation," Daiho declared boldly. "Tonight, I will hunt like never before." Within minutes, an invisible yet powerful shockwave radiated from him, sweeping across a vast forest area like a radar pulse. He shouted, "Activate Life Field." The next day, Daiho finally left the Level E secret realm. His system reported, Prototype Mad Emperor Divil, 9% compatibility, total physique 15.8. Stepping out of the space gate casually, Daiho thought, now that compatibility reached 9%, no matter how many white magic cores he ate, compatibility would not increase further. Now he could only sell them for money. Later, at the exchange counter outside the secret realm, Daiho dumped a pile of magic cores, 20 white and 4 green. The clerk at the counter was shocked at the amount. For real, just a high schooler, and you got this many magic cores. Others in line behind stared at Daiho's haul with awe and a bit of fear. Daiho said to the staff, by government regulations, warriors must hand over part of their harvest. I keep 1 green core and hand over 5 white ones. He calculated internally. That is 200,000 returned already. Scene shifts to Anthan, level secret realm #4. A ruined, desolate area. The center is an old building, half collapsed. Next to it is a much larger spatial water scar than the Level E secret realm, forming a terrifying blue energy vortex, the entrance to the Level D secret realm. The sun is shining brightly today. Nearby, a sleek new sports car's parked. A man in a semi-blue shirt and sunglasses sat behind the wheel, calling out, "Captain Lamb, this time we have got to complete the mission to find the blood jade flower." "Right, Lamha?" The second-grade warrior replied. "Last time we entered, we pinpointed the blood jade flower's location. But unfortunately, Old Chen got seriously injured by a beast, so he can't come in this time." A woman on the team crossed her arms nervously and asked, "So there are only 5 of us left?" Then another man with a buzz cut confirmed, "Right, and by regulation, a team needs at least 6 members to enter a Level D secret realm." Lama turned back confidently and said, "No worries. I have contacted a middleman. They introduced us to a new expert." He gestured toward a figure approaching, dressed a bit shabby. Nothing like an expert. No one else but Daiho himself. Everyone on the team looked suspicious. One asked, "Are you Disha?" The warrior, Daiho, looking a bit awkward, smiled awkwardly and said, "Yes," but inwardly, he thought, since I am just a student without official clearance for a Level D secret realm, I had to go through the black market, pay 100,000 to fake my identity and join the team. Such expense. Damn, bad luck follows me everywhere. Lama frowned slightly, worried about the codename Daiho chose Decia. That name does not sound quite right, Lama thought, but Daiho just shrugged helplessly. "No choice. Captain, just call me whatever." Saying that, Daiho showed he did not really care about the name anymore. Lama spread his arms and said clearly, "All right. Whatever, just ignore it. After all, it is just a codename. With your current level 9 martial rank, you do not qualify to enter this secret realm, but our squad decided to give you a chance to come along, observe, and learn. In return, you absolutely must not get in our way." "Understood," Daiho replied curtly. Indifferent. "Fine. Whatever," he thought silently. The responsibility of a team leader is to explain everything clearly and thoroughly before starting a mission. He seems pretty reliable, Unlike those who just panic when trouble hits, everything was arranged neatly. Dai-ho and the others quickly boarded the off-road vehicle. Alright, this time. We must find Kayat Nigok-ho. Moments later, the team passed through the space gate and landed on a strange planet. The ground appeared barren and dry. Without a single tree in sight, Captain Lam-ha checked the locator and announced, Kaingok-ho is at the Oasis ahead. Be careful. A level 2 bloodline demon beast is guarding it. Dai-ho sat in the vehicle, resting his chin on his hand, eyes misty as he gazed out the window. Last time was a tropical rainforest. Now it is a desert. This secret realm really connects to very different worlds. As the vehicle moved deeper, a pack of wild demon beasts with earth-colored fur suddenly charged out from both sides, chasing after them. A team member in the back, highly alert, immediately reported, Captain, it is a pack of earth ghost rats. They are charging fast. Target is us. Lam stayed calm and gave a sharp order. Hoduk, handle them. Hoduk acted immediately. He raised both hands in front of his chest, and in an instant, sharp short daggers appeared on his palms. Hoduk swung his arms hard backward, sending the daggers flying like lightning toward the ghost rats' heads, making them explode instantly. The spiritual force exploded on impact, smashing the rats' heads to pieces. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Their painful screams echoed across the empty desert. But Dai-ho's vehicle kept speeding forward without slowing. Hoduk sat back, withdrew his hands, expression unchanged, and reported briefly, all clear. Dai-ho glanced at his teammate. Silently impressed, he infused spiritual power into the darts, turning them into mini-bombs on impact. Fast, clean, precise. That skill is really lethal. The vehicle continued on, and after some distance, signs of a lush green forest appeared far ahead, completely different from the desert they just crossed. The sky on this planet is strange. You can clearly see many other planets hanging in the air, unlike Earth sky. When they confirmed they were near the target, the team decided to park the vehicle. Everyone quickly got out, weapons ready, prepared to enter the danger zone. Dai-ho trailed behind, still looking indifferent and tired from the journey. He asked the captain, why do not we just drive straight in? Lam-ha led the way, explaining as they walked, there is still some distance to the Oasis. The demon beasts at the Oasis are highly sensitive to sound. The off-road vehicle's engine noise would easily alert them. We will move on foot and assign specific roles. Tia, you will use scent bombs to lure the demon beast out of hiding. Tivu, Hoduk, you two set up the traps. Laoliu, you distract and hold it in place. I will attack head-on. And Dixia, you just observe from the outside. The mission sounds easy. Dai-ho replied with a crooked smirk. Okay. Got it. After the plan was clearly assigned, Dai-ho's group fired a special signal flare into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed across the area, followed by a fast-spreading white smoke carrying a special chemical. It was a bomb containing pheromones of a high-level monster, designed to provoke other demon beasts into thinking their territory was invaded, making them chase the intruder. The effect was almost instant. The ground trembled lightly as a level 2 Earth Dragon demon beast appeared. Its body resembled a dinosaur but was covered with electrically charged scales. It lunged up, its massive, muscular body tense, mouth wide open dripping with slimy saliva, roaring as if ready to tear apart any creature that dared come close. It is here. Everyone be careful. TUF. Warning. Meanwhile, at another spot where the Dithaha team had just wiped out 7 Earth Spirit rats, a few throwing spikes still stuck in the sandy ground. From afar, a tall figure wearing a black cloak that hid his face silently approached. On this stranger's arm were 2 long scars crossing each other. Looking fierce and threatening, he bent down and picked up a throwing spike stained with Hige's blood. As the silhouette gradually emerged from the dust, an old man with a bald head and tinted glasses appeared. Cool looking but with an odd aura. He stuck out his long tongue, perversely licking the bloodied throwing spike, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he laughed savagely. Haha, back to the battle. The Earth Dragon just appeared and instantly sensed danger. The giant demon beast was asserting its power with wild strength, but the Lam he struck before it could do anything else. Lama slammed the huge monster down, green blood spraying out immediately. Tuf, the only girl in the team, rushed over to report. Captain Lam, the back is also secured. We finally succeeded. In front of the massive fallen beast, Lumha proudly slung his sword over his shoulder, a confident smirk on his lips. Good job. Now, let us go find that blood jade fruit. But at that very moment, madness suddenly struck. From behind him, a sharp-clawed foot sliced through the air like a ghost. A terrified scream pierced the air as Lamha spun around instinctively. At this critical moment, a figure dashed in like lightning. Dia, who appeared out of nowhere, was right above the captain's head. Before anyone could understand his move, bam! A thunderous punch slammed down with overwhelming spiritual force, like a lightning bolt striking the heavens. The ground shook, dust swirling thickly into the air. When the dust cleared, Lama stood there, alive but pale white from sheer shock. He looked back at Dieta, unable to believe his eyes. You. Are not you just a first-rank martial artist? Yet you have the power to knock down a second-ranked demon beast. To you, his eyes widened in shock too. That punch, it was insanely strong. Instantly, Deha became the center of attention. Teammates muttering in disbelief, their eyes full of doubt. That land send fist of yours is really something. You took down a second-ranked demon beast. Just like that, Da casually brushed off his hands, replying with a blunt, piece of cake, no big deal. Captain Lamhe stepped forward, his eyes shining with satisfaction. Thanks for saving me. From this moment on, you are officially part of our team. A little later, Lamhe found what they were looking for, a small, deep red fruit shaped like a heart. He held it up, excitedly calling out. Found it, the blood jade fruit. Taiyu curiously poked it with his finger. This time, we even got the essence core of the earth dragon. Quite a haul. Taiyu looked at the glowing red fruit, wondering softly, how valuable could this round red thing be? Deha stepped back, thinking quietly. Seems like it is the sacred name of the holy maiden fruit. Lamhe explained clearly. Of course, this can significantly boost compatibility with the martial arts prototype. Although it was a bit unexpected, in the end we still managed to defeat the earth dragon and get the blood jade fruit. Just as Lamhe finished speaking, a crisp pop echoed. The silent one trailing behind Lamhe suddenly pulled a spike and stabbed a critical blow from behind. He grinned triumphantly, voice dripping with satisfaction. It is not that simple. Captain Lam. The unexpected scene stunned the whole team into silence for a few seconds. Captain Lam, what is going on? Immediately, Lamhe turned back and tried to fight off the attack. What the hell are you doing? Haziki was prepared, quickly dodged and stepped back a few paces. At that moment, a stranger stepped out from behind. It was the old man who had picked up the spiked steak earlier. He smiled wickedly. What now? Haven't you figured it out yet? Of course. To make a lot of money. Seeing the newcomer, they were all shocked, including Hawk Being. Why are you here? Taiyuvi clenched his fists so tight his face flushed red. His eyes burned with hatred for the two traitors. Difaho tilted his head, asking sharply, you guys know the old man with the steak? Taivai nodded at each word. His gaze was icy cold. He is a notorious thief, specializing in sneaking and stealing spoils that other fighters struggle to find in the hidden realm. Damn it! So he has been targeting us all along. The team leader Lamhe could barely stand, clutching a bleeding wound, gasping and shouting, the wound's poisoned. You traitor! How did you know we would come here? The exact location of the blood jade fruit was only confirmed after we entered the hidden realm. Deho quietly observed everything. His mind started piecing together the clues. The image of entering the cramped hidden realm, when Hechichi took out the earthrat demons with throwing darts. Suddenly it clicked. He deliberately threw the darts far away to signal his allies. At this point, Haziki did not even bother to pretend anymore. He flipped completely, gripping a knife tightly, his face fierce like a demon guardian. Haha! You are actually pretty smart. Aren't you just a regular student, probably about to take the college entrance exam, right? Instead of studying at home, you come here to meet the eternal gambler. Difaho tilted his head, speaking calmly. That is right. I am about to take the exam. The top student spot is still waiting for me to claim it. Hearing this, Vape rode madly like a lunatic. He swung the spiked knife fiercely toward Diaho. Deho calmly raised two fingers, slicing through the blade mid-air so fast and clean no one even blinked. His eyes were sharp like a sword. The fool barking in front of me is the real joke here. Seizing the moment, Deho clenched his fist, his spiritual power blazing like a raging fire wrapping his arm, his face turning icy cold. A filthy scum. Time to clean up. Seeing this, the old man with the stake could not sit still either. He tensed his veins, roaring fiercely. You are quite interesting yourself. I want his head. Taking the order, Haziki did not hesitate. He unleashed all his spiritual power, using his deadliest throwing techniques. Countless spike stakes flew out like a metal rain, dense and fast beyond escape. The whole area around Dithaho was covered in sharp blades. Facing the storm of stakes from the traitor, Dithaho barely flinched. Instantly, an invisible protective energy circle formed around him. Every flying stake shattered on contact with the barrier. Dithaho braced himself fully. When the barrage ended, the protective shield around him faded. Haziki had vanished. Someone shouted a warning, watch out above. Immediately, Dithaho raised two fingers, pointing at his forehead. A strong spiritual force radiated out as his eyes flickered strangely. He muttered to himself, ready to test the skill he just mastered. Raising his hand, he aimed it directly at the charging He-E, activating the primal earth spirit technique. Hazichi took a critical hit. Lum watched, frozen in shock. One move, and He-E is already down. That guy, he really is just a high school martial student. Deferho blew lightly on his fingertip after the attack, making a shooting gesture. Behind you, Hoduk fell with a thud onto the sandy ground, face down, showing no sign of life. In the distance, Hokbang stood frozen, his face filled with confusion and fear, though he tried to stay tough. Jen Thut, you are the descendant of this great clan. Daho casually straightened up, hands in his pockets, exuding a cool, confident aura. Clan, I am from the Emperor Demon Clan. What? You want to kneel and beg? Right behind you. A blurry illusion of a giant beast appeared majestically, then vanished in a flash. Hearing that mocking tone, Hokbang's face turned purple with rage as he unleashed his full power. Kid, even with your Jin Thut, you can T-match real martial strength at this level. Instantly, Hokbang's body began to transform. His roar booming like thunder, his muscles bulged wildly, fur sprouted all over, and in an instant, he became a giant black bear, fierce and imposing. Behind him, the bear's massive jaws opened wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Without hesitation, Hokbang in his bear form charged straight at Dai Ho, activating the martial skill Suanzian. Dai Ho stayed relaxed, dodging the initial attack easily. Then he flicked his finger, releasing a stream of spiritual energy from below, aiming straight for the bear's leg. Ah, my leg! Hokbang howled in pain. Realizing he could not beat Dai Ho that way, he switched tactics. Dropping low, he swept his giant bear paws horizontally, trying to grab his opponent. But Dai Ho was lightning fast, leaping up to dodge cleanly, not to be outdone. Hokbang jumped after him, determined not to let his prey escape. Typical of a second-tier martial artist, though Dai Ho unleashed a powerful atomic breath attack, he had to admit it was not enough to completely melt that giant bear's ankle. Huge paws were closing in, just inches from his gloves. Hokbang's fierce spirit surged, clearly intent on crushing his opponent without mercy. A loud crash echoed as the bear's paws slammed together, sending shockwaves that whipped up dust all around. But he missed. At that moment, Dai Ho vanished from his spot. Not only did he dodge, he used the moment to teleport behind Hokbang. Hokbang's hands were charged with spiritual energy, ready to strike. Done yet. Now it is my turn. Dai Ho clenched his fist tightly, his whole body radiating fierce energy, spiritual flames blazing across his chest. When the energy peaked, Dai Ho attacked without hesitation. Hokbang's massive form, after being hit, reverted back to human shape, bruised and scorched all over. Dai Ho's hand still steamed lightly. Those who once looked down on him could only stare in shock now. No one expected the weak high schooler they mocked to have such terrifying power. Strong. Too strong. Yet, Hokbang still did not know fear. With a battered face and body full of wounds, he stubbornly stood up, voice full of resentment. You dared to bring poison into the Genthot. Coward! A ruthless martial artist like you will surely be punished. I will crush you. Clearly, he misunderstood the true nature of Dai Ho's power, and that crush you threat was the last straw. Dai Ho's eyes widened, glowing bright red with fierce light. He clenched his fists tightly, voice low and cold with anger. Many have tried to crush me. What makes you think you are any different? At Anthan Central Stadium, where the biggest annual university martial arts recruitment event was underway, to celebrate, the government had deployed an entire squadron of stunt planes. Banners everywhere, flags flying high. From the loudspeakers came a passionate voice. Welcome everyone to the annual Advanced Martial Artists Selection. I just want to say one thing: good luck to all the martial artists competing. The mic holder was a handsome, stylish young man standing confidently in front of the live camera. Behind him, the stands were packed, the intense energy spreading throughout the stadium. This year, the exam uses direct one-on-one battles in the ring. Contestants are randomly matched for direct fights. Win to advance, lose and you are out. The exam lasts 3 days, with the first 2 days as preliminaries, where each contestant must survive 3 brutal matches. The top contenders move to the decisive 3rd day to compete for the sole top spot. You carry humanity's future fight not just for yourself, but for all of us. Show your true strength. I hereby declare the Anthan University exam officially begun. At the bold announcement, the whole school erupted. All 4 rings resounded with clashing and roaring. On the first rings, the female contestants matched the males blow for blow, making the atmosphere even more intense. But then, something unexpected drew thousands of eyes to ring number 6. Huh? Ring 6. Did something just happen there? The Messi looked confused at the screen, quickly checking his controls. Let me check again. The 2 contestants, Vang Ding, Ang and Ditha Ha, both from Anthan High School, no one. But now only Viving Zing is on the ring. Vang Hing wore a smug expression. Seeing Ditha absent, she sneered in contempt immediately. How dare she embarrass me at such an important tournament? She has lost all face. From the stands, murmurs began, growing louder and more biting, probably hiding at home, too scared to show her face. Right? Haha, if she is cheating, why bother coming to compete? People like her want to even make it through high school. Better off sweeping streets. Time ran out. And finally, the referee blew the whistle loud and clear. Contestant de Anthan High School no. 1. Before anyone could react, the crowd all looked up. A streak of light tore through the sky, trailing black smoke as it hurtled toward ring 6 like a meteor. What is that? Could it be a person? Only when the light got close did they realize it was Diaza. With a thunderous crash, a massive spiritual force slammed down right in front of Ving, who staggered, barely holding herself steady as the dust from the terrifying landing began to clear. Vuding Ying looked up, her blurred eyes unable to make sense of what she saw. She muttered, annoyed, "What the heck is this nonsense?" Before she could gather herself, A shadow darted in at lightning speed, and in a split second, Dee had his foot smashed into Ving Ving's face, sending her flying backward like a puppet with its strings cut. Collapsing hard on the mat, covering his eyes from the light, Dee watched his knockdown opponent, exhaling in relief. Muttering, "Phew, that was close. Almost had to wait till next year to try again." Meanwhile, Van Hing, who had been so confident moments ago, lay sprawled on the floor, writhing in pain, unable to move a finger. The referee's voice echoed over the loudspeaker. Hesitant as if in disbelief, contestant Dia wins. Dia clicked his tongue, a hint of disappointment showing. Is it over already? Didn't he even get warmed up? That easy. The crowd erupted in cheers, showering him with praise. Well, Dia is insanely strong. One kick, and he takes down his opponent. So fierce. That landing move was sick. Is this the legendary sky-falling kick technique? At that moment, the familiar system alert popped into Dia's mind. Host Dia, overall physique 255. Monster prototype. Mad Emperor Demon Lord, compatibility 20%. A sly grin spread across his face as he silently thought. Captain Lam, consider this my thanks for the Blood Jade gift. Thanks to it, my physique improved a lot, even if it took some time to absorb. Alright. Next up, you are in for a show. Shortly after, the next matchups were announced. Diva's next opponent is someone named Long Theo. The loudspeaker announcement rang out again. Next match. Anthen High School No. 4. Long Theo faces off against Anthen High School No. 1. Dia. The outcome was no surprise. With a single powerful kick, Dia made Long Theo tall, and with several times his strength bleed right on the spot and collapse on the field. The announcement speaker rang out again in its familiar tone. Do wins every time Dia wins. The crowd below erupts with excitement. Cheers of Dia. Dia. Echo throughout the stadium. Just one kick per match, so powerful and unstoppable. This is simply a superhuman kick. Absolutely amazing. Dia clenched his fist, feeling the strength surging through his body. Finally, the speaker announced the official commendation. Congratulations to the student of Anthen High School No. 1. Dia, sweeping through all 3 preliminary matches flawlessly, he officially advances to the next round. After 3 rocket speed rounds, Dia entered the resting area and was immediately surrounded by a buzzing crowd of fans. His top-tier fighting style attracted massive attention, with endless calls and cheers ringing out. Hey, Dia! Interested in learning a bit about our Lying Sen University? Lots of great stuff here. Hey, add me on Facebook? Okay, even though we are a private university, our scholarships and grants are super generous. Take a look. Dia! Our university really needs strong talents like you. Dia! Have you decided which university you want to apply to, despite all the tempting invitations? Dia seemed to have made up his mind. He scanned the crowd once, then fixed his determined gaze on a spot. His voice rang out clearly and confidently. Favorite university? Sorry, but my goal is Hoi University. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere shifted immediately. Those who had been friendly moments ago now turned cold. Their eyes, they started throwing sarcastic and mocking remarks. You just made it to the regional finals, and you are already acting so proud. When you get knocked out, you will be begging us to take you back. Dia! If you fail to get into Hovli, remember to contact me. We will always have a spot for you. The sudden change in attitude left Itheha a bit confused. Even startled, he muttered, No way. Don't you really believe in me? But Dihada could not blame them. Hoi University, the prestigious martial arts academy of Quiv, truly is the sacred ground for young fighters. Yet, a strange smile appeared on Dithiva's face. He thought silently. In a second-tier city like Anthun, only the top scorers have the right to dream of Hoi. But whatever. In this martial world, strength is the ultimate truth. Just wait when I win first place. We will see what you all say. Just as he escaped the recruitment crowd, Diha was stopped by 2 men in black suits. One showed his official badge, speaking with a tone both formal and pressing. Dia! Please cooperate with us. We need to reassess your martial arts level. Diha shrugged casually. Uninterested. Handing his student id to the man with a shaved head. The man glanced at the info and gasped. Level 9 martial artist? How is that possible? Dia! Your file said just 2 weeks ago you were still level 3. Dia had tapped the shaved head man's shoulder, blinking. Looking annoyed. So I can improve this fast in just a few months. Are you accusing me of cheating? The shaved head man stayed calm and continued. After checking your schedule, we found you have been repeatedly entering the dangerous level E secret realm. Why would you go to such a risky place right before such an important exam? Faced with a tough question, Dia suddenly slipped into a Hollywood lead role, wearing a pained expression and distant eyes. His voice was low and sorrowful, yet filled with resolve. Sorry. Please give me a moment to calm my emotions. Before my father passed, he told me that to surpass human limits, I must stop being human. So I fought relentlessly, training myself in the harshest of conditions. In a life or death battle, I unexpectedly broke the hidden seal within my body. Sounds unbelievable, but it is the truth. Hearing Dedetra's words, the two inspectors froze in shock, paled, broke out in cold sweat, and stammered in disbelief. What? You said you broke the seal? They quickly dropped their serious attitude and hurriedly turned away, determined not to discuss it further. Impossible. This is too absurd. We must report this to our superiors immediately. Duh stood there, watching their backs with a brooding gaze, grinding his teeth as discomfort rose inside him. Unexpectedly, he had become the target of everyone's watchful eyes. What a hassle. He pulled out his phone and scrolled aimlessly through social media, flooded with clips of families sending good luck wishes to their kids taking exams. Son, good luck. Daughter, just do your best. Old Wang, when you return with your top rank, we will throw a huge party. Deha leaned back in the lounge chair, feeling a mix of envy and disappointment. He muttered to himself, noticing how others even had live interviews with parents and friends of the contestants. His eyes lingered for a moment, a flicker of loneliness crossing his face. He saw himself as a poor orphan lost in the bustling world. Yet what he did not know was that somewhere in the shadows, someone was quietly watching him from afar. Daughter, just do your best. Old Wang, when you return with your top rank, we will throw a huge party. Deha leaned back in the lounge chair, feeling a mix of envy and disappointment. He muttered to himself, noticing how others even had live interviews with parents and friends of the contestants. His eyes lingered for a moment, a flicker of loneliness crossing his face. Deha bit his lip, feeling like no one was cheering for him. He saw himself as a poor orphan lost in the bustling world. But little did he know, somewhere hidden, someone watched him quietly, eyes full of hope and silent encouragement. Keep going. Deha. Keep going. It was his homeroom teacher, the one who agreed to let Dutsa study at home. After a short break, the announcement came again, signaling Deha's turn to continue his conquest. First elimination round. Please welcome contestant Deha from Inthen High School No. 1. This time, he faced a famous student from High School No. 3. Lahayan. As Lahayan appeared, all eyes and whispers from the stands immediately focused on him. That is Lahayan. I heard he is the top fighter at school number 3. Lahayan is already an 8th level peak martial artist. No joke. They say he even awakened a rare level 2 demon beast bloodline. Both his parents are famous fighters. This opponent's got the upper hand for sure. Despite the crowd's cheers and his rival's arrogance, Deha remained indifferent. Barely bothered, he casually scratched his neck and threw out a line that caught Lahayan off guard. You go first. This challenge, dripping with disdain, hit Lahayan like a slap to the face. Leaving him deeply insulted, Lahayan clenched his teeth, his voice dropping, energy radiating fiercely around him. Do not you know who I am? Faced with that fury, Deha just shrugged and replied bluntly, almost mocking, whether you know or not does not change the outcome of the fight. Lahayan lost control completely. He roared and surged his energy violently as if about to explode, the arena trembling under the immense pressure. Haha, you are not wrong, but in the end, I am the one who wins. Without hesitation, he poured all his strength into his right arm, swinging with fierce energy that flashed violently. Like a wild beast gone mad, Lahayan roared and charged straight ahead. Hope your luck's good enough, at least not to die right here. At that moment, he activated his cursed bloodline power. His right arm completely transformed into a giant black beast's limb, covered in steel-hard scales and sharp claws. In a blink, that terrifying arm lunged straight at Deha's face, an attack meant to end the match instantly. But Deha did not flinch or show any fear. He calmly raised his hand and grabbed the beast's clawing arm as it charged. Deha muttered just loud enough for both to hear, not bad, but still nowhere near that old grumpy guy. With just a simple wrist twist, he made Lahayan's face drain of color in pain. A cold sweat broke out as if facing a real monster. My arm, he stammered in horror. Deha did not miss his chance, pulling back his other arm and swinging down like a hammer. A devastating strike accompanied by a brilliant burst of spiritual energy. Lahayan's whole body slammed onto the arena floor, cracks spreading like spiderwebs beneath him. Deha stood there with a cold, sinister smile, proud and arrogant, no longer looking like a mere contestant. Just like that, the referee announced, and Thun number 1. Do wins. The crowd's cheers grew louder. All eyes on. One move was all it took, and he defeated the top-seeded Lahayan. Damn, Lahayan's power looked strong. But just like that, he was down on the ground. His strength was in a whole different league from the other contestants. The gap was huge. Deha remained indifferent, arms crossed as if nothing had happened. The girls went wild, shouting, so handsome. Unnie, I want to have your babies. The whole arena exploded. Even though he used his hands this time, just one move was enough. Too strong, no wonder they call him a cut above the rest. I am starting to like Deha. He is definitely making it to the semifinals. One after another, injured contestants were carried off the arena. Some badly hurt, others knocked out cold. In a shadowed corner of the arena, a student watched quietly, his gaze intense as if he would just realized something. He muttered suspiciously, but with a hint of respect. Is that really DT? No wonder he is the one I respect. I am sure I will beat him in the semifinals. In the special monitoring room of the ZAHO of the admissions committee, Dia Haas' explosion on the arena immediately caught the attention of many important figures. A powerful man pointed at the big screen, his cold voice cutting through the room. Within half an hour, I want the full file on hand. At once, the subordinates echoed in unison, obeying without hesitation. Meanwhile, at another arena, the atmosphere heated up by the minute. The Mej shouted excitedly over the loudspeakers. The second match of the promotion round was about to begin. The center of attention in the stands was two stunning girls, so striking they stirred up the entire arena. Damn it! The battle between these two beauties is a must-watch. Gotta keep my eyes wide open. One was the girl with long wavy hair and a trendy short cut, the queen of high school, no. 2. Her red lips curled disdainfully as she pointed at her opponent. Teethis. Huh, I really hate that robot face of hers. Opposite her was the aloof beauty, Lathanshava from high school, no. 1. Contrary to the provocation, she remained cold and silent, her eyes like a frozen lake. The crowd below grew even more lively. I love watching beautiful girls fight. It is drool-worthy. You pervs. Shut up. The referee's whistle blew sharply, signaling the start of the match. Lathanshava's silence only fueled Thigulina's fire more. Without hesitation, she immediately charged forward, launching a storm-like kick. All right, let us see if you can keep that expression when I break you in two. Then Trike did not let herself get cornered. Calmly, she raised her hand, transforming her energy into a shimmering ring of spiritual power. Before her, she opened her palm, unleashing a secret martial technique, the Tet Hoen charm. That ring of spiritual force spun, shooting toward Thigul-Lin's attacking legs. The strike was completely suppressed by the force of the attack, even though Thigul-Lin kept jumping high, striking with both hands and feet. Then Tra calmly countered each move. Amid their intense mid-air clash, Thigul-Lin's eyes flared with sharp determination as she growled in anger. Get serious. Yet, clearly, Thigul-Lin's usual attack power was not as effective this time. The moment her hand touched Thantrike's, her entire arm was instantly locked within the ring of spiritual force. Caught off guard, Thigul-Lin panicked, her face turning pale as she screamed inside. Damn it! I walked right into a trap. Unable to pull her hand free from the wave of energy, she lost all control. This was the perfect moment to finish her off. Then Trique said nothing more, focusing all her spiritual power into a blazing punch. The fierce fight between the two young women not only took the audience breath away, but also sent Psy into a frenzy of excitement. Huna Hoang martial technique. A college candidate mastering Huan Hoang martial technique. Talent like this does not need exams. She could easily get a direct spot in Ho Wei. But Thigul-Lin refused to be overwhelmed. She immediately summoned her spirit beast. Behind her appeared the fierce form of a tiger. Roaring wildly, her body transformed completely, sharp fangs and claws radiating the fierce aura of a wild predator ready to hunt. This girl had tamed a level 3 king-grade bloodline, the fierce spirit tiger. Hivenzin. Before he could finish speaking, the crowd around erupted. King-grade bloodlines are already hard to control, especially a fierce beast like a Vivu. This instantly made her strength a huge question mark. No one dared to underestimate. But instead of roaring back, Thantrek only said softly, "This is enough." That reply was like a drop of water breaking a glass, igniting Thigul-Lin's rage. Enough? You dare speak to me like that? Who do you think any martial artist can stand against me? The arena suddenly turned into a fierce battlefield. Thigul-Lin threw a punch at her opponent's face, but then Treki easily dodged. Not stopping there, Thigul-Lin charged forward with both legs, her claws enhanced by spiritual power slashing straight at the opponent's lower body. But at that moment, then Trek lipped lightly, placing her hand on her forehead. Her eyes gleamed as she shouted loudly, "An Ngayan Jade Pointer." With just a finger point, a ring of spiritual power wrapped around Thigul-Lin's claw. The Missy shouted into the mic, voice mixed with excitement and tension, as Thantrek's martial technique clashed fiercely with Thigul-Lin's. The arena filled with a cloud of dust. Who would be left standing? The audience below sat restless, all eyes fixed tightly on the swirling dust. As the dust cleared, the first figure to appear was Thigul-Lin. She stood there, hair whipping, her expression tough but showing signs of fatigue. The Mefsi's excitement peaked. Thigul-Lin is still standing in the arena, but then his voice dropped. Wait. Thigul-Lin looks unwell. Her eyes rolled back, face pale. She collapsed like a broken doll, falling to the ground. The only one still standing firm was Liu Thantrex. The Memsi was stunned. Thigul-Lin collapsed exhausted, while Liu Thantrex stood frozen. Just using martial technique alone to defeat Thigul-Lin, both 9th-level martial artists awakened to king-grade bloodlines. Truly powerful. She lives up to the title of once-in-a-thousand-years genius girl. The loudspeaker blared, announcing Liu Thantrex's victory. Online forums exploded with comments below. Damn, the Willow Goddess is insanely strong. Such an idol. I declare her the top scholar of Inthun. Who is against it? Calling her the top scholar. Do you know what her bloodline is? The 4 Great Dark Flames. The 4 Great Bloodline. What kind of monster is this? Normal martial artists can't even stand a chance against her. Next up is the drawing ceremony for the quarterfinals. The loudspeaker calls out, Diha, representing Inthun 1. He steps up, staying calm, not rushing or nervous, placing his hand on the urn and pulling out a carved ball. Holding the ball up, he furrows his brow. Then just as he pulls it out, another student approaches with a friendly smile. Me too. Looks like we are facing each other. The tall guy smiles and introduces himself casually, like they have known each other forever. I am Then Kwang, from Dan Fong Private School. Diha replies briefly. Diha. And Them1. Then Kwang points to the arena excitedly. We are match number 2. Let us watch the first fight. The loudspeaker announces the quarterfinal opening match. Lesi Teg from Dan Fong Private against Sef Chu. And Them1. On the big screen, Lesi Teg appears fierce, his spiritual energy flowing like water, gripping his sword tightly. Then Kwang watches and comments. Lesi Teg is strong. He is a repeating student. This year's Ho telepathic exam, mastering Bloodline Awakening. But against that Sef Chu, he is helpless. Di-Hai is surprised. A Chu. Huh. His gaze shifts to the screen, studying that familiar face closely. Then Kwang glances over, smiling. Yeah? Same age. How could you not know? Just then, the loudspeaker announces, and Thun High School Eska Chu wins. In the coach's area, the principal of Dan Fong clenches his teeth in anger, fist pounding the armrest like he wants to break it. Damn it! Losing right from the start, Dia turns to ask his new acquaintance, how does Luffy compare to you? Then Kwang does not answer immediately. He chuckles lightly, scratching his head, then says with a bit of embarrassment but full confidence, compared to me, haha, I am the martial arts president of grade 12 at Dan Fong. Strategically, even if my two teammates team up, they can beat me. He glances at Dia and says, I think you are the strongest opponent in this exam. Since I was young, I have had sharp instincts. I can feel that you are like a sleeping volcano, harboring a fierce beast inside. Then Kwang then smiles easily. It is our turn. The loudspeaker announces the top 8 candidates in the promotion round. Match number 2. Then Kwang from Dan Fong Private faces Dia from Anthan 1. At that moment, the arena loudspeakers blare, announcing the Anthan University quarterfinals entering a tense stage. The fierce battle between the two top contenders, Then Kwang and D, each clash emits a terrifying energy wave, forcing the audience to shield themselves from the intense aura. The Misi can hide his excitement. It is clearly a battle between two equally matched rivals. In the eye of the energy storm, Then Kwang clenches his fist, eyes coldly tracking every move. In a split second, spotting blood droplets flying midair, he immediately realizes nosebleed, a classic sign of bloodline power activation. He is activating something very dangerous. Then Kwang snarls, face darkening with excitement, staring at Duh, and says, strange, you can attack all the way into the cells. Meanwhile, Diha stays defensive, eyes calmly observing. He thinks about his opponent. Martial energy can form a barrier even against radiation. This martial art truly is miraculous. Despite facing overwhelming power, Diha smiles confidently, eyes flashing. Without giving his opponent time to plan, Then Kwang unleashes his full energy. The force radiated so powerfully that the ground itself trembled. From his strong hands, a surge of energy erupted, forming a giant fiery serpent that opened its jaws, spewing out a fierce poisonous breath. Then let me show you the martial arts passed down in our family. At the same time you mentioned, he suddenly formed his fist, unleashing 2 blazing punches like shooting stars, charging full force at Antava. Anha could not hide her surprise. So fast, this was not even part of the plan. In that split second, he could not dodge and took the hit, while the loudspeaker blared amid the chaos. Powerful, Daiho was hit hard first by the crowd, now by a punch. Daiho spat blood on the spot, face turning pale. He tasted blood, enough proof of the deadly strength behind Then Kwang's fists. Even after taking that heavy blow, Daiho did not fall. He pushed off the floor, struggling to stand, feet sliding to keep balance. Then Kwang had no intention of stopping. He charged forward like a fierce beast, eyes blazing and fists glowing with spiritual power. Nowhere to run, a roar echoed through the stands, and behind Then Kwang appeared a giant black bear radiating fierce energy. His body was stronger than ever, each step shaking the floor. Daiho was forced back into defense again. In that moment, he had to push all his strength to hold on, buying time for a counterattack. Then Kwang was not just physically strong, he fused martial energy, delivering double damage. The previous opponents were weak, none this strong and able to absorb blows like that. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Then Kwang closed in from behind. Half his guess was right. I did not just inject martial energy into you, I also locked your energy, stopping you from using weapons. Without warning, a devastating punch struck Daiho, sending him flying backward. Fight was turning into a nightmare. Every strike from Then Kwang carried destructive power, like a pack of beasts tearing at him all at once. Before Daiho hit the ground, Then Kwang transformed again into a wild storm, roaring with tiger-like ferocity. He barely managed to raise his hands to block as a massive column of spiritual energy crashed down, shaking the space like thunder. As the dust settled, Then Kwang stood with crossed arms, grinning as if victory was already his. Haha! Too easy. The loudspeaker blared as Then Kwang unleashed a technique Daiho could not defend against, but a heavy sound came from the smoky mist. Then Kwang's eyes widened as he spotted something moving, then he froze, mouth agape. When the dark rage surged, a huge energy burst erupted from where Daiho lay. Fierce, ominous, and threatening. From the dust, a beast's paw appeared sharp and solid like a weapon. Daiho had fully transformed, his armored shell covering him, eyes glowing fiercely like a true beast. He stared straight at Then Kwang, calm but radiating intense pressure. You are strong, Then Kwang, and this is your reward. The first person to witness this form of mine. The loudspeaker continued. Even high schoolers transforming into beast forms get free passes into Ho-Do. Didn't expect Than to have not just the bamboo blade, but also a bloodline genius. The whole arena was stunned as Daiho stepped toward the staggering Then Kwang. Waves of pressure radiated from him like a tsunami, leaving Then Kwang gasping. This beast form, this awakened bloodline, was on a whole new level. Daiho said nothing, just advanced. Then Kwang stepped back. Genuinely afraid, the loudspeaker urgently announced. Each judge had a monitoring earpiece. An old professor frowned at the strange sound. Suddenly he stood up, eyes wide with shock staring at the screen. What is going on? You do not know. 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 What is happening? Radiation levels off the charts. The meter reads 9,990,999. As Daiho used his beast form, the judges immediately detected the risk and sealed the arena with martial energy to contain the dangerously high nuclear energy radiating from his body. In the stands, the atmosphere exploded, with cheers echoing everywhere. Is this the awakening bloodline of the strange harmony? So cool. Does anyone know what bloodline he awakened? I am from class 1. I heard it is a nameless bloodline. How can something this strong be nameless? Seeing that, strange harmony just flicked his arrogant eyes and muttered thoughtfully, Senza making love without any demon creatures. No wonder they do not know. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Shen Quan was in a state of panic. He looked at the blood trickling from his nose, gasping and mumbling in fear. Cornered with no way out, Shen Quan did not hold back his strength. He immediately unleashed all his power, awakening his profession. Behind him appeared the image of a dog-headed monkey with a bright red nose, mouth wide open, screaming fiercely, creating a terrifying pressure. Shen Quan's body tensed up, maximizing his strength to prepare to fight back against strange harmony. The roar echoed through the arena, announcing an earth-shaking battle was about to begin. A third-tier king-level bloodline. This exam is full of masters. Shen Quan did not hesitate, combining the power of the dog-headed form and the fairy serpent punch, pointing straight at strange harmony, unleashing his strongest attack since the start of the match. But despite that madness, strange harmony remained calm and collected. He did not dodge but instead powered up, his spiritual energy rising to counter the incoming strike. As they prepared to clash, strange harmony shouted, martial symbol. Shen Quan charged forward, hoping to end the fight with a decisive blow. As the strike landed, Shen Quan froze. My hand, if I had not countered in time, my whole arm would have been crushed. Just now I was fierce. Now I am embarrassed. At this moment, strange harmony took slow, confident steps forward. You are impressive, but sorry. You can change the outcome. The announcement echoed through the arena, grabbing everyone's attention. The final match of this university exam now features a third-tier king-level bloodline. On the other side, an unidentified powerful demon beast bloodline appears. Truly a rare sight. On the arena, Shen Quan furrowed his brows, focusing intensely on his opponent. Silently calculating, after awakening his bloodline, strange harmony is far stronger than expected. I can't suppress his martial weapon anymore. I have no choice but to retreat for now. But just as he was thinking, strange harmony acted first. His footsteps thundered as he closed in, leaping forward with sharp claws and cold eyes, smiling with authority. Hey, big guy. Do not even dream about it. Not giving his opponent a chance to react, strange harmony unleashed a flurry of fierce, explosive strikes, punches like lightning crashing repeatedly into Shen Quan's massive body. But Shen Quan was not easy to take down. Angered, he seized an opening to counterattack, launching a twisting, flexible punch wrapped in powerful spiritual energy. The softness of the strike caught strange harmony off guard. His arm was locked tight. Immediately, Shen Quan used the momentum to leap up. 1 second later, a giant foot slammed down from above, its power shaking the entire arena floor. Yet, right before him, strange harmony stood unfazed, not a scratch on him. His eyes gleamed brightly, arms crossed with dignity. Then he calmly lifted his foot out of the crumbled earth beneath, saying coolly, now it is my turn. Right after he spoke, spiritual energy swirled around him like a storm. Just as he was about to strike, his opponent suddenly dropped to his knees, admitting defeat on the spot. The unexpected move made strange harmony hesitate. Looking confused, before him, Shen Quan kept bowing repeatedly, mumbling without raising his head. You know, sneaking attacks like that really annoy me, and now I do not even get to fight. That is infuriating. Despite being upset, seeing his opponent surrender, strange harmony did not attack anymore. He relaxed his hands, and the spiritual energy faded away as he sighed in frustration. Whatever. Forget it. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and released a compressed burst of nuclear energy, muttering as he breathed out, this pressure is so uncomfortable. Iha's body gradually returned to normal. He held his head, muttering as if reminding himself, according to the rules, when one side surrenders, the other side cannot continue attacking. The loudspeaker announced the match result. The match ended with Yahya from Inthen High School No. 1 as the winner. The stands erupted instantly, the crowd going wild. Cheers echoing everywhere. My bro is so cool. My bro is unstoppable. My bro is the champion. On social media forums, livestream viewers kept buzzing. Tons of sarcastic comments about Then Quan flooded in. Before the match, Then Quan said, "I will." After the match, Then Quan admitted that Yayaza forced him to use all his strength. But truly sorry. A series of highlight videos of Waiha started trending all over social media. His stunning moves were compiled into clips with explosive effects and captions. A compilation of Bros matches. Don't forget to follow me. Waiha's fan club formed immediately. The first group quickly filled all spots. The second and third groups were full within hours. To Ned Eisens, he was the top candidate of this year's exam. Some even boldly claimed that Lu Than Trek from Sichu was no match. Meanwhile, at Than Phong Private School's leadership area, the principal looked pale and frustrated, slammed the table, gritting his teeth. Then Quan has lost. I bet everything on you. Then Quan. How could you lose like that? When Then Quan silently returned backstage, the principal immediately scolded him. How dare you surrender? Do you know how much money we have invested in you? Ungrateful. If you do not pay back, do not even think about college. Then Quan said nothing, just placed his big, strong hand lightly on the principal's shoulder. The principal stepped back in shock, stammering, "What do you want?" Then Quan looked down calmly. I could not take that punch. I surrendered to avoid injuring my core. If you would not surrender, then you should have taken that punch yourself. As for the school's care, I will repay it slowly later. But remember, you can threaten a fighter stronger than you. Cold words made the principal shiver, lips pressed tight, voice trembling. All right, you do have a point. Meanwhile, the next round continued to update. The announcement echoed through the tense atmosphere. After intense fights, the 4 strongest candidates emerged, and then High School No. 1 became the big winner, taking 3 out of 4 spots in the quarterfinals. At Suchu High School No. 1 leadership area, the principal was overjoyed. He waved his arms excitedly, smiling brightly. Looks like he has worked here long enough time for a promotion. At home, Iha's homeroom teacher was ecstatic. Iha is amazing. The announcement sounded again, this time for the semifinal draw. Iha stepped up to draw with a casual expression, seemingly uninterested. He muttered, "Again, the Jia group." Another contestant laughed and said, "I am Jia." In front of him now was a familiar face, the aloof, elegant Lu Than Trek. Immediately, social media buzzed again. Forums exploded with comments like fireworks. Damn, I have been waiting for this match for ages. The most legendary battle in Inthun University entrance history. Goddess of the Jia group. The most anticipated fight since the start of the exam. Why bro will definitely beat that guy over there. People analyzed it carefully. I think the goddess of the Jia group has the advantage. She has mastered 2 mysterious martial arts techniques. That gives her a total edge. But the 4th level Blood Vein Lord technique has not appeared yet. Then Quan has the 3rd level Royal Blood Vein. Meanwhile, Iha was forced to awaken his blood vein, though he might be a T-Day, compared to Lu, who has deep martial arts mastery and controls a high-level lifeline. He is still unpredictable. The atmosphere in the arena has reached its peak. The crowd roars wildly, the tension almost ready to explode. The referee steps forward, his voice booming. Will Thandrek and Then High School's number 1 prevail? Dia and Then High School's number 1. The match begins. The moment the referee speaks, Dia Haz's body erupts with power as if unleashing his full limit. A fierce aura bursts from him, shaking the space and stirring up clouds of dust. Then Trek raises her hand to shield her face, her eyes narrowing. Ahead of her stands a dark figure, surrounded by an aura that roars like flames. 2 flickering flames glow atop his head. From the start, Da clearly shows his dominance. Then Trek steps back slightly, her expression cautious under the heavy pressure. She watches him without blinking. Quietly, she whispers, Dia, I hope you are strong enough. As the match kicks off, Defa immediately releases a massive steam cloud, engulfing the arena. This opening move asserts his presence, surprising the crowd who shout, "What is going on? I can see a thing." Naimim Sai in the stands claps excitedly on the table and speaks loudly into the mic. How will Thandrek, the gifted girl, handle the Black Horse Dithaza in this year's test? Let us wait and see. Back in the arena, the tension is thick. Dia eyes his opponent, a perfectly built girl emerging through the haze. Will Thantrati's superior martial skills and mysterious techniques protect her from any harm? But I can underestimate her. He bites his lip, analyzing his foe. She is not just a martial genius. She has got an incredibly high combat index. The longer this drags on, the worse it is for me. I have to give it my all from the start. Without hesitation, Dia flies up, gathering energy in his palm, and strikes directly at his opponent. He laughs loudly, the light from his blow flashing with fierce determination. But then Treki is not to be underestimated. She immediately raises her hands to defend. Her hands twist together, forming a solid shield. Her sharp eyes calculate, ready to switch from defense to offense. Then I will defend and counterattack. Suddenly, Daha shifts tactics, not throwing the expected punch but moving at lightning speed. His figure blurs, then suddenly appears, whipping his tail hard toward Thantraka's ribs. The powerful strike twists like a crashing wave. Thantri grits her teeth, thinking, that guy's cunning, daring to trick me. She quickly steps back, dodging, irritated as she says, you said you would fight with fists, but you are using a steel tail. Dia, unyielding, opens his wide mouth and roars, unleashing toxic nuclear energy, gathering power. He leaps up, fists clenched, curling like a mantis shrimp, ready to strike Thantreeks. The match is live streamed on the forum, with many watching and commenting. Poor goddess. A deadly battlefield where no soldier spares tricks. This move will drain the goddess's energy. Daha attacks fiercely, giving Thantreki no chance to escape his tail strike. She struggles against his overwhelming power. Both are nearly evenly matched. Daha throws a strong punch to the face, but Thantrek dodges. On the forum, viewers note D haste weapon push back Thantrek's tail. This time she might get away, but immediately, D has aimed straight for her stomach, landing a punch that forces her to endure the hit. He does not stop, unleashing a surging energy blast that blows Thantrek's tail off. Even though she is female, Daha does not hesitate to go all out. A comment on the forum says, no way she can escape the claws laced with his deadly weapons. Anha's rapid attacks targeted the body directly. He raised his sharp claws, eyes gleaming dangerously, unhesitatingly taunting his opponent. It is not that easy. Then Nien spun into a strong strike, swirling energy slashing toward Thantrek. She had to keep moving backward to avoid damage. Anha clenched his fists tightly, grinning with satisfaction. Thantrete had just entered the fight but was already enduring a barrage of attacks. Her eyes widened in terror. Are those claws coated with some kind of poison? She barely finished the thought when Aunt Heva launched a powerful strike, like a storm. Thantri could not react in time. She had to spring off and arch her body to dodge the heavy blow, soaring through the air. But as she looked up, Anha suddenly appeared before her, wearing a twisted smile. His face darkened, both hands clenched into glowing balls of energy. He said, "Don't run." Classmate Liu. Without hesitation, Aunt had attacked relentlessly like an emotionless monster, striking directly at Thantrif. The scene was so intense that only the dazzling flashes of powerful punches were visible. Thantrix still had not had a chance to counterattack, trying to hold a defensive stance and wait. She secretly glanced at Anhatia's continuous assault, feeling terrified inside. With such a high-intensity attack, is not he tired? His stamina must be incredible. She thought to herself that she was caught between two mysterious martial arts. One, the Liu De secret technique with a dazzling defensive shadow. The other, the Enigaivan Jade's fierce offensive power. If she could pull off either one, she might escape this overwhelming situation. But unfortunately, Anha gave her no chance. If she could not hold her ground, she would be pushed out of the arena. Then Traka was exerting all her strength to resist Aunt Ha's devastating blows. Suddenly, a feather appeared on his fist. This feather carried a strange, magical aura. Aunt Ha tried to squeeze his fist tighter to avoid its effect, but it made him uneasy. Looking at it, he did not understand what was happening. Then Tridriki could not stay overwhelmed any longer and decided to use the energy from her eyes. Her eyes gradually transformed into the dark gaze of a wild beast. Time to use my last card, she thought. Suddenly, feathers began to appear, one, then two, carrying a powerful spiritual energy that Aunt Hava could sense. Clearly, these were not something to be trifled with. Then Traak appeared before him, no longer the fragile girl. She transformed into a beast-like figure, with two large wings stretching out behind her, soaring upward like a giant bird. Anha looked up, stunned by this transformation. Then Trex, with the bloodline of the Dark Phoenix, spread her wings wide, her body radiating a powerful energy. An announcement blared, declaring that for the first time, then Trek had awakened the Dark Phoenix bloodline. Until now, she had been holding back, but now she could truly unleash her power. Then Trek had lifted her head, eyes tense as she stared at Aunt Hao, her fists clenched, power exploding. She whispered seriously, "On hats. Be careful. In this state, I can control my strength." Facing the girl's overwhelming aura, Anha remained unfazed. He looked at Than Trek, cracked a mocking smile, and replied, "That is good to hear, because I have only been using 50% of my strength so far." Before Anheja could finish, then Trek immediately used her Dark Phoenix power to envelop his body, draining his energy. Caught off guard, Anha was forced to pause. Then Trek seized the opportunity, moving behind him and raising her hand, gathering massive energy for a decisive strike. But the truth is, everything was part of Diho's plan. You did not dodge, you suddenly turned, clenched your fists, and unleashed all your power in a counterattack. Your face twisted into a terrifying expression. The fight between the two contestants grew fierce. They charged each other like a life or death battle, fists and strength clashing head-on. The force of their punches was so powerful it shook the entire arena. Both wanted to be the victor. The shockwaves from their brutal clash even affected the spectators below. Shouts erupted. "Unbelievable. So intense. I can keep my eyes open." When everything settled, then Truk finally dared to open her eyes. What she saw before her was horrifying. Dai Ho, after that decisive move, had transformed. He stood there, his body shifting, limbs turning into fierce beasts, radiating a powerful nuclear energy. Thunder crackling all around. His skin had hardened into a shell of iron armor. Daiho looked at Than Truck with blazing eyes. His lips emitted a glowing energy like a soulless monster. At Daiho's position, a massive energy burst exploded, thunderous and intense, causing the arena announcements to blare repeatedly. This semifinal was electrifying, every eye fixed on the beautiful rival before him. The energy radiating from Daiho suffocated the air around them. Dangerous waves of power surged higher. The announcers kept shouting, "What is happening?" It seemed Daiho's beastly form was charging up even more power. Suddenly, Daiho transformed again into a new, impressive shape. Hard scales sprouted from his back, releasing intense energy that shattered the arena floor beneath him. The Messi could not take his eyes off his back, where huge scales held nuclear energy, and his spine protruded. Drawing in a massive power surge, he opened his mouth and unleashed a spiraling blast straight at Than Truck. Bright energy waves surged around him, the pillar of power slicing through, leaving Than Truck no time to react. She had to shield herself with her large wings, sitting back anxiously. Her eyes, full of spiritual power, clearly showed her tension. Daiho's massive energy column kept advancing with no sign of stopping, and when it hit Than Truck's wings, a violent explosion erupted, shattering the arena's steps. Than Truck counterattacked with her Bloodline power and shadow moves, but her feathers suffered heavy damage under the pressure. The scene descended into chaos, the announcer shouting, "Not good." Daiho's breath is tearing Than Truck's feathers apart. Daiho showed no mercy, but Than Truck was not an easy opponent to break. Spectators in the stands turned pale, affected by the whirlwind of the battle. Suddenly, glowing golden spots appeared, like luminous honeycombs. These shields stood firm, effectively blocking Daiho's energy. His power struck the shields, causing terrifying explosions. The shields were created by Hong Kin, the Inthan market. That was an image of Daiho. She stood tall, elegant, using her inner strength to protect the match. His gaze fixed on the fight, calmly said, "Watch closely, the strongest champion in Inthan's history will be born today." The crowd above erupted in cheers and applause like roaring waves. The Mepsi with slick back hair shouted into the mic, full of excitement. These drops of blood belonged to Than Truck, who suffered Daiho's terrifying strength. The girl looked pale, her wings torn, with only a lucky shred of clothing left. Than Truck was exhausted, her lips moving, struggling to say, with just one strike, he broke my Phoenix defense. Can I really defeat him?" Whispers echoed in her mind. Since childhood, Than Truck had carried the heavy legacy of her family's generations. She was the hope to revive the Liu family, forbidden to lose. The ancestors of the Liu clan have always watched over you. Do not let us down. Always stay strong. But inside, Than Chive was just a fragile little girl. Her mother's words still echoed in her heart. "Than Checks, I poured all my heart into helping you restore our family. You must never be stubborn." She was never allowed to decide for herself. She always felt weak. "Mom, I can't breathe anymore." Her helpless eyes looked up at her opponent. She whispered softly, "I am so." Daiho stood before her, strong and confident, his eyes those of a victor. Than Chize looked at him, thinking, Daiho really is too powerful. Facing an opponent like that, losing would not be surprising. She was determined to fight to the end, pouring all her remaining strength into this battle. Though her body was covered in wounds, I purposely showed a weakness, so Daiho would notice and finish me off. If I lose this fight, I won't be able to face my family anymore. Maybe dying here would be better. Then Chi charged at Daiho, aiming a light reverse strike so he could end the fight quickly. But Daiho did not move. Surprised, Than Chok looked up and asked, "Why are not you dodging?" Daiho stared coldly, his voice emotionless. "Classmate Than the Chi, why has your fighting spirit vanished?" Caught off guard, Than Chai widened her eyes in shock. Daiho's gaze turned tense and furious, his face darkening. "Do you really see me as your rival? I do not want to claim this victory through such cowardice." Than Chagta could not help but listen to Daiho's fierce words. Her eyes held a mix of emotions, fear of what was unfolding before her. Daiho showed no mercy, lunging forward and punching Than Chetsi in the face. Helpless, she raised her hand to shield herself and took the blow. Daiho did not stop, unleashing powerful kicks that knocked Than Chetsi down, leaving her unable to endure. She yelled, "You bastard. No one's ever dared hit me like this since I was a kid." Despite being battered, Than Chek shouted, "I already wanted to concede. Why do you keep chasing me?" By now, Than Chetse's endurance had reached its limit, awakening a hidden power inside her. The energy around her flared fiercely. She screamed, "Don't hit a girl's face. You jerk." Finally, Daiho stopped. The two of them glowed, looking at her with sly smiles. "Right? If you do not want your face hit, stay sharp." It seemed Daiho had helped Than Chepsa unleash her ultimate power. Her current form was stronger than ever. Her wings fully recovered, even larger than before, radiating powerful and deadly energy. She sighed, her eyes sharp and determined. "Just as Daiho wished, I will use my strongest form to defeat him." At this moment, Than Chive had reached her peak form. Her wide wings shone brightly, radiating immense power. Daiho watched, Unable to hide his astonishment at the power she now held, he smirked, eyes gleaming with excitement. So this is the true form of the demon beast. Now things get interesting. Da quickly activated his demon lord form. His body tensed, every cell turning into solid armor. Blue flames burst forth, creating a fierce energy source. He laughed with satisfaction, feeling the thrill of an unbeatable battle ahead. Opening his mouth like a beast, he took a deep breath and roared, "Then I won't hold back either." Da leaped forward, the power from his feet exploding like a blast, shaking the ground beneath him. Then Che did not stay still. She quickly noticed Dhecha's impending attack. Her gaze sharpened. She could not just wait to be hit without fighting back. Immediately, from Thanchet's position, a violent energy vortex appeared. It rapidly sucked in, forming a massive tornado glowing brightly. Dia charged with unstoppable force, kicking up a cloud of dust. Without hesitation, she took a deep breath and opened her mouth, releasing a powerful energy field. Energy waves surged out, matching the strength of his attack. Then Chucky poured all her power into the battle, and when the two forces clashed, the entire area trembled. At that moment, a sonic wave burst from Thanchet's mouth, and Dhecha reacted instantly. He stared at her seriously, thinking he was the only one who could yell like that. Then Chife was used to this move and showed no fear. She raised both hands, ready to block, and said, "The same old trick. But this time I won't back down. I will face you head on," she said as the earth element was activated. At the same time, Thanchuk poured all her energy into her hands, forming a sphere of energy. The sphere lit up and instantly transformed into countless arrows shooting straight at Daiho. The clash between them grew intensely tense. No one could predict the outcome. In the stands, everyone was restless as the announcer's voice boomed. Daiho's earth element and Liu Thanchuk's blood magic created an explosive gunfight. The crowd gripped their hands nervously and stood up excitedly. This is not good. This kind of collision is beyond what two fighters can control. To protect the audience, the mayor of Hong Kin Market used his power to erect 3 tall white walls. These walls were meant for protection, but when hit by the combined power of both fighters, they shattered instantly. After the two energy pillars collided, the stands fell silent from the shock. Was that wall just created by the mayor? Everyone stared at the rubble, amazed by the power they would just witness. Seeing the wall he created break in an instant, the mayor of Hong Kin could not help but worry. Without his intervention, everyone might have been affected. He thought to himself, the 3 layers of the divine wall this time were rushed and uncertain, allowing Daiho and Liu Thanchuk's attacks to clash directly. Would have expected 2 contestants this year to surpass all predictions. Back on the arena floor, Thanchuk was battered, her slender hand dripping blood like a river. Her breathing was heavy. Her delicate face and right arm were completely ruined. She had returned to human form, wounded and weak, but her eyes remained determined. Thanchuk struggled to speak each word. The power of the demon beast's true body is running out. She lifted her head, eyes filled with resolve as she looked at Daiho, though she knew it was hopeless. She refused to give up. "I can still fight." Daiho stomped the floor and appeared in front of her. He had returned to normal, showing no sign of injury. Meanwhile, Thanchuk's outfit was barely enough to cover her, and her right arm was shattered. Thanchuk looked at Daiho suspiciously. "My attack clearly hit you. How are you unharmed?" Daiho looked at her calmly and said flatly, "If you had not removed the radiation on yourself in time, you would be dead by now." His words showed he attacked but still left her a way out. Thanchuk bit her lip, trembling, then looked up with wide eyes, tears streaming like a river. "I never wanted to fight this hard. Why do you keep pushing me?" Daiho sat down gently, looking her over silently. After a moment, he spoke seriously, no longer cocky. "You really do not want to fight? Or are you just stubbornly refusing to admit your hunger for victory? While you risk everything, I felt your burning desire to win." Thanchuk glared at him, speechless. Her small mouth moved slightly as she thought, "Yes, I really wanted to beat him earlier, so I dropped my guard and went all out. But why did I do that? I clearly hate fighting and just want to lose quickly." Yet in that moment of battle, I truly felt it, the thrill of fighting for myself, not for anyone else. Right then, Daiho's warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Thanchuk blushed, looked up, and strange feelings stirred inside her for the guy who had beaten her so badly. Is this what a gentleman is like? He beats me up, then stays to heal me. Daiho channeled energy into her arm, saying, "In battle, you carry too many distractions." Thanchuk looked at her hand in disbelief. Her wounds and radiation had vanished without a trace. Daiho was not arrogant like the others. He looked at her with respect and gently said, as if she was still the strongest rival he had ever faced. Then he turned and smiled softly. "Next time, there will always be a chance. I am eager for a pure fight with you." Meanwhile, Thanchuk's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She blushed like a ripe tomato, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Daiho, unable to look away. Daiho stood in the center of the arena, victorious with flawless skill, earning everyone's full admiration. As the dust settled, the announcer's voice echoed, signaling the end of the first semifinal. Daiho, the top student from Inthen High School, wins. On the big screen, the image of Daiho's next opponent appeared clearly. The announcer's tense voice rang out. After Daiho defeated Liu Thanchuk's Suchu's victory was no surprise. The crowd was heating up, and now the high school final was fast approaching. This showdown between Diekaz and Suchu, two students from the same top school, began drawing a massive audience. The live viewer count skyrocketed to over 496 million, sparking a huge wave of excitement and anticipation. After thorough preparation, Suchu stood tall, gripping his energy-infused sword tightly. His sharp gaze swept over Deha without hesitation. "Let us begin." Deha responded with a dangerously confident smile. His face lit up, eyes sharp and full of energy. "Bring it on." Without waiting, Suchu launched the first attack. His sword energy gathered rapidly as he leapt high, striking fiercely with powerful force. But Deha remained still, completely calm. He crossed his arms, feeling no impact at all from Suchu's strike. Shouting at him, a powerful column of energy blasted out, shattering Suchu's entire attack. The shockwave pushed everything back, easily overwhelming his opponent. Suchu struggled to stay standing, shielding his eyes to see clearly, gripping his glowing blade tightly as he muttered, "Trying to avoid my clones. Then I will just blast them all away." Brutally and simply. Realizing his opponent's overwhelming strength, Suchu immediately sensed the true power behind Defa's defense was unbeatable. Among their peers, who could take him on one-on-one, he was a monster. Undeterred, Suchu focused his mind and resolved to change tactics. His eyes shifted color, signaling determination as he switched to a new strategy. "If I can fight close up, then I will take this battle long range," he shouted. Bloodline Awakening. Just a month later, Suchu's body transformed into a giant divine dragon, fierce and powerful. His form distorted, his arms and head changed, projecting an imposing image. Concentrating energy into his hands, he unleashed a fierce attack. Roaring, Frozen Demon Dragon. This breathtaking spectacle amazed the audience, who flooded the live chat with praise. Suchu could summon an enormous glacier, truly the Frozen Demon Dragon's power. Hovering midair, facing Dia, his entire body radiated intense icy energy. The crowd cheered him on nonstop. "Beat the Demon King. Come on, Ice Master." The massive glacier Suchu created covered the whole arena, completely blocking Dietheza. The crowd was awestruck by Suchu's overwhelming power, but as Suchu felt his body heavily affected by the ice's strength, he silently thought, "This icy surge is hitting me hard." Meanwhile, the announcer's voice cut through the tension. The glacier was starting to melt. Sure enough, Da's terrifying power began to melt the ice. A strong atomic energy beam blasted from his mouth, completely destroying Suchu's glacier. Suchu was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. How could it break so easily? Immediately, he reacted quickly, summoning another glacier to block the attack. But the energy storm kept rushing toward him relentlessly. A massive explosion erupted, everything engulfed in energy and dust. After everything settled, one of Diaza's legs slammed hard against the floor as he coldly said, "Your Hunma long power means nothing to me. Looks like I have got you completely figured out." Suchu sighed, fully aware of the vast gap in true strength between them. "Dia, here's my final move. This is the ultimate martial technique I plan to use against all Ithan tricks. But now, I will use it to defeat you." Sepha tensed up, his great sword glowing as energy surged into it. He shouted, swinging the powerful sword downward, slicing through the air. A loud crash echoed, shaking the entire arena. Moments later, a drop of red blood fell onto the floor, signaling the tension was far from over. Deha raised his strong, spiked hand before him. Blood dripped from his hand, but his voice showed no fear. "Wait until you get a better sword. Maybe then you will have a chance." But the biggest surprise was not his words, it was Suchu's face, now pale purple, unable to believe his sword had been completely destroyed. My sword is broken. How big is the chance?" Dia, still wearing that familiar teasing smile, replied while watching his nearly desperate opponent. The chance is just a bit better than those weaklings." He fully understood his own strength, and seeing Suchu realized the situation, with a slight change, the latter raised his hand high and declared, "I concede." The battle ended suddenly and quietly. Just like that, the announcement boomed, and the entrance exam concluded. Do wins. He stood there, the first place winner, shy amidst the dust and ruins of the arena. Never before had the livestream viewers been this excited. I was not mistaken. And D is amazing, Sif is strong, but he is nothing compared to Dia. Praise flooded social media, and images of Da's victory quickly spread. Likes kept climbing nonstop. Dtheka, this dark horse, really pulled through till the end. Everyone joyfully shared this victory, especially Inthan students who witnessed this historic moment. With this win, Deha became the strongest top scorer in Inthan's history. His name was engraved on every billboard across the city. And now, as forums buzzed nonstop, congratulations poured in endlessly. In the stands, people cheered without stopping, unable to hold back their emotions. At that moment, the Messi and Hongkun stepped onto the stage, pointing at Delta proudly saying, "After 3 intense days of battle, the 24th Inthan exam has found its champion Dthafka from Inthan First High School." Dia, with a shy smile, scratched his head standing there. The Messi continued, "Dia, We have heard your strength developed gradually with long-term effort. Dia! Do you have anything you want to share? He was a bit nervous, thinking to himself, people can be so cultured. Even someone like me can speak like this. After a moment, Dia calmed down and smiled, clearing his throat. First, I have to thank my teacher, who never gave up on me even at my hardest times. He helped me overcome my willpower challenges. The scene shifted to the homeroom teacher, clutching the TV tight, tears streaming down. Honestly, I do not deserve your praise. Dia! As your teacher, I admit I failed to notice your potential. I am truly— Before he could finish, Dia heard the principal waving him over. The principal. He panicked. Thinking quickly, the principal gestured, then said, 2 million. Dia, our top scholar, I award you 2 million in scholarship funds. Dia's eyes lit up seeing the amount, and he immediately spoke into the mic. Thank you to my beloved school. Thank you, dear principal. Without the leadership of N Min today, I would not be here. Then Dia raised his hand high, spirit blazing, and added, finally, I want to thank myself. Without my effort and wisdom, I would not have this glory. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, account holder. You have earned the title of top scholar. Reward, 1 random ability draw. Iho was surprised, his eyes shining, amazed at the title of top scorer. So there is even a chess achievement system in the stadium corridor. After winning the top scorer title, Iho ran as if chased by dogs. Behind him, noisy reporters swarmed like bees around honey. Questions kept flying at him from all sides. Iho, do you feel pressure being the top scorer? How did you improve so fast in just 2 years? Are you planning to enter Hodu University? The reporters did not stop, relentlessly grilling him. Iho tried his best to escape, but sharp questions kept coming. Stop chasing. I really gotta pee, he muttered, almost about to wet himself but stubbornly kept running. The reporters would not relent. One caught up, shoved a mic in his face and kept asking, Iho, which looks better, Tong Chuk or they Thiu Lin? Despite running frantically, Iho showed no reaction. His face darkened, clearly exhausted, but he whispered there was no time to waste on these reporters. He sped up, leaving the reporters behind as their calls faded. Iho, wait, one last question. Entering the basketball arena, Iho finally escaped the reporters. He gasped for breath, clenched his fists, and smiled proudly to himself. Finally free. Turns out the template is not unique. You can draw more from the system. Rewards. Lost in victory. Suddenly a shadow appeared before him. Iho, congratulations on becoming the top scorer. Iho turned around, startled, thinking, another reporter. But no, it was not a reporter as he had thought. The man politely removed his hat, holding a mysterious briefcase, smiled warmly and said, don't get me wrong. I am not a reporter. I am from Hodu, he said seriously, locking eyes with Iho. Now, let us talk about your gene lock. Iho was a bit confused, did not respond immediately. Gene lock, he thought. I have not unlocked any gene locks. My abilities all come from the monster template. He knows my power. Who is he? Doubts about this mysterious man started to grow. The man calmly put his hat back on and said, Gene lock, you inherited it from your father, right? Iho answered immediately, yes, recalling the original owner's memories. He could not deny it. The man pulled out a file from his briefcase and said, Iho, are not you curious? How could an ordinary taxi driver like your dad know terms unrelated to his job? That question made Iho think, could his father be a hidden expert? The man showed the sealed file to Iho. Because of your special case, Hodu can decrypt one document. Iho quickly opened the file, barely reading before checking thoroughly. He saw info about Prometheus, a top gene research institute in Lam Tin, but it was sealed after a major incident. Gene lock technology was their key project. Iho now understood why this man sought him out. So you think my dad was a senior researcher at Prometheus, and I am their secret product? Man approached Iho and added, Don't worry. The state won't give you trouble. I am here just to make sure you understand the situation. You are involved, so you need to know. Iho replied calmly, Bro, I am calmer than you think. The man continued, You are a national priority. We will protect you. Iho smiled, a bit satisfied. Then I will take my leave. He felt a bit proud, realizing he was becoming famous, but trouble was not far behind. Haha, this society is so practical. He laughed out loud in the gym, then looked at the man from Hogutsu and said softly, Well then, I will take my leave. Diha clasped his hands. He had won first place in this exam, along with a scholarship of 2 million plus 800,000 in prize money. But what excited him most was the chance to draw a new ability sample. That feeling was overwhelming. He could not hold back his excitement, almost bursting with joy. Diha thought, I can't wait any longer, and quickly reactivated the system. Instantly, a swirling circle of energy appeared before him, like a mysterious door opening. He stood there, eyes locked on the strange glowing circle spinning in front of him, almost hypnotized. He whispered, I just can't wait. Before Devra, The energy circle spun, emitting a magical light that filled the entire space. He stood wide-eyed, overwhelmed by the appearance of a supergiant transformation, an eerie figure like a humanoid beast, cloaked in misty smoke. The system displayed stats. Ability sample level. Supergiant transformation. Giant transformation range. 60. High heat. Embryonic immortal form. Original personality form. Compatibility 1%. Diaz stared thoughtfully at what was before him. Supergiant transformation. He wondered aloud, then suddenly remembered something. Eyes wide. He thought, if combined with the sample of the Diabolic Emperor, abilities from different models might stack. What would happen if a Titan giant fused with the Demon Lord of the Diabolic Emperor? Immediately, before Dia appeared an image of a giant Titan combined with the Diabolic Emperor. The figure was massive and fierce, with a long tail sweeping through the air. He realized he was facing a true monster king. Scene shifted to a dark room, where a large man was talking on the phone. Brother Hawk Long. Do you mean no more missions from now on? A voice on the phone answered calmly. Yes, cancel all schedules. The reply from the other side. Understood. On the table were marks from physical impact, as if someone had caused a disturbance. The man then rested his large index finger on the table, his rough face showing clear anger and discomfort, as if trying to hold back rage. A voice from the comms reported, we could not find your body in the secret area, but at the last known signal location, radioactive traces were detected. The man was silent for a moment, then muttered softly. Little brother, I told you not to get involved with the underworld. Why did not you listen? Mom told me to take care of you. On the TV screen, the competition results were announced, and then final. Do wins. The man watched the screen with clear interest and stepped closer to the V, as if to pat Dia's head. Da truly is a rare genius of Anthen. Hoa will definitely fight for him. But sadly, they want to get to see him enroll. Back at Diathar's place, a new mission came through. He was training martial arts but hurried to accept it. Who sends me stuff when I am just about to enter the secret area to test a new sample? Dia Ha pulled out the letter, which had his name on it. The letter said, according to Ho2 Central Science, a new secret area fissure will open this afternoon at Hongangoi Hamlet, and Matt will estimated level. I plan to explore it. Anyone who wants to join, sign your name and district. After reading the letter, Dia Ha did something chilling. His face twisted in disbelief. No way. Who still uses letters nowadays? Or is he some kind of time traveler? Scene shifts to Hungthen Mountain, a place beautiful and majestic in its own way. A huge crowd has gathered here, not just many, but thousands. Everyone is bracing themselves mentally for battle. Dia Ha looked at the scene, pale at the sheer number, at least 1,000 people. The secret realm really is incredibly enticing. The moment he appeared, Suchu noticed and approached Ditha. Daha politely responded. Suftachu. Sifachu saw Ditha smile brightly. He has gotten stronger. Has not he? Ditha forced a friendly smile but thought silently. Didn't expect this guy to be so sensitive. I spent my study money on some gene medicine to boost compatibility to 35%. Even the low-level samples have advantages and work fast. Daha glanced around the room, casually asked, which trial are you aiming for this afternoon? Suchu did not look at him, closed his eyes and answered shortly. That answer made Dihevza smile. Too bad. We are still classmates then, but he quickly noticed something was off about Suchudusu's mood. While Diahaz was lost in thought, suddenly a watery rift appeared in the sky. A strange spatial door opened, catching everyone's attention. The secret realm is opening, someone shouted excitedly. A sudden wave of fierce energy hit as a monster emerged through the space rift. It was a three-headed vulture with huge wings, diving to attack the crowd below. A warrior below pointed excitedly at the sky. Big boss. The secret realm's opening. Brothers, take down that beast and enter the secret realm. The group of warriors immediately gathered, pooling their energy, ready to fight. Their attacks launched in unison, like a powerful army. The three-headed vulture was strong, but could not withstand the warriors' combined force. In moments, it was completely battered. The vulture was left with just a few feathers, under a fierce assault from the fighters. At this point, Dia entered the secret realm, stepping into a wild, unfamiliar forest. The trees here were different, and the blood scent in the air made him mutter. The blood smell is strong. Suddenly he realized this was the hunting ground the mutated beasts had been waiting here for us. He quickly ordered all warriors, under national law, to prioritize killing the demonic beasts and resist the mutated ones. In the blink of an eye, mutated monsters with skull heads but fleshy bodies started attacking. The warriors newly inside the secret realm were not scared. All were ready to fight, unleashing full energy to face the fierce attack. Suche joined, rushing forward with his blue sword raised high, shouting, Bloodline mind power. Atomic burst fist, his powerful strike, combined with the strength of the blue sword, smashed into two charging monsters, forming a huge ice mountain that blocked them. At that moment, a monster tried to attack Suchu from behind. Seeing this, Da quickly used his energy, firing a strong beam that pierced the monster, making it explode mid-air. Suchu quickly turned, grateful, saying, "Thanks so much." With Diadhad's help, the monsters were quickly wiped out, leaving only scattered blood mist and red stains on the ground. Da turned to see Chu calmly. None of the demonic beasts in this secret realm know how to fight. Chu looked at the monsters defeated by Diadha, feeling a bit intimidated. Dia, you have taken down so many demonic beasts and have not lost? He marveled. Feels like you are a storm of destruction, pushing back all creatures and wrecking everything. Da kept moving, nuclear energy glowing from him, as if the space around was completely purified. Everyone watching could not help but be surprised at Diadha's overwhelming power. Damn, how can he fight so fast? Could one of them be a high-level warrior secretly helping? Another martial artist said. Among them is the top scorer of Inthen University's entrance exam. The top scorer of the university with the power to kill magical beasts like that. Everyone was stunned to realize Diha was not just an ordinary beginner martial artist. Those around quickly gathered in front of Diadha, cheering and urging the pack of beasts toward the top scorer. Moments later, a shout rang out. The beast pack leader is down. We have won. The beast pack finally began to retreat. Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Sweat soaking his shirt. At least the first wave of the beast pack was over. At first, over 1,000 martial artists had gathered, but now only about 800 remained after the casualties. Speaking of which, Diadha laboriously carried the giant bags of stones left by the monsters and warily approached Chu. Chu. Tell me, how am I supposed to gather all this? Chu, surprised by Diadha's greed, asked, why did you collect so many demon cores? Then Chu took out a ring and said, this is my space. Just put your stuff in here. Diadha saw the ring and smiled wryly, a space ring worth tens of thousands of gold pieces. Chu, did not expect you to be such a secret big shot. At that moment, someone announced that Elder Vsem had arrived, and both looked toward the sound. The crowd told the newcomer about Diadha. Lucky he defeated the beast leaders, or we would have died in that beast tide. Everyone looked at the newcomer with admiration. He was tall, covered in tattoos, and greeted them immediately. Hello? You are the top scorer of Inthen University's entrance exam. Right? I am the captain of the Silver Wolf Division here in Inthen. He approached Deva and extended his hand confidently. I just heard from the team members about your heroic deeds. Would you like to join our martial arts team? If you join, it won't interfere with your university studies. On the contrary, you will gain access to even more resources. Vsem is ready to accept you as an rank member of the team. Everyone was amazed and stunned by him. This was a great opportunity, because without the support of a strong deputy, a martial artist's career is hard to sustain, especially in Hikuk where Silver Wolf groups are very powerful. Moreover, rank membership in the Silver Wolf team is something even Hovi University students rarely get. Just then, a girl riding a black tiger approached. She wore a seductive outfit. Her strong appearance amazed everyone. She spoke up. Vsem, you are quick, coming here to steal my recruit. Then she turned to Dihi seriously. Classmate Dia, join our successful martial arts team. Although our team is smaller than Silver Wolf, I guarantee if you join, you will get 15% of our monthly cultivation resources. Her invitation stirred a noisy buzz among the crowd. Despite both Vsem and the girl enthusiastically inviting him, Diha remained cold. He turned away and said softly, sorry, but I have no intention of joining a team right now. Then he shook Vsem's hand. Vsem, though a bit disappointed, politely replied, no worries. Dia, we invited you just to make friends. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to contact Silver Wolf. The girl also spoke up. Our successful martial arts team is always ready to help. Diha replied frankly. Though I am not joining, making friends is always good. However, Vsem could not help but wonder. Did you just use that hand to pick that paper? Right? Diha just laughed and said, don't mind it. At that moment, Chu approached Dihecha confidently, saying, the beast tide has been pushed back. Now we can explore on our own. This is a giant forest. First, let us climb a tree to get an overview before planning further. Diha simply replied, okay, and both quickly dashed up, swift as the wind. Chu was amazed at Diha's speed. He could not keep up too fast. After a while, they stopped atop red leaf trees. Sucha's eyes widened as he looked ahead, unable to hide his shock. What the hell is that? From a distance, huge trees appeared. But what terrified Sucha were the gigantic monster shapes, dozens of times bigger than the trees, slowly advancing toward them through the mist. But unlike Sucha's worry, Daiho remained calm. His face filled with excitement. The tougher the challenge, the more he loved it. Smirking, Daiho said, it is not hard to imagine. We are still young. In a few years, who knows? We might even conquer the wild beasts in this mysterious realm. Maybe we can even uncover the truth behind this secret place. Seeing Daiho's confident expression, Sucha could not help but admit, that is Daiho for you. I feel fear facing what I do not understand, but he is confident he can defeat it all. Sucha compared himself silently to Daiho, thinking, seems like not only in martial arts but also in willpower, I am no match for him. He is the real martial artist here. At that moment, Daiho turned back with a serious look. He used his solar energy to scan the area. His expression shifted completely, no longer the usual Daiho, but a fierce, eager warrior. Their cores will be mined sooner or later. Then he got serious and used his power to check the life distribution in the secret realm. Something strange, there is a soul lake to the southeast. Like a vacuum zone. All pure white. There must be weak monsters there. The bigger the water source, the rarer the fish. He pointed forward. Focused. Let us. Sucha. To the southeast, there is a lake. Let us check it out. Daiho and Sucha strolled through the vast forest when suddenly a familiar voice called out. Ahead was the girl who helped Daiho during his first days of buying medicine for jealousy. Seeing Daiho, she smiled warmly and greeted. Isn't this our Daiho? I did not expect you to get this strong. Vuli's teammate standing nearby also spoke with a friendly face. Vuli? You even know our Nthan? Another girl from below looked up, laughing. Yeah? Hurry up and introduce yourselves. Daiho just smashed that gang of crazy beasts over there. Daiho quickly approached Vuli's team and asked, Vuli, how long have you all been here? Vuli smiled brightly, answering enthusiastically. Just arrived. We have 2 skilled swimmers scouting the lake now. Near the lake, a man's head surfaced from the water, panting heavily, clutching the grass, shouting joyfully, We are rich, we are rich. Vuli heard this and asked, Rich how? The man, Vuli's teammate, happily announced. There is a relic underwater. We are set for life. Vuli was thrilled and said right away. Really? Awesome. We are rich. Daiho grew curious and turned to Sucha, asking, What kind of relic? Why are they so excited? Sucha, knowing a bit, replied, In this secret realm, there are ancient structures, probably ruins of a lost civilization. I heard modern martial arts and genetic tech both trace back to them. Suddenly, Vuli's teammate widened his eyes, alert, and asked, Are there others here? Thinking they meant harm, he drew his sword and lunged to attack both of them. Vuli stopped him by grabbing his arm, halting the attack. Hold on. Wudong. Daiho and Sucha are the champion and runner-up of the Nthan exam. Their strength far surpasses normal fighters. Let them come along. Daiho acted cool, slinging an arm over Sucha's shoulder, saying, Right, do not hesitate. We can help explore the relic. Wudong quickly asked about the loot. So how do we split the spoils? Daiho waved dismissively. We are outsiders. We take what we earn. Wudong grumbled but relented. Fine, you can join. Just do not scheme. Inwardly, he reassured himself. Trang Gang and them Ho will be big names someday. I should not mess things up. A moment later, the whole team dove into the river, led by Wudong, who knew where the relic lay. They continued deeper into a dark cavern. Wudong said, Through this cavern lies the relic. As they moved forward, Wudong watched carefully and wondered. Strange. Where's Sliva? Wasn't he supposed to be here? Then Nian, who is hairless, guessed. Maybe he found the treasure and went ahead. Levi was assigned to guard this cavern, but now he is nowhere to be seen. Wudong hurried to contact him. Hello? Levi? You there? Hello? Everyone stay quiet to listen for any sign. Vuli anxiously looked toward the cavern entrance, asking, Did you see any sign of the spirit beasts inside? Wudong replied, None at all. Trap set but no beast showed up. Then, a girl in Vuli's team grew worried and asked, This is too dangerous. Levi's missing. Should we keep going? Facing the female teammate's fear, Wudong was excited, determined to find the relic. If you are scared to grab the prize right before your eyes, then get lost. If you want to get rich, stay and fight. His 3 teammates fell silent, torn between fear and desire. Then Wudong said on his own, If no one's backing down, let us move. Vuli's group pushed deeper into the cavern, followed by Daiho and Sucha. After a while, Wudong shone his flashlight on the ground and spotted human footprints. Daiho looked and started to suspect, signaling a spider mouth motion to Sucha. This does not fit. Sucha returned the spider mouth signal. Right? The timing does not match, Hong Vuli said. Her group just reached near the lake, just about 10 minutes ago, yet they managed to get inside the underwater cavern, find a secret path leading to the relic. It is like opening the map mode in a game. There are traps. Should we warn your acquaintance to leave? But moments later, Daiho gave a strange smile and whispered, I have a secret weapon. Soon after, Wudong led the group to an area with many moss vines, sharp strands hanging down from above. Everyone noticed these moss vines tightly wrapped around human bones. Wudong said, This is a spirit node. It has lost its light. Looks like it has been drained for a long time. No surprise. We did not see many spirit beasts underwater earlier. They have been all swallowed. Right behind, Vuli glanced and quietly asked, Wudong, where's the relic? Before Wudong could answer, the remaining girl in the team gasped. Speechless, the group followed her pointing finger and saw a horrifying scene. A teammate's corpse strangled by moss vines. His body was dry, life completely drained. Both girls in the group panicked. Lave's dead. Vuli's face went pale. Never expected this to happen in her team. Her eyes fixed on the body, hands trembling, unsure what to do. At the same time, Wudong focused on the relic. Crouched down, shouting, "Where's the relic? Why can't I see it?" Suddenly, lumps appeared on his head, his body convulsed like epilepsy. Face pale. Stammering, "How did Lilai die?" Vines, I feel it too." Before he could finish, Wudong's head exploded, tentacles sprouted from his neck. Twisting upward, Villa quickly realized what was happening. Shouted, "Everyone, run!" At that moment, a blinding light appeared. Atomic energy shot straight at Wudong's tentacle-covered head. Wudong had fully turned into a monster. But before he completely transformed, Daiho acted fast to stop it. "The life is still warm." Daiho said, "I did not expect spirit beasts to be this smart." They captured 2 fighters. Parasitized them, using one as bait. "We have been led into their lair." At that moment, long tentacles reached toward Daiho. The path out was suddenly blocked by falling boulders. Panic set. The spirit beast blocked the escape. It would not let them get away. So Chao stared at the monster, then shouted to the crowd, "This is a ghost vine. A level 2 spirit beast." Willy was confused, cold sweat pouring, mouth dry and stammering. Level 2. Spirit beast. King level ranks can't be judged by normal standards. They are no match for our top-tier fighters. Di-Ha stayed confident, smiling. "Ignoring the rank, watch me crush it to pieces." Boom! A loud explosion echoed, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. From the dust emerged a tall, rugged man, the one who had been watching Di-Ha earlier, arriving just as he faced the second-level Beast King. He strode forward boldly and said, "Di-Ha, I have come to take your life." That is when Di-Ha started naming names. The Blood Wolf clan fighters at the 8th rank. Di-Ha suddenly turned around, his face cold, asking calmly, "Still others targeting me?" The big guy began recounting exactly how he had been tracking Di-Aza. "I heard someone used radioactive energy against the beasts at Ting Thu Mountain. I knew it had to be you. Just follow the radiation trail, and you will find where you are. I did not expect to be found. And you even blocked my path with multiple attacks. I completely stopped my heartbeat and breathing. Playing dead. And you still saw through it. No wonder you once cornered the entire Hoke family." Seeing the man put so much effort into finding him, Da glanced at him oddly and asked, "Hey, big guy, who the hell are you?" Suddenly, he said some strange words. "Do we know each other?" The question angered the man, who could not hold back and lunged to attack. "Stop playing dumb die." His punch was fierce, charging massive energy straight at Di-Ata's head. But before he could strike, several beast tentacles blocked him. The guy could only stand there, frustrated and helpless, yelling out, "This is the lair of the Ku Maziing. How dare you drag me here and use demon beasts against me?" He was so angry that he lost all reason, unable to control his emotions. "Damn it! Was this your plan?" Di-Ha looked at him but said nothing, just stood there with arms crossed. Observing, the guy was struggling hard against the demon beast, constantly attacked and beaten until he was gasping for air. "You dared to trick me," he shouted in fury. Di-Ha remained motionless, calmly watching. This guy's creative first-time meeting, and already like this? Di-Ha thought. The demon beast's vines kept wrapping around him, irritating him so much he exploded with power, burning energy to break them apart. "Annoying. You are my target, not these vines." The scene became more chaotic as the guy fought fiercely, shaking the entire cave, which could collapse at any moment. The behind, growing more worried. "Not good. The cave's about to collapse." She turned to see Di-Hexa still standing there. Activating his demon emperor form, he began gathering nuclear energy, preparing a powerful attack. As he concentrated energy, a bright orb formed, strong enough to shatter rock, and water started flooding in. Di-Ha pointed to the side and quickly said to Vi-Elf, "You all go ahead." The team quickly retreated, but the traitorous guy refused to let go and kept attacking Di-Fa. At that moment, Suchu appeared, swinging his sword to block the guy's path. "I don't even dream of touching Di-Tha." The guy was not scared. Mocking, "Haha, kid, I am a master fighter. What can a few ice blocks do to me?" But before he could act, Di-Fa charged in with a fierce punch straight to his face. "Hey, nosy uncle. What are you even looking at?" The man looked up just in time to see Di-Ata's fist inches from his face. No time to react. One punch crushed him to the ground, light from the blow blazing throughout the cave. Di-Ha did not want Sisochu to get hurt for him, so he turned to him and said, "You go ahead. That guy's too strong. You can handle him." Then the young man faced the enemy with a serious look. "Let me handle him. One hit from me will wear him out." The group followed Di-Hecha's direction and swam back toward shore. VLE's team was safe while the Ku Mugung went berserk, stirring up the lake bottom. A while later, when Suchu surfaced, Veal asked anxiously, "Where's Stiadia?" Suchu looked sad and did not answer, just turned his head toward the underwater cave, implying he was still there. Back in the cave, Di-Ha's energy waves were destroying everything, emitting incredibly powerful nuclear energy. He was straining, Activating a new form, Ditha only dared to use the newly updated Titan form from his system after everyone left. As soon as he activated it, the young man quickly used one giant Titan hand to crush the stranger. Within moments, the big guy floated to the surface, his whole body bruised and severely injured. Dia's energy waves also shook those above the water. Sachijuo saw Dija's giant figure and widened his eyes, trying to understand what he was seeing. After a while, Diaha returned to normal and swam close to shore. He slapped the grassy ground, his upper body bare. Sifchu ran over and called out, Dia! Diha did not dare climb ashore yet and said, Suftachu, can you bring me some clothes? After changing, the young man sat down. Enduring everyone's questioning, Sachu immediately asked, what was that explosion just now? Dia, tired, sat down to rest and replied, that was the mysterious martial artist. He brought a plasma bomb to self-destruct along with the Ku Maziing. Sachu was shocked. Isn't the plasma bomb a banned military item? How did he get it? I felt the blast was even stronger than a plasma bomb. Still, Sachu remained suspicious and hesitated and spoke again, sensing a giant figure in the smoke. Dia, afraid of being discovered, turned pale, broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly denied it. It is nothing, just an illusion. Daha breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, lucky to have gotten away with it. If they knew about your monster template power, it would not be good. You went a little too hard, crushing that martial artist to get the demon core. It is all done now. Time to say goodbye to the VLE group. She waved goodbye. Dia, we are heading off first. Sorry for making you come for free and even save us. We will repay you once we are out of the secret realm. Da politely and warmly waved back. Don't be so formal. Sizvi, consider it a return favor for what you helped me with last time. If you repay me, then I am the one owing you. Now only Da and Sechu remained. They exchanged serious looks and whispered together. Now it is time to have some fun exploring. 3 days later, at the entrance of the Qingthe Mountain secret realm, Diha then Sichu finally cleared it. They jumped out, and as soon as their feet hit the ground, they stopped and looked up. No way! The barren mountain from 3 days ago had turned into a small town. Above them, a large aircraft flew by. Both were stunned. Only a few days, and they built a whole town. And there is even a transport plane. The building power of H. Cookie is truly terrifying. Rushing to the exchange counter, Daha slammed a bag of spirit stones on the table. The clerk warned, please be gentle. If anything breaks, it won't benefit you. Daha scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. I am carrying too much stuff. If I do not take it out quickly, it is hard to check everything. The woman behind the counter responded enthusiastically. Don't worry. We are experts. Daha breathed a sigh of relief, took out the spatial bags, and calmly said, all right then. At that moment, many large bags of spirit stones like the previous one were brought out. He counted each bag, and when he pulled out the last one, he sighed in relief. The final bag, but looking around, even the clerk turned pale. The spirit stone bags were piled so high it shocked her. The girl asked in a husky voice, sir, have you taken them all? Diadra looked straight at her and gave a dangerous smile. His sharp gaze seemed to pressure her to hurry. Yeah, done. But you better speed up. We still have more spirit wings. Oh my. This is a 7-attribute leaf at least 300 years old. This kind of spirit wing is extremely rare. Even seasoned herb gatherers struggle to find them. This kid's luck is unreal. Even finding the 6 harmony herb, a key ingredient for refining the Kisi pill. This batch of spirit wings, even at low quality, is worth 30 million. Rare types are even more expensive. This martial artist is insanely lucky. Became rich overnight. The old man glanced around, then suddenly said, are you losing it? Finding this many spirit wings is not just luck. People like him are definitely not to be messed with. Da stood in a distant corner, observing their attitudes, muttering to himself, now those useless white and green cores are worthless to me. Better to exchange them all for cash. He smirked, his voice dark and dangerous. The 5 green demon cores from the 3 great demon beasts in the evening and the 2 great demon lord species with golden spots are the real treasures. After a while, the bank announcement rang out. Beep beep. Bank card balance increased by 27,507,000 yuan. Da calmly put his hands in his pockets, stepped out of the transaction room, muttering calculations for his next move. Demon cores done. Now to find buyers for the spirit medicines. Suddenly, a luxury car pulled up right in front of him. Daha looked up, glancing around. Unsure whose car it was, an older man stepped out, approached confidently with a smile. Hello Dotha. I am Lahi Yin, owner of Bunrothava Pharmacy. I heard you have many spirit medicines from Kung the Mountain. I will pay 1% above market price. Daha glanced casually, not very interested in the offer, but calculated quickly in his mind. Those old center-level guys trying to smuggle my info 1T matter. I need to sell anyway, so having buyers come to me is perfect. You agreed to sell it right away. La just bought it and came back, reminding me to find him next time if I have any elixirs. Daiho watched him leave, still holding his phone. Beep beep. The bank card added 745 million, 16.4 million. Looking at the added amount in the account, he muttered, So much money but still not as good as a 10% power boost. Personal martial strength is the real truth. Elixirs in white or blue demon cores on the market are useless now. Then, Daiho sighed warily, complaining that my sample board is even pickier than its owner. I can't even afford top-tier stuff like blood jade fruit or high-grade elixirs. Suddenly, an idea sparked. Daiho looked up, eyes shining up. There is still this way. He remembered the exam where he crushed the Kingchu sword completely thanks to the power of the Mad Accumulation Emperor Demon Core sample board. But when it came to martial skills, he was far behind those specialized fighters. So now, the task is to find some extremely powerful martial skills. Saying that, Daiho dashed off at full speed like a mad horse. All polished up. Old man, I am here to ask for some gold. Scene shifts to Anthan High School. Principal's office. A hot cup of tea was poured on the table. Daiho went straight to the principal's tea table. The principal doted on him like a prize student, massaging Daiho's shoulders and saying, Daiho, never thought you would still remember your old school. Daiho cheerfully turned toward the door. Principal, do not flatter me. The principal nodded. You are the top scorer, a role model for all of Anthan. But this champion came here with a scheme to make more money. Daiho pulled out a large bottle of ginseng tonic, placed it before the principal, and said gently, Sir, this tonic from Hevis Pharmacy is not a bribe, just a token of deep respect for my elder. Seeing the fragrant tonic, the principal's eyes lit up like headlights. Smiling brightly, Daiho, you are truly a good student who respects teachers. After gifting the tonic, Daiho did not forget to say, Principal, I want to learn some powerful martial skills. Do you have any connections? The principal held the bottle and replied, You are not in college yet. You will have to rely on the martial clans for help. You have already passed Hodu. Why rush to enter school so quickly? Daiho looked at the principal with passion. Principal, I want to improve faster. The principal nodded firmly. All right, I can help introduce you a bit. After all, you are a special talent. We educators should teach students according to their abilities, not keep going in circles. Daiho leaned in to whisper a few words to the principal's hand, making him laugh sincerely. You are right, rules are fixed, but people must live. Having teachers like you who understand change is a blessing for education. The principal rubbed himself. Too kind. Too kind. Haha. The next day, Daiho was showering, body soaked, when the phone rang. Daiho, it is done. You can go now, the principal informed him. Daiho replied. Thank you, sir. Which martial clan is it? Surprised, Daiho opened wide and exclaimed, What? Did the Anthanli family agree to pass on secret skills to you? Scene shift to the outskirts of Anthan. A man is speeding on a motorcycle with a blonde girl behind him. The girl's hair flew like a ponytail. Slightly scared, she said, Brother Kayat, you are driving too fast. It is terrifying. The man laughed coolly. It will get even scarier. Enjoying the moment suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind to you. Focus when you speed up. Reckless driving hurts people. The reminder startled the young man and woman in front. They turned to look confused. The man in front, annoyed at being disturbed, snapped, You dumb sugarcane farmer. Are you crazy? Dude, you are riding an old rusty bike and dare to race me. After saying that, he twisted the throttle hard and shot off like a rocket, leaving Daiho and the insults behind. The couple sped down the main road, leaving insults behind, their excited screams echoing. Bro. So cool. Take us with you. Daiho looked down on them with contempt, feeling annoyed inside. He narrowed his eyes watching them, unable to stand their arrogance. Suddenly, a powerful energy burst exploded, startling the couple ahead, their hearts pounding as if about to burst out. Who said bicycles are ordinary? In our Daiho household, we use nuclear power, just one strong pedal, and the bike zooms past those two with ease. You even threw in a line. Get lost, you unlucky brat. Daiho shot off like a rocket, leaving a trail of dust behind, disappearing from sight within seconds. The couple was so scared they broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe their eyes. Bicycles are this fast now? The girl stammered in disbelief. Faster than a plane. Maybe in under 5 minutes. Daiho arrived, stopped the bike, and looked up. Before him stood the gates of a sprawling mansion, a clear sign of immense wealth. He stood alone at the grand gate, eyes thoughtful. Definitely a martial clan, he muttered, scanning the energy around him. Even the force field showed terrifying energy waves. Suddenly, the grand gate swung open, and Thanchuk stepped out, waving at Daiho. She smiled warmly but shyly, a bit hesitant. So you have arrived. Daiho smiled softly back, teasing, Aren't you glad to see me? Thanchuk blushed and quickly denied it. Not all. Daiho pushed on. So you are really happy to see me? Huh. She quickly lowered her gaze and prepared to lead the way. My mom told me to come pick you up. Let us go meet her. Daiho followed Thanchuk inside. Just the gate alone screamed immense wealth. Thanchuk looked up and called out, Mom, Daiho's here. On the high steps, a woman in heels walked slowly. Tan Lamp, the head of the Leo family, her platinum hair curled in waves, lips fuller than ever. A breathtaking beauty spoke. Welcome, Daiho, seeing her, Daho's face flushed hot, his breath escaping like a boiling kettle. This is the one I am really holding on to, he thought greedily. Prime Minister, I have realized it now, after losing the match. Then Truck returned home to face her ever-expecting mother. An unusual silence fell between them. No words were spoken for a long while. Finally, Then Truck spoke first, eyes filled with sadness, on the verge of tears. Mom. But unlike Then Truck's fears, her mother calmly folded her hands, showing little concern, and said, Then Truck, do not worry. On the TV screen, she continued bluntly, I watched your duel live against that kid. Daiho, you did very well. Daiho's abilities are a dark horse. Even in the Hodu exam, you blame yourself. Then Truck did not expect her mother's approval, and felt no pressure at all. She stood there trembling, full of self-reproach for feeling so weak. Then her mother stood, eyes serious as she spoke about the future of the Liu family. Your brother's abilities are limited. He can take over the Liu family by your generation. Only you can bear this responsibility. She approached Then Truck, gently touched her beautiful face, and continued, But you are a daughter, and you were born this way. She went on to reveal the harsh reality about the Liu family. Your father died young. The Liu family has no master backing anymore. Our clan's power has declined so much we are stuck in this small fortress. If a major clan asks for an alliance through marriage, we can refuse. That means the Liu family legacy will be swallowed up by others. I want you siblings to stay together. What do you think? Then Truck was truly shocked. She had never considered this. Her cheeks flushed red, heart pounding. Liu Then Truck's mother seriously shared her vision regarding their rival. Daiho is not bad at all. His talent seems top-notch. Pure skill and unlimited potential. From what I have seen, he is not a cruel person. You do not have to decide now. Just live with him and see how it goes. Back to the present. Daiho had arrived at Liu Then Truck's house. You are standing before the beautiful queen like mother of hers. As soon as she sees you, Lin warmly approaches, fully embodying the Liu family. Dia. Bit. Bows respectfully. Cough. Cough. Hello, madam. I brought a small gift. Everything seems well prepared. Dia even brought a gift for Liu Then Trekie's house, probably trying to win her over without beating around the bush. Liu Then Trekie's mother looks up and asks directly, I heard from Principal Net Chung that you want to learn some advanced martial arts. Right? Da obediently replies, Yes, madam. Lin tells her daughter to take Dithai along. This surprises Dite. He secretly glances up, thinking, why did she agree so quickly? Then, Liu Then Trekie's mother acts totally natural, stepping closer to create a private space between them. Then Trektek will lead you to Liu D's secret martial arts chamber, where forbidden techniques are kept. You only get 1 day to train. Inside the chamber are 3 sets of legendary secret techniques. Whether you master them depends on your ability. With her permission, Deha respectfully thanks her, bowing before the Liu De matriarch. Yes. Thank you, Liu De. She looks at Deha with a mysterious gaze, thinking to herself, thankful it is Liu De he thanked. Nan Lam Sao. Senza has already made a promise to Liu De. Very good. Dia. Liu De will help you fulfill that promise in the future. Liu Then Trek's mother smiles, pleased as she looks at Dietazu, a very smart kid who grows more likable the longer she looks. Meanwhile, Deha does not understand why she is looking at him so strangely. He just feels there is something special in her gaze. Then Trek notices her mother's attitude, but dares not say anything. After a while, she leads Deha to a side passage, leading to a dark tunnel. Then Trek walks ahead, guiding the way, while Deha trails behind her small figure. Suddenly, He stops and curiously asks, Then Trex, why do I feel like your eyes always avoid mine? Then Trek is startled, not daring to turn around. Stammering, I do not do that. But Dia, with a mischievous smile, moves closer and teases. Oh really? Then Trek blushes deeply, embarrassed and speechless. Trying to put distance between them, she exclaims, Hey, what the heck? Do not come so close. Deha laughs loudly, swaying back and forth. After a moment, then Trek leads Deha to a large, sturdy stone door. Both look up at it. Then Trek turns to explain. This is the stone gate. Made from crystallized force stone, a special rock mined from the secret realm. It can absorb attacks from high-level martial artists without cracking. Deha hesitates. Can I try punching it once? Then Trek narrows her eyes. Go ahead, though she says that. Inside she is full of worry. Deha's thoughts are strange. He should be marveling at how incredible this stone is. Right? With Than Triti's approval, Deha begins to gather atomic energy in his palm. His familiar power flares. He clenches his fist tightly and punches hard. She can help but recall the terrifying strikes he unleashed in the arena. As he starts the move, his deadly technique makes her eyes widen. Terrifying memories flood back. She dares not watch, turning away and closing her eyes, afraid the scene will scare her again. Now fully charged, Deha punches the sturdy gate with full force. A massive energy burst radiates from his punch, shaking the entire tunnel. He expects to shatter everything, causing a cataclysmic explosion. But when the punch hits the door, the energy suddenly dissipates. The air grows still, everything eerily silent. Suddenly, then Trecha can hold back her laughter, covering her mouth giggling, while Dahecha stands there, puzzled why the door did not react. It feels like the punch only tapped the stone wall softly. It is like punching the ocean, the force absorbed almost entirely with no effect left behind. Then Trak burst out laughing. Come on, I will take you inside. Tonight, you will definitely see some exciting martial arts. She smiled inwardly, thinking, Dai-ho, even you have moments of defeat. The door opened, and the owner personally led Dai-ho into a large secret chamber filled with numerous martial arts documents and materials. Then Truk began explaining that the martial arts here included body techniques, defense, strength training, and swordsmanship. Then she gently asked, which one do you want to learn? It is simple. Just use this ID card to unlock the permissions. Dai-ho did not hesitate and asked right away, where are the legendary martial arts? She led him to an area with a modern card scanner and said, the legendary martial arts are in the deepest part of the small stone chamber, and you have to scan your card to enter, but you won't be able to grasp it immediately. At best you will only learn a little. Feeling that my mother unlocking permissions for me might not be the best, I can help you choose some martial arts skills that fit your abilities. Dai-ho would not stop, jumping close to Than Truk with a teasing smile. Are you worried about me? Than Truk was annoyed, blushing, thinking to herself, I do not want to talk to this guy anymore. Dai-ho continued, clearing his throat. You do not need to worry about me. I know myself. If I want to learn, I have to go for the strongest, the legendary martial arts here. I am not scared to learn them, otherwise I would just go home quietly. He then curiously asked, is this door sealed with black chemical stones? Than Truk slowly typed the password and replied, the secret chamber for legendary martial arts must be strictly guarded. This type of black chemical stone is extremely rare. It is not something easily obtained. Than Truk continued, to collect these stones, the Liu family has been doing so since the days of great-grandpa Te. Inside, there are many high-strength iron cages, carefully and securely protected, each cage inscribed with the words Flesh Prison Demon. She explained before Dai-ho could ask. Learning legendary martial arts is not just about reading. It is about sensing the author's intent passed down through the art. If you can feel it, or if a martial artist's nature conflicts with its meaning, you can cultivate it. Legendary martial arts are living things. The martial art chooses the practitioner, not the other way around. Dai-ho grew more excited, smiling broadly. Then, Flesh Prison Demon. I must be the chosen child of this martial art. Then, an iron cage labeled Flesh Prison Demon opened, and Dai-ho's shadow looked even more terrifying than the figure inside. He stood firm, hands in his pockets, eyes shining brightly in anticipation. Suddenly, his expression changed, worry clearly showing. Right? Legendary martial arts are not weapons but statues. In front of him was a statue of a monstrous demon sitting on a pile of corpses, trampling the heads of those it had slain. Dai-ho cautiously looked back, wondering, is this the so-called martial fate resonance? Have I really entered the world of martial fate? He recalled the past, surprised to exclaim, legendary martial arts are not weapons but statues. Would Than Truk step forward to explain? Not just statues, it could be paintings, instruments, anything can hold martial fate. This is the divine secret of the Grandmaster. She solemnly explained further. Only the Grandmaster can condense martial fate and embed it into an item to pass down to descendants. Then Truk coldly turned her back and left, saying it is up to you now. Dai-ho did not understand and turned to ask, to me, says, you have not told me how to learn this thing yet. Her eyes full of meaning, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly, sensing martial fate those destined will feel it. He looked clueless, his face blank. Dai-ho sighed in frustration, lying flat, saying, destined, huh? Then I will just take a nap. Then Truk in the monitoring room clearly saw all his actions. Furious, clenching her fists, muttering, Dai-ho really is something else. Back to reality. Dai-ho muttered to himself, so this martial fate world is like a spiritual realm, and I do not have any martial weapons at all right now. Even the nuclear reaction of the Demora prototype can proceed. Seems like I have regressed to a weak normal human form. Suddenly, machine sounds rang out. The test system appeared with a notification. Detected consciousness of the host in a special space. To prevent host death, the control panel will maintain the host's spiritual body. He sighed, saying, luckily the monster prototype is still intact. Suddenly, a man appeared on the broken arm of the statue, laughing loudly, and said, only a true man can inherit my martial arts. Otherwise, I would just let it rot underground. Dai-ho turned around in shock. Lu Chengyu looked down from above, laughing fiercely and challenging. Kid, prove to me you are a real man. He gaped in surprise, thinking to himself, this guy looks exactly like that statue. A streak of lightning flashed by. The man still stood tall above and said, when the early storm comes with lightning, hundreds of night demons will appear. Then, you will guard this ruined shrine for me. Don't let this Bodhisattva's face get defiled by demons. If you succeed, I will reluctantly teach you how to defend the place. If you fail, your mind will be torn apart by the 100 demons. and you will never master the martial path. If you are a weak kid, run away now. From the rooftop, drops of water began to fall onto Daiho's nose. He wondered if it was rain. Looks like the test has begun. Lu Chengyu vanished, and the rain started falling harder. He slowly gripped the sword in his hand. Suddenly, Daiho was surrounded by demons. He showed no fear, eyes wide open, calmly sizing them up. The demons attacked like hungry tigers, but Daiho took a fighting stance. He swung his sword decisively, cutting down the demons. Daiho's eyes flared with fierce determination. He suddenly grinned boldly. Of course, a trial would not let a martial artist face 100 demons unarmed. There must be a hidden tool. Without hesitation, he charged into the swarm of demons as thunder roared across the sky. Daiho swung his sword wildly, almost dancing among the demons. Liu Chengyu, watching from the rooftop, smiled softly to himself. These demons in the trial carry my fierce spirit. A small martial artist dares to step out from the shrine's protection. He is asking for death. Looks like this challenger is a fool. Martial artists these days are definitely weaker than before. Every time, I have to clean up the mess. The demons kept attacking Daiho. Suddenly, one struck from behind when he was not prepared. But who judges skill? He dodged the surprise attack. Even Liu Chengyu could not believe Daiho's skill, saying the demons could not get near him. While the demon was dazed, Daiho looked at his own hand, puzzled, muttering to himself. Inside his spiritual world, the control panel automatically protected him, making him untouchable. Isn't this some kind of perfect shield? Liu Chengyu watched as Daiho wiped out almost all the demons in just a few moments. His eyes twitched. This kid is not affected by the martial luck at all. How did he manage that? Daiho pursed his lips and said, nothing special, just hard training. The demons retreated in fear. Liu Chengyu said, if someone has the spirit to train hard and can tame these demons, then of course I want to go back on my word. I will pass on this inheritance to you. But let us see if you can accept it. Daiho just stood silently in the pouring rain. The statue suddenly shattered, revealing a pit inside filled with mysterious glowing specks. Daiho stepped onto the edge of the pit and looked down. Liu Chengyu continued explaining, inside this pit is the essence of my spirit condensed when I was alive. The demonic body cultivation technique is also here, if you can master it. Before Liu Chengyu finished, Daiho jumped into the pit without hesitation. Liu Chengyu was speechless at Daiho's boldness but managed to say, good, good, good. Such personality, I am seeing this for the first time. In Liu Chengyu's memory, he once ranked top on the server at his peak, a martial prodigy who had survived secrets-level realms thanks to demonic body cultivation. He died because of this technique. As he aged and his blood weakened, the trapped spirits in his body began to rebel. He fell into madness and even killed those around him to avoid more mistakes. He had no choice but to end his own life. Before dying, Liu Chengyu fused the trapped spirit's energy with his martial luck into this statue as a vessel. Although separated by 100 years, the martial aura in the space has greatly dissipated. It is still not something a small martial artist can withstand. If Dia can absorb this aura, he could definitely surpass himself on the path of the fleshly demon. In the monitoring room, Lu Thantruk and Tan Lam were also present. She suddenly widened her eyes in shock. She hurriedly asked Tan Lam, Mom, what is going on? On the screen, Dia looks like he is writhing in pain. In the monitoring room, Lu Thantruk and Tan Lam continued to watch Dia closely on the screen. She stared without blinking, anxiously saying, he was clearly sleeping soundly just now, even smiling with satisfaction at the corner of his mouth, as if dreaming of something very happy, and now suddenly convulsing, his whole body covered in blood. Tan Lam calmly stubbed out her cigarette and explained, this third mysterious martial technique was something my grandfather happened to acquire in his old age. He once tried to cultivate it, but surprisingly, with his grandmaster level cultivation, he was directly rejected by the martial aura in that statue. He was even internally injured. Since then, no one else has successfully cultivated this martial technique. Right? If it is a forbidden power, then gaining that power surely is not something an ordinary person can handle. To wear the crown, you first have to bear its weight. If Dia has chosen to accept the power of this martial technique, then Dia woke up in the secret chamber, stretching and yawning a few times. This action was fully caught by the two people in the monitoring room. Li Thantruk started to speak. Mom, Dia's cultivation. It might not be as you said. Tan Lam was at a loss for words. In the secret chamber, Dia bowed respectfully before the statue and said, thank you, Senior, for passing down your power. The statue's true form responded by voice. Kid, you are the most talented I have ever met. Maybe you can uncover the truth behind this secret realm. Something none of us seniors have done. Now it is up to juniors like you. Unexpectedly, he turned around with a grin and said, Senior, you have got it wrong. I am just opening the door. Dia laughed proudly, surrounded by an infinite power. He cracked his knuckles and said, fleshly demon prison, body like a tula. Even though my stats have not increased at all, holding this mysterious martial technique at least doubles my strategy. Outside, mother and son Liu Thantruk frantically ran to Tan Lam and asked, Dia, You have cultivated. He confidently raised his hand and smiled. Yes, I have. She could not believe her eyes and said in amazement, how is that possible? Even with Than Truck's talent, mastering a mysterious martial technique takes staying awake in the martial space for a whole week. How long did Dia use? Only an hour. He really learned it just by taking a nap? Lu Than Truck just stood watching Dia's calm demeanor and silently thought, everyone calls me a genius, but the real genius is right here. He smiled confidently. Looks like you two do not believe me. Then let me show you. Dia just tensed up, and a powerful force enveloped the entire space. This is the aura I have absorbed from the martial world. It is like a demon debuff effect in a game. It enhances my weapon, greatly increasing its damage. Saying that, Dia swung his fist. His muscular arm carried destructive power that even sparked a few blood droplets. Lu Than Truck seemed spellbound, breathless in thought. The force is too strong. I think I can even hear a demonic shriek inside. This must be the aura Dia was talking about. Feeling awed by that terrifying power, Tan Lam felt rejuvenated. She placed her hand on her cheek seductively and said, Dia, you really are. Dia thought she was acting over the top, his mouth twitching as he thought, Lady, your daughter is still standing right here. Can you hold back a bit? I do not want to earn the title of Prime Minister, Lu Than Truck asked. Classmate Dia, now that you have mastered one mysterious martial technique, do you want to learn the other two? You still have a day left to study. She blushed and smiled shyly. Tan Lam stood aside, covering her face in disappointment. Thinking, my good daughter, are you pretending to be dumb or really dumb? You say you do not want to be with Dia, yet you are handing over your family legacy to him. Although it is an investment and Dia was mentally prepared to accept him as a prized son-in-law, she still could not hand over the entire family fortune to him all at once. You flat out refused, saying you did not need it. Then Trex, a legendary martial art was enough for me to handle for a long time. I am not learning any more martial arts. Auntie, I am a bit tired. And there are still some things to take care of at home. He nodded in agreement and called his daughter over. Then he said, Then Trex, please see Daiho home. Auntie heard from the housekeeper that you came by public bike. Do you know how to drive? Jagara, pick one and go, it will be convenient for you. Hearing this, he remembered the first time he arrived. A street kid on a motorbike teased him for being poor. Auntie Ho was annoyed. Thinking about the bike, speaking of which, she met a pretty cool motorbike guy earlier, both stylish and impressive. He casually asked, Auntie, do you have a motorbike? Tan Lam replied, Auntie Ho loves motorbikes. Right? Just like her son who always worries about others. Auntie said she would gift him her most prized bike. Outside Tan Lam's house, Kite wandered while mumbling to himself, hearing from housekeeper Hong Di that mom invited another big shot again. Let us see who this is. My sister is both talented and beautiful, a rare genius in Than. Not just anyone has it so good. Suddenly, he thought of Auntie Ho and angrily scolded. That brat on the public bike earlier is so annoying. Scared away my little sister whom I just started dating. Don't let me catch him again. Suddenly, a motorbike sped past Kit. His face twisted in disbelief, eyes wide and stunned. Wasn't Teeth that the guy on the bike earlier? And he is riding my motorbike. That night, Auntie Ho finally got home and left the motorbike outside. Auntie Ho quickly prepared dinner, only a bowl of magical stones and a small dish of dipping sauce. Last time, the sauce tasted plain like magical stones, proudly holding her chopsticks. She said, this time I will add a little soul sauce to boost the flavor. Auntie Ho dipped a magical stone soaked in sauce into her mouth, tasting the green one first. Mechanical sounds rang out again as the system appeared. Host Ho. Total physical strength 23.8. Monster sample Frenzy Emperor Demon. Compatibility 21%. Super Giant Monster Sample. Compatibility 85%. Distributable points available. His body was overflowing with energy. Auntie Ho muttered while reading the system chart. Attribute points increased. Points can be distributed. Last time in the secret forest, I used the Super Giant Monster Sample, about 50 m tall, though huge compared to normal beasts. It is still too small compared to the mystical spirit beasts in the secret forest, as big as mountain ridges. Still unsatisfied, he pressed to select and said, it needs to be bigger. Put all points into the giant monster sample, then grabbed another magical stone soaked in sauce. Add a level 2 demon golden magical stone too. Auntie Ho's whole body was engulfed in a massive power surge that even radiated outward. The system displayed again. Frenzy Emperor Demon Sample is absorbing a special plant creature gene chain, causing a unique mutation. Host, do you want to stop the mutation process? His eyes widened in surprise. Mutation. Auntie Ho returned to normal, stroking her chin. Muttering, mutation means changing into a monster with different attributes. If it is beneficial, fine. If harmful, it is a regression. After pondering, he decided, too much does not matter. Take the risk, turn the bike into a motorbike. Then press the E button. System displayed. Congratulations, host. Unlocks rank isometric monster sample. A huge demon appeared immediately. He stared in shock. Mouth agape, looking up at the huge demon before him. System notified again. When Frenzy Emperor Demon sample reaches 100%, there is a 2% chance to transform into Spirit Pillar Emperor Demon, a terrifying demon lord. Reading the info, he smiled with joy, clenching his fist and muttering to himself, Spirit Pillar Emperor Demon. Just hearing the name sounds powerful, but the current sample needs to reach 100%. Gotta upgrade fast. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded outside. Daiho curiously looked out the window. He frowned, wondering, what the hell is this? A terrorist attack. Outside, police and special vehicles blaring sirens blocked all entrances and exits. Don't let them escape. Search every corner. No one gets away. Daiho heard the commotion from inside the house as well. He cautiously glanced back, saying, the original owner had a strange personality. No close friends would visit now. And I did not order food or packages, so who is out there at this hour? A woman appeared and jumped up to Daiho's window like Du Ying Mei. He glanced sharply and asked, do you even know who she is? Says, Du Ying Mei said with contempt. Clearly this guy is not an ordinary fighter. Through the mask, Du Ying Mei looked at Daiho with a knowing gaze and said, at first, Sis only planned to hide something here, just fixing your memories while I am at it. But since you found out, you will have to put up with it. And do not even think about running away. Daiho boredly ignored her, looking down at the shadow babbling nonsense. Whatever, with this much savings, buying another house is easy. Wait, what did you just say? Ben asked again. Daiho transformed into Lai Xiaolong, pointed his index finger at her and said, I am saying you are already dead. Outside, a man was fighting the police. The cops were trying to restrain him. The opponent slipped up, grabbed him. Chuga smiled grimly and said, Daimai, you must get the golden gene out. I will draw their fire for you. Suddenly he shouted, come here, my life's worth trading for yours. Forbidden blood technique. Chunyi's body erupted with a strange power. Just as a beam of blue energy shot down toward him, trying to look cool did not last long. Chugia was startled and dodged the blue energy. Another enemy. As the dust settled, it was Diyu Mei. She crawled up, ready to fight. Chunyi asked in surprise, Daimai, your nano armor was white, why is it pitch black now? Says, I have risked everything like this, just hoping you can get the stuff. What happened to you? She quickly signaled him with her eyes. I have hidden the gear. Let us retreat first. The two created a smoke screen to blind the police and vanished. The nearby manhole cover shifted slightly. In an old abandoned building, they hid. Diyu Mei was exhausted but finally escaped the cops. Chunyi sighed. No wonder it is nano armor, it recovered so fast after that heavy hit. A pair of footsteps approached them. A sarcastic voice said, Hey beauty, you still have not explained why you barged into my house uninvited. It was Daiho, like a ghost trailing them here. You guys must have realized a serious problem starting to randomly pick neighbors. Who knew you would pick us? Trespassing deserves punishment. Let me show you how it is done. Chugia, furious, rudely demanded, how did you find us? His eyes flashed red with rage. Daiho sensed nuclear radiation on Diyu Mei. He sneered defiantly. If you can fight, do not waste words. Gathering strength in his arm, he charged, ready to strike. Daiho taunted. Just the right moment to test the toughness of this cursed body. Chunyi panicked, raising both hands to block, thinking to himself, this is bad. Daiho lunged forward, attacking him with a Lansun fist strike. With just one move, Chunyi's eyes welled with blood. Daiho aimed precisely and punched straight into his stomach. Just one swing sent Chunyi flying far away. Diyu Mei's eyes widened in surprise. She stammered, such powerful martial arts. Sai Hoyan, who did you learn from? Chunyi passed out right there, while Daiho was unharmed. Smiling innocently, learned from the Demon Emperor. Diyu Mei found that name strange. Thinking, Demon Emperor, never heard of it. Who knew a small town like in city hid so many masters? Chunyi woke up. Still arrogant. Kid, do not get cocky. Daiho glared coldly at him. Suddenly he transformed into a beast with demonic armor. Behind him was a massive rhino growling fiercely. Chunyi bragged, I am a level 6 fighter, not someone a kid like you can control. His rhino form stomped the ground, cracking it in half. Chunyi had completely mutated by now. Sharp spikes covered his body as he attacked Daiho with a 5-step combat technique. Daiho grinned at his mutation, smiling wide. Now that is more like it. Behind, Aunt Ha used her invisibility to try to ambush DSA. Feeling confident inside, the kid did not expect my nano armor could cloak itself. I am really the one attacking here. Just when it seemed like success was near, D-Ha raised his hand, sending a blast that knocked Aunt Hefei out cold. He spoke calmly. Slowing down, Diad hit her straight into the wall behind, no match at all. I noticed he only needed one arm to take down Diyu Enjid Mei. Furious, I cursed her. Calling her trash, she failed even at stealth. Regaining confidence, I clenched my fist and charged him. I had to rely on myself. Anna smiled calmly, eyes shining bright like she would found her prey. He blocked my attack with one arm. The power radiating was intense. Aunt Ha's eyes widened in shock at how much his defense had increased. What is he planning to break through with? Not just defense, his offense just got stronger too. He swung a rhino horn like it would pierce Difa, who dodged the strike. A loud explosion rang out. I shouted, "Time to meet your maker." The abandoned building showed dents from their fight. I sneered, "Little demon, no matter how cocky you are, you want to survive a hit from me." Just then, I looked around but could not spot Diaha. Panicked. I wondered, where is he? Turned back to keep searching, refusing to believe he had strength left to escape after that punch. Suddenly, Diaha's giant form appeared tens of thousands of times larger than me. Just standing shook the ground beneath. I gasped in horror. What the hell is that? Fear overtook me as I gawked. Is that a monster? Where did he come from? Could that little demon have transformed into this? A giant hand shot toward me at lightning speed. It slammed into the ground, shattering it, but I jumped up just in time to dodge disaster. I am just an ant to him. Dia readied another massive hand to strike again. His powerful attack sent dirt and sand flying everywhere. Dia raised one hand, gathering energy for a devastating blow. He aimed right at me, unleashing a barrage of punches. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Host Dia status, supergiant form. Composite physique 23.8294. Del Unmei finally woke up, clutching her battered body. Seeing Edia's body, she stammered, "I was so stupid. Why did I provoke that monster?" Du Unjamai scanned the area, calculating the best plan. If this keeps up, Cha will die. We can't escape. We can only hold the line. She jumped onto a nearby rooftop, biting down on a glowing red cord before leaping down. She used the cord to blind Dithea. Da Unmai shouted, "This cord's from nano armor. Its intensity can cut through advanced metal alloys." She flew around him, wrapping the cord tightly. Vilmai said, "Though transformed by some magic into a scholar, even with strength, his body's weaknesses can be changed. Yet that cord could paralyze Difefera's head from his neck." She landed lightly. The head dangled right before Du Nenjin Mei, who quickly pulled the cord back, thinking she would defeated Dithiao. She sighed in relief. Did I succeed? Life's not a dream. The head still moved. Dithiao opened his mouth, forming a power orb to attack her. Da Mai stammered in fear. Monster! A massive force tore through the building. The last thing Di Jedmai saw was an endless blue light. Smoke and dust filled the air, slowly clearing away. Daha returned to normal form. Still smoking, stepping forward calmly, Dia approached Chiyu, who lay barely breathing, looking down with contempt. He said, "Your turn now." Chiyu, drenched in blood, struggled to say, "That monster." Daha stared with glowing eyes and said, "The killer is always prepared to kill. This is fair." Chunia bowed before you. Suddenly, outside, there were flashing lights and the sound of police sirens. He knew he could not escape, so he said, "If I have to die this soon, then I will drag you down with me." Dumai, the woman you just killed, had hidden something in your room called the Golden Gene. His face twisted into a disgusting grimace as Ding crazily screamed, "Now it is yours. You will face endless hunts and have to hide constantly. I will be waiting for you in hell." Daiho here hates hearing his nonsense. Just kick Chu Gia straight in the leg and send him packing. Daihoet, saying he talks too much. You see the police nearby and mutter, "The cops are here. We have to get rid of the bodies fast." Looking at the mess you caused, Daiho said, "This time it is a bit too much." Returning to Daiho's neighborhood, it was already midnight. You sit on the bed, tapping your phone. Aunt Tan, have the cops asked any questions yet? The voice on the phone replied, "Nothing yet, but Daiho, things have not been peaceful lately. You should stay low and focus on Gonohoadu University." You immediately say, "Do not worry. Aunt Tan, you know me, I am a straight shooter." The voice replies, "Good to hear." You stand up, toss the phone aside, and sigh in relief. Good thing I checked with Aunt Tan first. Otherwise, with my obvious nuclear energy blast trick, the police would definitely track me down later. Just as Chunia said, "Diu and Mai really hid the gene tube in your room." Daiho holds it, admiring it. "So this is the golden gene those two were talking about." The tube has a big animal symbol on it. You recognize it from the Prometheus file the man from Hoa-Du gave you before. It is the symbol of the thunder-shooting bird, a major player in biotech. Daiho thinks about those two guys earlier and figures it out. They stole this from thunder-shooting bird and ran into all kinds of trouble escaping. Considering how nasty he is, you guess from his tone that he has thrown this mess onto you. Daiho looks outside. The window's been smashed by you. He puts his hands in his pockets, calculating. Looks like it is time to move. Tonight, find a hotel to lay low in the B-level secret zone deep within the Swan Lake secret area. A girl standing atop a wolf asks how your harvest went. The man answers, "Not bad. Got a little." Suddenly a loud noise draws attention. The girl shouts in alarm, "Something's wrong, Captain." Look, they hear her and look out to see a huge mutant beast appearing. Behind it comes a pack of terrifying mutant beasts. Wave after wave rushes in like a storm. And among them is an enormous demon beast. He is a demon beast ranked overlord, one of the 5 blood black stones. Everyone scatters, urging to quickly alert the army. An overlord demon beast is leading a large pack. They are panicked. And City can handle this alone. They need the nation to send master-level fighters or grandmasters for support. Damn it! High-level demon beasts rarely leave their territory. So why are they here in low-level demon beast territory? The mutant beast with the terrifying face stares ahead. Suddenly, its eyes glow red and release immense energy. Huge boulders start falling non-stop. Everyone panics, running and calling for help. Emergency. An overlord demon beast has appeared in the Swan Lake secret zone, and the beast pack is spreading. A man screams for backup, begging. Then a huge rock falls on him. The man is crushed by the boulder, and a mechanical voice replies, "Overlord invasion confirmed. Please respond. Please respond." The mutant beast rises, looking huge. As it roars at full power, a massive black hole appears in the sky. Inside the city, everyone is terrified as the loudspeaker announces, large beast packs in the Swan Lake B-level secret zone near in city are about to attack, and the people tremble in fear. The army quickly assembled as the loudspeaker announced a planned breakthrough to Inthen in 20 minutes. Troops were already deployed to the front lines against the beasts. The loudspeaker blared, calling all fighters in Inthen to reinforce the defense. Everyone, come to aid. At the train station, loud voices urge people not to push and to maintain order. A small child was lifted high amidst cries. Only children and students were allowed on the train during the beast attacks. Children are the future. If Inthen falls, we must get its future out safely. In the mayor's office, 2 people chatted in front of a computer. I told her to seek reinforcements from other cities, asking which agreed to send troops. The woman replied, "Mayor, this time not only Inthen but many places nationwide are warning of beast invasions. They are all just trying to survive." The woman pointed at her iPad, saying cities without beast sightings said they need to build defenses, preparing for possible attacks. The mayor looked worried, asking, "What about Hoa? Can the fighters ranked master and above that we requested come? Even one would help." He leaned back and said, "At Kwangsen City near Mado, and Srank secret zone appeared. All of Zikichu's fighters must go there to contain it." The mayor furrowed his brow. "We have no time to waste. The battle to defend Inthen has begun. We can only rely on ourselves." Scene shifts to the training ground, where 2 men practice under the sunset. Dia Ha threw a punch at his opponent, who was knocked back a good distance. Di Hala looked up and praised, "Not bad. You blocked one of my hits." Suchu wiped sweat and asked, "Since when did you start learning Hein Hong martial arts?" Di Ha stretched and replied, "About a month now." "It is alright, but you are the surprising one. Why do I feel like you have gotten way better in just 1 month?" Citra explained, "It is not that I got worse. You just got insanely strong." Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. Suchu looked and shouted, "Something's happening in Inthen beast invasion warning." A voice from a phone announced, "Students at Inthen University have evacuation priority. Students, please head to Inthen Airport for flights B521 and B753, or to the high-speed train for train of 42,317 to leave quickly." Such said, "That is the evacuation message." Duh asked, "You are not planning to leave, are you?" Suchu looked down and replied, "You want to stay, with your talent. I think it is best if you get out." Daiho quickly put away her clutch, smiled coldly, and walked away saying, "You talk too much. Why did not I see how ruthless you were before? If you do not leave, one word die." Scene shifts back inside the mansion. Then Truck excitedly tells her mother, "Mom, I want to go reinforce against the beast invasion." Tan Lam asks his daughter, "How sure are you that you will survive and come back?" She adds, "There are about 30,000 fighters in the city, plus some retired warriors and volunteers, totaling around 50,000. These people face the beasts like a small boat in a tsunami. Once they hit, they will be swallowed by the sea of beasts." Tan Lam looks at Than Truck and continues, "The Overlord-level demonic beasts are not monsters and Than can handle now. Only the Grandmasters can barely stand against them." Than Truck, "Your life is not just yours, it is for the whole clan." Than Truck falls silent, then turns and walks away, replying to her mother, "The martial clan can fight the demonic beasts. Maybe it is no longer worth existing." With that, Than Truck leaves, and the door slams shut. Tan Lam lights a cigarette and says to the person behind him, "Sister Hong, we are leaving Inthen." Sister Hong asked, "What about that guy?" Daiho. Tan Lam narrows his eyes and sends him a message, leaving the choice up to him. Scene shifts to the secret realm of Huthi and Ninga, crowded with people, voices buzzing everywhere. "Old Tran, you are already 60. Why come here to join the fun? Aren't you supposed to be taking your granddaughter?" Old Trung still made it despite his illness. "But I can come with these cold limbs. How can I just stand here talking, after 30 years? We stand together again to fight off the wave of beast invasions, Ultran says firmly, holding his sword. That is right. 30 years. You lost that leg in the last beast invasion. Old Truong. Wait until we survive this one. Are you still planning to visit your son's place? Your son lives in Kindon, such a bustling place. You are from the countryside. 1T people laugh at you. He replies, I am not going. I will stay in Anthan and keep playing chess with a terrible player like you. I was born in this city, so I will die here. Then they all charge forward together at the gate of Hothian Inga's secret realm. Hundreds of cannons line up, everything meticulously prepared, with constant calls urging readiness. We are Anthan's last line of defense. Guard strictly. No demonic beast can breach the city. A voice echoes throughout the city. The mayor stands up front and announces, 60% of Anthan's army, along with high-level warriors from master rank and above, have all entered the secret realm. They are the vanguard, with one mission, to gather basic intel on the beast invasion. They must also probe the strength of Lord-level and even Overlord-level demonic beasts, and survive to bring the info back. Suddenly, the mayor, Tran, is startled as a heavily wounded man struggles forward step by step. The mayor rushes over, shouting, medical staff. Emergency aid. The man collapses, gasping, repeatedly calling, Mayor, Mayor. He struggles to raise a USB and says with difficulty, this USB contains all the battle results the Vanguard team secured. The mayor anxiously asks, where are the others? The man looks up and says 2 words that freeze the mayor. They are dead. The man screams in pain, crying, they are all dead, crushed by the demonic beasts. We could not even bring back the bodies. His bloody comrade shouts, we have to be careful of that Hyatt Dong Hok Vian. It tricked us. Otherwise, at least thousands of us would have survived. From the black hole, countless sharp rocks rush down. Something pierces the building with a loud scream danger. Some strange things appear on the ground. Mayor Trenchuan Ni thinks. Its target is the earth lightning defense under the building. Explosions erupt repeatedly with the mayor S shouts its goal is to detonate the earth lightning and destroy the defense structure. Cannons fire too. The mayor's loud cries mix in. Damn. The attack comes from the secret realm side. The tank battalion fires straight at the secret realm's fissure without hesitation. A terrible explosion erupts right before him. The tall mayor clenched his fists and spoke up, not releasing the beasts, but instead attacking from a distance first to wear down our forces. There is no way these beasts know military tactics like humans do, he cursed angrily. Damn it! These filthy beasts. From the black hole, another volley of stones fell. A loud scream marked the second wave of attack. This time the number of stones suddenly increased. A machine charged forward, while some soldiers cautiously advanced. A wild beast appeared. A soldier shouted carefully, watch out! Enemies attacking. Before he could finish, it bit off his head lightly. Then one after another more beasts appeared. Everyone tried to attack and hold them back. The mayor stretched out his hand and shouted, the stones are being used as launch pads by the beasts. They flew out of the secret crack through those stone pillars, then were directly dropped behind the front lines to wreak havoc. Damn it! Do not let those stones fall. Stop all of them for me. The wild beast sniffed the soldiers. Another shouted, almost there. Humans have no strength left to resist. It roared loudly and charged. Warriors, crush that ground for me. A horde of monsters rushed toward Great North. Explosions rang out nonstop. The scene was chaotic. A massive foot stomped the ground fiercely. Daiho casually put his hands in his pockets. After today, who knows what Anthan will become? Cajon looked down sorrowfully. Though he had only just arrived a few months ago, he had already grown attached to Anthan. He could not let these filthy beasts destroy the peaceful days he would fought so hard to have, so he had to act. He quickly dashed down. Revealing armor around him, Cajon shouted loudly, open the killing zone. Smoke rose in several places within the city. A young man praised the guy beside him. You are truly the best. Already killed 5 beasts. When praised, he acts humble. Too humble. They Shieling stepped on a monster's foot and said, just killed a few low-level beasts and already bragging. La Hyan, he is nothing special. The title of Anthan's #1 in the 3rd district is definitely overhyped. He clenched his fists in anger. Dai Shieling, at that moment, footsteps echoed. Suzo appeared holding a spirit stone. Someone asked, Suzo, that green demon core in your hand, did you personally kill a 3rd-level beast? Suzo did not stop, just briefly replied, didn't expect to meet you all here. Is everyone planning to retreat? He winked and continued, our parents are all fighters battling these beasts here, as their children. How could we run away alone? Suddenly, Lahoyan pointed up shouting, watch out! Behind was the silhouette of a tank speeding toward them. The scene was extremely chaotic. A tank was thrown down with a curse. Damn it! Who threw the tank? A hand drew a sword. Suzu swung, slicing the tank in half. The Shieling exclaimed in shock. That shape is... The first Lord-level beast coming out of the secret crack. How did it get all the way to the front line? Facing the huge monster, they encouraged each other. Stay calm. It is not a Lord-level beast. Its size and aura do not match. The beast's hand slammed down. Suzhou gritted his teeth, thinking. Dangerous. A powerful beam of light shone down. Devastating everything, something attacked the beast, and it collapsed with a thud. It reached out trying to grab something. Daho stood boldly on its mouth. Reaching his hand up, he bent the gun to pry its mouth open. Grinning wickedly. Time to take care of that mouth, the beast growled fiercely. Daiho held its fangs with his hand. He pried its mouth open and looked inside. Muttering, so filthy. Just how many people has this thing eaten? Daiho raised his hand and formed a water bubble. He said, gotta wash it clean first. Daiho let the water bubble flow through the beast's mouth. Lahoin stood behind Suzhou and said, while the beasts are fighting among themselves, let us retreat quickly. Suzhou reassured him, don't rush. That is Di-Ho. The guy stammered. Daiho, that little mouthy beast is Di-Ho. Suzhou looked at the boy standing in front and said, exactly. With him here, maybe our Anthan can survive this disaster. Daiho smiled and turned back, saying, Sufta Chiu, I am leaving this spot to you guys. I am going to the market to pull back somewhere else. Then he took a running start and jumped away. From above, he watched carefully for a moment, closing his eyes. Daiho focused, thinking hard about where the beasts gathered most. He thought it through and found it. Below, a huge elephant was rampaging through, its tusks sweeping everything. The soldiers dropped their guns. Guns were useless against this monster, and readied their weapons again. The others quickly discarded their guns and put on armor. A group of Western soldiers all charged forward with swords. Surprisingly, they all fell to the sharp spikes on the elephant's tusks. Its footsteps crushed who knows how many underfoot. The soldiers grew anxious. Captain, retreat quickly. We can hold here. We are just regular troops. We can fight these beasts. Still, some refused to give up and held their ground. He drew his sword and slashed fiercely at the small beast in front of him. His eyes burned with determination. We are soldiers. Even if we die, we will hold on until the warriors arrive. Suddenly, bright red flames flickered in the air around them. Someone wondered, what the hell is this? Could it be the warriors have arrived? In the distance, the elephant moved forward, surrounded by a blazing red aura. Suddenly, a blue streak shot through its head sharply, and it collapsed to the ground, motionless. The other beasts stopped and lowered their heads. Growling low, a loud roar echoed as Hanoi Vubak appeared, Daho swiftly descending from above. Beam of light pierced through the clouds, and other battle zones were also fading fast. A man watched the beasts scatter in panic. The beasts are retreating. It feels like they are running to another place. A woman behind spoke up. That is Daiho, the top graduate of Anthan, who has joined the battlefield. The beasts seemed to be surrounding the top graduate to wipe him out. The man turned with resolve. We can let Daiho end up like Master Lewis Group, killed by beasts. We are going to help him. He is still a kid, the hope of Anthan. Then he stepped forward loudly. Let us ambush the beasts and protect the top graduate. The monsters were just starting to charge when their skulls were blasted open. The battlefield was a massacre, with monstrous corpses strewn everywhere. A powerful beam of light struck down, devastating the surrounding land. The man's hair stood on end as he shouted, watch out! A leader-level beast has locked onto Daiho. Protect him. Everyone fought with all they had. Damn it! You want to kill Anthan's top graduate? Step over my dead body first, someone yelled. Kill them. We are saved. As the city exploded, their cries echoed. Humans defeated. Beasts sent back to hell. Hold on. Our top graduate is coming right away. No need to wait for him. The base is falling. Drive these beasts away. Do not let a single one escape. You old men are not even as good as high schoolers. Don't let the kids laugh at us. Then a dinosaur-shaped monster appeared, its eyes glowing terrifyingly. The dinosaur charged, ramming into the protective wall before it. That wall was the Earth Veen Divine Barrier. Standing tall in the city center, the mayor hovered in the air, chanting spells. This Earth Veen Barrier can only trap some of the beasts. To solve this beast problem once and for all, we must eliminate the Overlord. But the barrier still could not stop some monsters trying to slip through. An ugly, thick-furred, ferocious monster flew up. The mayor made no words, clasping his hands to form a seal. A blinding golden light shone from the seal. You could see the monster's arm length, and an uneven-sized battle was about to begin. His gaze shifted behind him, narrowly avoiding one danger only to face another. Before him stood an even more terrifyingly sized monster. The mayor's face was cold and fearless as he thought. Tramsung Kyuga, leader-level soldier, 4th-tier species. Suddenly he realized. The blood slave's throne. The Overlord's seat is moving. Looks like that monkey can't sit still anymore. With that thought, the mayor gently landed on the Earth Veen Barrier, channeling energy to create tremors. The Mountain Stone Sea Smile technique. The tremors warped the space, distorting everything around. Countless glowing eyes covered the monster's body. The monster's body resembled a centipede as it looked up at the dazzling vortex the mayor had created, slowly climbing higher. He asked, "Do you know why I used an Earth-type attack you understand best?" The monster trembled in fear, seemingly realizing its fate. Brilliant streams of energy swirled around the mayor as he continued. "It is to get close to the roof. The glorious martial sigil." The centipede-like monster had no escape after that move Dianshan's strike. The giant monster took the blow and howled in pain. The building's windows shattered from the overwhelming sound. Countless shards flew everywhere, shaking the ground below as well. The monster's rage made the earth scream. The monster kept wailing pitifully. By now, the city had lost all its former glory. Mayor Lion thought quietly. Luckily got early intel on the Dianshan giant. I managed to keep my distance from the fighters otherwise. Who knows how many would be fallen. Charging forward, he revealed, "If all your forms entered in city, maybe I would be 3 parts weaker than you. But you only show one head that is just a goat waiting to be slaughtered." More than a dozen arms sprouted from the mayor's back. The monster stood tall, relying on its massive size as every one of its eyes watched the mayor's every move. Using his arms, he slipped through the monster's spikes to climb up, the beast a shadow looming like a towering mountain. Exhausted, the mayor hovered to observe. True to his Earth attribute king status, he could even grow stone hammers on his own body. Behind him, a fierce gaze silently watched. The mayor suddenly choked out. An ambush. Hudong Hakvian stretched out a huge arm and grabbed the mayor like a toy. His murderous aura blazed fiercely. "Little man, what are you doing on my throne?" At this moment, the mayor's eyes showed regret mixed with shock. The blood beast was supposed to be trapped inside the stone prison. The blood beast's eyes blazed unnaturally bright. "Now, I will crush this pale-skinned man's head and show him just how insignificant humans are in front of me." With that, he abruptly threw the mayor to the ground, causing a loud crash. Throughout the city, buildings were scarred and battered by sharp spikes pushing through. The blood beast shouted as his hands smoked, though he dodged the explosion in a blink. "But I have confirmed it, no fighter in this city is stronger than me, so I can kill at ease." The mayor struggled up from the rubble, looking pitiful and silent. Then he raised a hand to the sky, instantly regaining composure as light flowed around him. His power summoned a spirit beast shaped like bronze, a fierce night fang. The blood beast's fierce face twisted with sharp teeth as he sneered, believing that humans' resistance was meaningless, just delaying the inevitable death. In the blood beast's mind, humans lived in fear. This battlefield had no natural enemies anymore, and had become a twisted game. A game that terrified and broke humanity. I was eager to see the despair and fear on this strongest human's face. For every psychological attack the enemy made, the mayor responded with a physical strike. Though shards of light struck him, the blood beast remained unharmed. He bluntly criticized, "Not bad speed, but your power is way too weak." The mayor did not lose heart and kept attacking. This time, the blood beast smugly judged, "Power is better, but your speed's too slow." He quickly charged past the ruined buildings toward the mayor. The blood beast shoved his filthy battle-worn face close and shouted, "I hate creatures beneath me staring straight at me." The mayor showed just a flicker of surprise, which enraged the blood beast to throw a punch. The impact left marks on the ground, yet the mayor remained unharmed, baffling the beast. That hit only sharpened the mayor's gaze even more. The blood beast suddenly felt intimidated by the power. Why was the man fearless? Now it was the mayor's turn. He pressed his hand to the ground. "Beast, you think you are smart, but you miscalculated. You are just an arrogant wild animal." The light the mayor summoned turned into chains that wrapped around the blood beast. Human blood binding technique. The beast regretted it too late. He would been led into a formation named Earth V and Seal. The once clear sky turned into an endless whirlwind, a doomsday scene. The blood beast was caught in the vortex, wondering if this was the human's trump card to seal him underground. What a poetic move. "Humans," he threatened, "you can T-trap me forever. The moment your sand weakens, I will break free and tear apart everyone here." Unfortunately, the mayor unleashed his final trump card. It was not just a trump card, but a hero's anthem. He pulled open his shirt to reveal a star-shaped scar. The mayor's powerful voice rose. This anthem was humanity's hymn, a song of courage. As he spoke, he slammed his fist onto the scar. The blood beast was confused, stirring inside. What do you want to do?" Though battered and broken, the mayor explained, "From the start of the war, I buried in city's only tactical nuclear bomb beneath Swan Lake. The trigger was implanted in my heart. If my heart stops, the nuke activates." Hearing this, the blood beast despaired. "Damn it! You are threatening me, who would risk their own life as a threat. You think that scares me?" Blood spilled endlessly from the mayor's mouth corner as he confessed, "From the start, I never planned to return. After all, I am the mayor of an city. My name is Hone Kin." In a public speech, he declared, "I am Hone, and I pledge everything to Nthan and its people, even my life." The mayor began to close his eyes, as if giving up. "Now I guess it is done, right?" Sang blazed like a lotus fire mixed with the howls of the blood beast. He was sealed. Sang simultaneously swallowed the mayor's entire body. Sang, the symbol of hope, engulfed the entire city area and caused a massive explosion like a nuclear bomb. Seeing the mayor's last message, the soldier was moved to tears and sent an urgent alert to all soldiers and fighters. Immediately, they withdrew from the Swan Lake secret zone. A nuclear strike was about to detonate. Urgent retreat. The soldier could not hold back his feelings. He was deeply touched. The soldiers saluted one by one as a farewell to the mayor. So Chao and Thielin also took a moment of silence. From a distance, everyone watched the heroic scene. A giant mushroom cloud rose suddenly like a tombstone in the sky. Fighters who received the warning and escaped the nuclear blast zone showed deep respect. It was like a grand memorial. The explosion shook the entire affected land. The blood beast was burnt to flesh, leaving only a giant skeleton. From the void appeared a fireball, which somehow transmitted energy back to him. Every cell of the blood beast was recreated from scratch. Muscle and flesh wrapped over his skeleton. Thus, all the mayor's efforts were wiped away. The blood beast opened his glaring red eye, staring deep into humanity's darkest core. He slowly stood up, muttering, "I never expected to almost be betrayed by that lowly human." Despite his body not fully recovered, the blood beast roared, "I will kill every human in this city. They will die horribly." He dragged his partially crippled body back to the lair, planning to restore his blood power and level this place. It is known that lair is the secret zone term used by beast demons. A voice shattered the blood beast's illusion. "Where do you think you are going at humanity's darkest hour?" Daiho appeared like a god. The blood beast gaped in shock. "This human. I remember. This was one of the greatest obstacles in the beast invasion, a terrifying human genius." Daiho regretted not arriving earlier, but finally found him though, just a step too late. He lunged forward, extending his hand, unleashing a power strike. Unexpectedly, the blood beast dodged and even awakened some new power. Daiho's eyes looked at him, mixed with confusion and shock. The blood beast took the upper hand. "Foolish human genius. Blocking such an important escape route and standing right in front of me. This is the perfect chance to kill you." What he had not expected, Daiho smiled and said, "If you want to run, my little nuclear strike might miss. But now you are getting another one." Cornered, the blood beast could only helplessly lament. Humans are something else. Waves of energy surged in. Blue electricity encircled him with no escape. A sphere appeared in the blood beast's chest and was about to explode from within. Another massive blast shook the whole city. Everyone watching panicked. "Look, why is there another nuclear blast? What is going on? Could this be the backup nuke left by Mayor Hong Kin?" They were right to trust him. The blood beast's miserable form emerged from the smoke. Even he was desperate. Blood beast? What a monster. Daiho transformed into a beast form, wielding the Emperor's strike. The blood beast angrily challenged, "You look more like a beast than I do. Even the beast leaders do not have your presence." Daiho, fully transformed, scornfully replied, "I am not some hairless monkey like you." At this point, Daiho was 1,000 times larger than the blood beast. You crushed him easily with just a swipe of your hand. The blood hack Yuan was tormented, twisted out of shape. Daiho taunted, "Don't run, little monkey." While launching the Lan Sun Quan hack theme strike, blood hack Yuan gathered his last strength to fight back. "Damn it! Do not underestimate the Overlord." Their fists were clearly uneven, but a surge of electricity sparked between them, an explosion so fierce it blew away the sky. Daiho was somewhat impressed. After all, he was a demon beast overlord, even badly injured and scrawny like a monkey. Well, he was a monkey. Though rivals, he showed respect in his giant demon overlord form. His overall strength had surpassed 30 points, yet he still could not overwhelm you, and even got his arm injured by you, but not enough to make me back down. Blood hack Yuan lay on the ground, ready to give up. "My full power strikes hurt, but you heal so fast." Suddenly, he snapped out of it, muttering, "I can beat this genius." He curled up and ran, muttering over and over, "I can't win. I can't win. I can't win." No way out. Daiho was right behind, deciding to leave him no escape. He shifted back to human form, thinking, "You miserable beast. How could you be worthy of Mayor Hong's life?" Without wasting words, he unleashed the Hatch Nang Tho Tuck strike. Blood hack Yuan's body shattered with a turtle's roar. That hateful human genius. Meanwhile, in a desolate ruin, the demon overlord stood and spoke. "That monkey has burrowed underground, playing dead." Inside the demon overlord's body, Daiho spoke seriously. "Playing dead means it is scared, afraid of being found. It is badly wounded. This is the perfect chance to kill it. Demon beasts overlords can hide their aura, making detection impossible." Then Daiho's eyes shifted slightly with worry. "If we would found it earlier, Mayor Hong would not have." Suddenly, the demon overlord's foot glowed, cracking the ground as Daiho continued. "But now it is seriously injured. Even with stealth, it is affected. I can sense its faint life signs." The tension was thick. Inside the demon overlord's body, Daiho spoke quickly upon sensing something. "Got you now, you damn monkey." The demon overlord immediately shot out a beam of light. The beam moved straight, hurling the monkey into the air. The monkey was furious, eyes full of hatred. Almost had it felt the Abyss Gateway nearby, if not for that damn human Mayor S trap. Then he took another punch from the demon overlord. It opened its mouth again, shooting a blinding light straight down, hitting the monkey just right, Daiho said coldly. That is what you get for slandering Mayor Hong. I will make sure you suffer worse than death. The bloodhack Yuan was barely standing. He still fought back, clutching a mace. Don't get ahead of yourselves, you rotten scum. As he spoke, the mace was surrounded by power. I will drain the last energy in my demon core to drag you down to hell. His right arm swelled, crackling with purple energy. He leapt high, furious, charging at the demon overlord. Daiho would not stand still, controlling the demon overlord to counterattack with Lan Sun Quan and hack knuck strikes. Two rapid blows clashed, sending shockwaves through the air. Unexpectedly, the demon overlord's arm started bleeding heavily. Blood poured from the wound. Bloodhack Yuan was not faring better. He was knocked far away. The strike also wounded Daiho, but he felt exhilarated after the risky move. He immediately ordered the demon overlord to deliver the finishing blow. There was nowhere left to run. Suddenly, a sonic wave hit, causing him agonizing pain as he clutched his head. My head hurts. My thoughts are all scrambled. This is a mental attack. Daiho was suspicious. Still another expert. At that moment, arms sprouted below the demon overlord's feet. Bloodhack Yuan was not dead yet and still murmured, "Don't you think you can run?" Dia Haas stared at the large white blocks at the joints of the demon emperor's space. Hands growing from the joints of the superhuman form. He could not control them anymore. These arms had locked the joints tight, leaving his body immobile, but his eyes flashed dark fury, his whole body surrounded by blue flames. Don't you think you can imprison me that easily? Immediately, the flame spread across the demon emperor's body, burning those arms to ashes. Now, the demon emperor blazed like a raging fire under the sky. Feel this scorching flame. While those arms were holding the demon emperor's legs, the blood slave was trying to reach the gate. Almost there. To the gate. And then, but he stumbled as the demon emperor surged forward like a fierce god. Seeing this, the blood slave panicked. Hurry. That giant's coming. He's on fire. Move fast. The arms obeyed, rising higher one after another, revealing a head accompanied by eerie cries. Diha saw it and paused briefly. What kind of grotesque thing was that? Could it be another demon beast? A monstrous creature with a twisted form appeared, shocking him with its terrifying power. Could it be a lord too? If that is his true form, I would be doomed from the start. The whole city was shrouded in black smoke. Completely destroyed. Life wiped out. The monster rushed forward quickly, opening its eyes wide to unleash its power. Its power grew stronger, eyes and mouth glowing fiercely, supported by those arms around it. Dia Ha was stunned and pained by the monster's sound. Even though he would blocked his superhuman's hearing, that eerie noise still pierced his mind. At that moment, he unleashed his full power, growing taller and muscular. His surroundings stirred, bursting with energy. Da was furious. He had to avenge this. How many people have you killed? And now you think you can just leave? And then, burning with hatred, he opened his eyes wide, fierce and relentless. Both his hands ignited with power, beams of light shooting out strongly. Suddenly, the glowing smoky monster charged at Dia Ha, blood pumping fiercely. Using all its might, Da quickly placed the core, then was thrown back onto the beam. He grinned proudly at his move. This core is special, from our homeland. Hope you like it. The monster's body began to glow with light through cracks. Like it was about to explode. The monster screamed in pain, unable to react in time. It exploded, and thick black clouds covered the sky. Suddenly a strong beam of light shone down. Everyone was confused and panicked. Hurry! The secret passage is exploding. This is not good. Why are these demon beasts suddenly going berserk? Could the Hong Kin market have succeeded? Everyone regained their spirit. They could not let the sacrifice of Hong Kin market be in vain. And Thun is saved. In the end, good triumphed over evil, and Thun was restored to peace, free from demon beast disturbances. Maybe it was because the remnants of the blood slave were finally destroyed by the superhuman core. The 7 demon beasts flooding through the secret passage into Anthen began to dwindle. It seemed the other world's invasion had stopped. Anthen's warriors started hunting down the remaining demon beasts inside the city, a sweep lasting a full day and night, until every demon beast they could find was destroyed. The combined warriors finally stopped, covered in wounds but still gripping his sword. Suchurchu bowed his head. The defense battle for Anthen had finally been won, though nearly 80% of the warriors and soldiers were killed or badly wounded, and Swan Lake had turned black, desolate, and severely damaged. Diha lay motionless on the ground but thankfully woke up later. He struggled to sit up, his body numb and exhausted. How long had he been asleep? Though he had poured all his nuclear core energy into the superhuman to trigger the explosion, but this place was already saturated with nuclear radiation and atomic fission remnants. It was like refueling right on the spot after running dry. Ditai's eyes stared into the distance, reflecting on everything he would just been through. This battle was truly brutal. Mayor Hong Kin personally entered the fight, forcing the black blood beast to detonate. It severely wounded the beast, allowing me to use the terrain advantage near the nuclear blast to keep pushing. In the end, I blew it up before that woman could rescue the black blood beast. Though victorious, Daha blamed himself. He bowed his head in regret. Even with his powerful infinite monster form, he still could not match a supreme beast. This win was thanks to timing, terrain, and a bit of luck. But then Dihazasa steadied his spirit. He stood with solemn resolve given enough time. No matter how late, he would rise to the top of He-Quot's fighting strength. After so many violent battles in the secret realm, there is no time left to grow. I do not even know when the next form will come out, and even then, it might not be gold tier. Fusing with the Emperor Demon Core form is the fastest way to become a top-tier powerhouse. So I have to speed up collecting plant-type demon cores that are highly compatible with that form. He thought over everyone's martial abilities and the High and Hong martial techniques. If the infinite monster form lets me cheat the martial fate space, then I must master the superhuman martial artist system. Though the High and Hong martial techniques develop slower than the form's power, their potential is huge. After all, this is the cultivation system of the high martial world. Heaven seemed pleased with the victory and preservation of Anthen. The dawn rose as if tomorrow would be different better. Daha looked far into the sky. Maybe his arrival in this world was to fulfill a mission meant for him alone. The atmosphere of Anthen, after repairs, was warm and beautiful again. Everything seemed to return to its proper path after those gloomy days a month past the disaster. Daha sat on a park bench, casually scrolling through his phone. He reviewed news about the recent battle. This time, a total of 18 cities across F-Kuf were attacked by the shadow beasts. Of those, 12 cities fell completely. In Quan, and level secret realm appeared, covering the city in an impenetrable gray mist. The National Martial Artist Organization of Villiers Long Tefsensi sent 30 Xuan martial artists and 5 grandmasters, led by Grandmaster Yi Chen Min, to investigate. This battle was rated extremely difficult. This invasion by the shadow beasts was ruthless. Even level 5 secret realms showed up. The strongest martial artist of He Kuf, Tren Kuf Yu Hing Sin, waited at the secret realm's edge but saw no breakthrough. He personally entered Quang Sin, and after 8 hours, he emerged heavily wounded with 2 surviving grandmasters. Since then, F-Ku designated Quang Sin as the 11th Global Life Critical Zone, confirming 1.8 million deaths in the city. Upon hearing the urgent threat to humanity, Diha grew worried if even the Tren Kuf martial artists. Could it be that humanity's survival on Lam Tine has become this desperate? I can keep waiting any longer. Seeing this, he immediately called Ten and Lam. Aunt Ten, I need to ask you for a favor. In her luxurious villa, Ten Lam calmly listened to Dithar's call. She asked if he wanted to learn the 2 remaining Hein Hong martial arts of Liyujie. She misunderstood his meaning, and hearing that, he burst out laughing. So that is how Aunt Teen sees me. It is something else. I want you to help me buy some high-quality plant-type demon cores, preferably blue ones, or even purple, the Realm Lord grade. Ten Lam, seeing he wanted a lot, bargained with D.A. Plant-type demon beasts are already rare, and Realm Lord grade cores are even scarcer. You want so much, what can you offer in return? He smiled confidently, as if holding the key. Every year, Hadu University holds a secret realm exam for freshmen. Doubtful. She warned he was underestimating the top geniuses from other cities. She could only tell him that Than Triki's strength in previous years at Ki Dai Dutch U University was average, never reaching the top elite group. Although he had overwhelmed Than Tressi in their previous duel, he was still a bit short compared to the real monsters. Daha grinned proudly. But Aunt Ten, is not your only hope for Liu Day's revival resting on me now. I can write a promissory note. If I do not get first place in the freshman ranking, I will come to Liuda to be a beast of burden or a pack horse, taking care of the elderly or whatever. After hearing that, Tan Lam tiptoed on the floor, laughing with delight. Beast of burden or pack horse. Huh. Finally, Tan Lam agreed. Standing by the window, she called out, all right, I will help you one more time for now. After that conversation, the scene shifts to Anthan Central Hospital, internal medicine ward. Daho came to visit someone. But unfortunately, fans recognized him and surrounded him in a noisy crowd. Everyone quickly identified him as Daiho. They say in this secret mission, he killed a ton of demon beasts. Hey, Daiho, can we be friends on Kwai Kwai? No wonder you are a martial touch master. We are all injured like this. Yet he is not hurt at all. I am your fan. Daiho, can you sign an autograph for me? To avoid being followed and surrounded by people, he could only refuse. Thanks. Didn't expect to be this famous. After escaping the fans, he went up to room 6, a 2-person room shared by So Chao and La Haiyan. As soon as he entered, instead of asking about So Chao, Daiho burst out laughing. So Chao was no longer handsome on the bed. He was wrapped head to toe in bandages. He looked like a mummy. Daiho said teasingly, isn't this So Chao? The most handsome guy in Andan. You got like this too. Though I knew you were here to visit. What is with all this? Fans gave it to you along the way. La Haiyan in the next bed raised his hand to greet Daiho. You must be Daiho, right? Maybe it has been so long they are a bit unfamiliar. Who are you? Lahoin reminded him of the past. I am La, your first opponent in the promotion battle. How could you forget me so fast? Hearing that, Daiho broke out in sweat and frowned. Seeing Daiho tense, Lahoin joked to ease the mood. Don't look at me like that. This leg still has not healed. Why are you looking at me like I am done for? I can get limb restoration surgery. But if that does not work, I can get the latest combat prosthetics just released by Liaxia. Contrary to that, Daiho felt respect for this young Lahoin protecting Anthan at such a young age and already lost a leg. Lahoin truly deserves respect. Suddenly, a phone ringing cut through his thoughts. Daiho pulled his phone from his leather pants pocket and rejected the call. Lately, there have been way too many annoying calls, so frustrating. He was startled when a loud voice came from the phone. Hey, do not hang up, pick up now. It turned out to be the principal calling. His voice so loud it could be heard even when the phone was far away. Daiho just sighed and covered one ear. Daiho, why did you block the big shot from Ho-Do? Unblock him now. Got it? No. Principal. Then a woman's voice came through the phone. Hello? Daiho, I am Wang, the person in charge of freshman affairs at the university. I am calling to inform you that Ho-Do University will start a month earlier. In 3 days, a special train will pick you up. Any requests? So Chao also received a call, but from a man. Hello? So Cha, I am Teacher Lu, in charge of freshmen at Ho-Do University. Both heard and accepted their tasks, leaving only Lahoin sitting on the adjacent bed. He thought everyone seemed talented, all following the organization's arrangements. Got it. I will be there on time. Thanks. Teacher Lu. 3 people in one room besides us. They are all talented. Looks like I should not be in the bed. Maybe under it. But Daiho here is serious. I have to go first. There is something I need to do. Back in the city, a few days later, at the site of the Swan Lake nuclear explosion, a giant mushroom cloud from the blast threw hundreds of tons of dust into the cloud layer. The sky over Swan Lake and tens of kilometers around was covered by thick clouds, plunging the world below into eternal darkness. With blue light glowing within the clouds, Daiho had transformed into a different person, large, muscular with claws, and a cold, sharp face. He unleashed his power, stirring up the dense smoke and clouds that surrounded him. A spark flashed in Daiho's eyes, revealing his entire personal info. Infinite monster template. Master Daiho. Composite physique 27.4. Frenzied Emperor Demon Sludge body type. Compatibility 38.9%. Super mutant fusion level 90%. Standing alone like a legend in a sea of smoke, Daiho was assessing the situation in the battle against the Blood Alloy Pill. Compatibility with the Frenzied Emperor Demon Sludge template increased by another 1.5%. That was already a very high number, especially with the nuclear radiation and residual atomic fission energy here. Truly a sacred training ground over the past 3 days. His compatibility jumped more than 6 points. Tremendous progress. Daiho stomped hard on the ground. But unfortunately, suddenly, he was just a streak of light shooting away. Time to scene shifts to Anthun Station. Announcement. Dear passengers, train G6666 departing from this station to Ho-Yu Tai will leave in 5 minutes. Passengers who have already checked tickets, please enter the station quickly. Sachu stood in the middle of the station holding his suitcase. Suddenly he turned sharply, noticing something. He is here. A flash of light streaked down from the sky as Daiho landed quickly beside Sifat Chu. He opened his eyes wide, face grimy and sweaty. Relieved. Just in time. Everyone around got excited seeing Daiho. It is really him. Whoa, that pressure just now nearly killed me. I thought a high-level demon beast had appeared again. The terrifying aura was real. Even top-tier fighters burning their blood to produce smoke alarms do not always have that kind of pressure. No wonder he isn't Thenis pride. Sifchu clenched his jaw, understanding he has gotten even stronger. Daiho felt a bit reluctant to leave this place and then, soon to be left behind. He took one last look at the city where it all began. The first foothold since he crossed into this world, the start of his journey. After pulling away, the train started moving. Goodbye. And then, Daiho happily began a new journey in another city. Let us to Ho. The train sped forward, carrying them both toward Ho. On the train, Sufchu wanted to ask Daiho something. Daiho, can you be honest with me? Sufchu crossed his arms seriously. This train is full of students from another province. Not only that, the train cars are built with the most advanced structures and materials, able to withstand impacts of thousands of tons. Still, the mystical fighters guarding the Hozier train, whether openly or secretly, are definitely no less than 5. There is even a powerhouse at the Grandmaster level protecting the train. After all, the passengers are the brightest elite geniuses from an entire class of He-Quof students. Dia smugly thought to himself, I sense some masters using my life force. A few expert, but fewer than 5 can withstand 3 moves from me. Suddenly, a danger alert blared on the train, making everyone anxious. Level 1 alert, Level 1 alert. The Hozier train is under attack by unknown enemies. The emergency alarm kept sounding. Level 1 alert, Level 1 alert. The Hosea train is being attacked by unidentified foes. Professors and teachers were investigating the situation, urging students to quickly leave the train cars and not engage the enemy. Everyone felt uneasy. Panic spreading. No way, how could anyone dare attack Hosea? Is this some kind of drill, testing the skills of us freshmen? Not likely. This is when Hikwook is at its weakest. Top fighters are injured and secluded. One of the 3 grandmasters protecting the nation, Grandmaster Yi, Shin and Min, is missing. Many grandmasters and mystical fighters died in the surprise beast attack on Then Quan Sin and other cities. Countries and powers once suppressed by Hikwook are starting to rise again. Should we leave the train or, contrary to everyone's worry? Diha leaned back, closed his eyes, and relaxed. Sufchu asked confusedly, "What are you thinking?" Da answered, "Honestly, I have been overtraining these past days. I just wanted to rest a bit to recover." Daha stood up again, his shoes thudding on the floor. He said through clenched teeth, "Let us go check what is going on." The train keeps rushing along the line at high speed. Dia opens the carriage door. Suddenly a bloodied person appears. He anxiously asks, "Classmate, hang in there. What is happening up ahead?" Freshman Chu Kim Heen, covered in blood and terrified, says, "The enemy has taken the first 3 carriages. They control a special domain that traps people in an isolated space, so the battle's shockwaves do not reach outside. Inside, terrifying enemies are hunting everyone down. Almost all the masters escorting us have been sacrificed. They combined forces to get me out of that domain and told me to warn everyone to escape quickly. This is not a drill." Everyone listening breaks out in sweat, filled with worry. But the person behind Dieteza does not believe it, demanding proof. "If it is dangerous ahead, show us evidence. Where's the token the masters gave you? Or the other wounded? Why are you the only one who got out? I have a friend in the front carriage. He is strong enough to avoid the top freshman trap. I do not believe you could get out, but he can." Everyone behind agrees, finding it reasonable. "Step aside. I want to go forward." Despite Chu Kim Heen blocking and warning him, the guy still tries to rush forward. He just stands behind, trying to hold people back, but Tron Heng ignores it and dashes ahead. "Wait, I am telling the truth. It is really dangerous ahead. Why won't you listen? Stop heading for your death." Now Chu Kim Heen notices him, asking, "Are you Dia?" Da is surprised. From this life field, he senses his classmate is unusual. Then he answers, "Yes, that is me." "How do you know me?" Chu Kim Heen explains why he knows Ditha Za. "A girl named Lu Yu Than Trechi showed me your picture. She asked me to warn you there is 1,000 ways forward." Diha is shocked to hear her name. "She asked you to tell me." Chu Kim Heen is grateful to her. "Yes, she was badly wounded protecting me." As he speaks, he cries, "If they want to die, I can stop them. But I must fulfill her last wish to keep you alive." Hearing that, Diha flies into a rage, punching him hard in the head. "You are still alive, not dead yet. Don't you drag yourself down?" Suju behind asks, "You still want to go?" Da helplessly replies, "It is useless. I promised their parents." Juva Enda. Chu Kim Heen blocks the way. "I won't let you pass." Difa immediately mocks, with that miserable look. "How did you even get accepted to Hogi?" Da shouts angrily. Sufta Chiu draws his sword's power, threatening Chu Kim Heen, but the other still tries to hold him back. "I am saving you. Why are you being so unreasonable? If you do not agree, I am ready to fight." Classmate Thantreti is so refined. How could she associate with these 2 brutes? Chu Kim Heen insults Detheva's status. He punches him hard in the stomach. "Stop talking nonsense." Chu Kim Heen clutches his stomach in pain, face pale, muttering, "Your strength is real. Definitely not in my league." Dia, still human, says, "Sorry. I will leave this blood pill to you. We are in a rush. The situation is urgent." They rush ahead. Sufta Chiu. The way is dangerous. They have reached building number 3 first. In front of Dia is a door with a glowing spiral. This must be the independent space entrance the freshman mentioned. To test it, he throws a suitcase through as a probe. Dia throws hard. The suitcase passes right through the path, but nothing happens. He starts piecing things together, reasoning his prediction. No reaction. Not even a sound. Even his life field can detect energy inside. Many freshmen entered here before. It seems they all made it in. This sparks interest. Dihad and Si Chu jump straight in. Interesting, they go right inside. After entering, something makes him frown and sigh. Ahead is a long, winding, endless path. Such a headache. What kind of devil's game is this? Do no longer see Si Chu and wonders. Strange, we entered together. Why can't I see him now? He shakes off the thought, quickly wiping the path. There is light ahead. Go on. I will follow. At the end of the path leading to the city being destroyed, Daiho was stunned. What kind of hellish place was this? Daiho's powers were gone too. He raised his hand to check. His life force field showed no response. Could this place be sealed off? Suddenly, he leapt up. Using his usual most effective method, Daiho climbed onto the roof of a building, holding a large glowing orb. He roared, Stop pretending to be a ghost. Daiho raised it high, detonating it into white smoke, shouting, blow it up for me. The explosion shook the entire sky and rattled the city. Everyone who saw it had to look up such a massive blast. What the hell just happened? Who is this expert making such a grand entrance? So Cha, sword in hand, raced down the city street witnessing Daiho's explosion. Liu then truck sat against a wall. Equally surprised, staring off alone into the distance. Liu then truck was helpless. She loved chili, and he was badly injured. Daiho had warned her not to let him come. Daiho stood on the rooftop, looking down proudly, thinking this move would not just attract classmates and teammates. He smiled confidently, realizing it would also catch the boss's attention. A pig-headed monster was coming to kill Daiho. He took down the monster in one strike, mocking its appearance wearing a pig's head. Just by looking, you know it is no good. Flying around like a demon, let me peel off that fake head. The monster saw him and rushed forward desperately. They both charged. Daiho punched the monster, sending its head flying, but unexpectedly, the monster quickly healed its wounds. Daiho was shocked. It took my nuclear punch and was still fine. The monster refused to give up and stabbed its weapon straight into Daiho's stomach. The monster was surprised by his ability too. Daiho smirked. His wound had already healed. Didn't expect my self-healing to be this fast. Just using muscle, he could tear his way through the enemy's ranks. His strength was not huge, but his weapon was special, seemed able to pierce any defense. What kind of cursed weapon was this? Curious, Daiho pried open the monster's mouth to take a closer look. He opened wide and blasted his energy straight into the monster's mouth. Take that. Fake. Nothing happened. The monster fell for the trick. Daiho grabbed its head, saying, I am a man of honor. I promise to knock you out right here, and I will. He noticed something strange inside the head. What was that? It was a pendant with a jade stone. A pendant for sure. This must be from the Hodei So training. Monsters dropping skill items. The monster's weapon suddenly shattered and vanished. The masked guy's weapon must have been forged by a master, making it extremely sharp. Once the weapon vanished, it turned into something ordinary. What is the pendant for? Maybe I have to find more masked guys and take the pendants from their fake heads. Suddenly, an arrow shot straight at Daiho from behind. This really is survival mode now. Daiho used his strength to snap the incoming arrow. Another monster jumped out next. Daiho muttered, so fast. Already next round. He grinned confidently. Come on quick. I hate getting hit from behind the most. Suddenly, Daiho was blocked by arrows, caught off guard and unable to react immediately. The monster unleashed power, firing a volley of arrows at Daiho. He was pierced by every arrow, the pain excruciating. But Daiho smiled dangerously. That is all you got to kill me? Pathetic. Daiho transformed into a towering green giant, more imposing than the monsters. Radiating dominance. He unleashed his power, leaving the monster only able to look up, helpless to fight back. The whole building began to shake. Half the city collapsed, causing panic and worry. What the hell happened over there? The whole building just fell. Daiho was furious. I have to find out who turned me into this roast. Then a rabbit-headed monster with a spear jumped right in front of him. Rabbit head. Could this be one of the 12 Zodiac monsters? The monster landed, ready to fight. It took a running leap, weapon aimed straight at Daiho. Next up against the monster, the apprentice was still inexperienced and got kicked far away without a chance to react. But the monster turned back, delivering a high kick that caught him off guard. Waiting, knowing the full technique, the spear nearly grazed Dev's eye, missing by just a few millimeters. Daiho seemed helpless, but suddenly someone's ice wall power saved his life. The shock was so strong the whole city kept collapsing. The monster was trapped inside a ring of ice. Turns out Sufchiu arrived just in time to fight the monster. This is dangerous. Dia, leave this rabbit to me. As he swung his sword down, the monster jumped up to block the attack. The monster laughed smugly and smashed through Suchu's ice barrier. This challenge just got tougher. The monster used its spear to break every ice fence. Suchu used all his strength to knock the monster back. Not giving up, the monster readied its strongest spear move. Standing firm, some force made the monster hesitate. A surge of power aimed straight at the monster, shaking it with fear. A bigger monster caught the smaller one in an instant. Finally, it caught you. Little cutie. A beam of light shot down, exploding a city corner. Rewinding a few minutes earlier, inside an abandoned building. Voices speak. Why is the other side silent? The one who stepped into this battle won. T survive. Right? Definitely dead. Those masked guys fought over 10 of us with no damage at all. Their weapons can pierce any defense. We are no match for them at this stage. Turns out a woman and her crew from Utter were talking. The guy who just arrived and fired into the sky is way too reckless. Probably just a student from a small town who barely passed the entrance exam. Acting all high and mighty, her gaze was distant. Honestly, top students from big cities are not in the same league as those from small towns. I heard just Dizim Trengendan and Duju Trechen Madu. The martial arts masters in Themetro and the new arrivals in Leolidio have already started hunting those masked people. No idea how they are doing it. A golden list appeared. The woman and her crew checked who caused that explosion. That powerful. Then this year's rookie leader must be among them. 0. The rookie leader each year is always a native from Ho-Yi, compared to the troublemakers in Ho. Students from other parts of Hikuk just can compete. They have trained in different martial arts since childhood. Worlds apart. Just as they withdrew, a loud explosion grabbed their attention. Both turned pale. Terrified. What was that intense light? An electronic cannon. Don't be ridiculous. How could there be one here? Dezemtrun and Yu Dudong Trech stood there, both witnessing the strange explosion for the first time. Dezemtrioheng asked, "A Trech? What do you think?" Yu Dong Trech was not surprised. That attack does not match the masked gang's style. Most likely it is a rookie's power awakening. Yu Dong Trech's sharp nose had already caused a monster to die. He held jade pendants showing how many monsters he would killed as a rookie. Besides those in Hoden, who else has that kind of strength? Have to go check it out. After all, we have collected 4 pendants: rat, dog, monkey, and horse. The master from Themaichu should have at least a goat pendant. Yu Dong Trech said. Teen Trun from Liulidio has at least a snake, and a rookie named Liu Yu. Then Troc reportedly defeated the head of the Ox tribe and took the Ox pendant. If the masked gang really follows the 12 zodiac signs, that leaves female pig, rabbit, chicken, tiger, and dragon. Suddenly his eyes turned dangerous when mentioning the dragon. Yu Dong Trech described the last monster terrifying, almost dormant but strong. You know it too, it kills on contact. You can run but can fight it. It is a boss. He seemed to know the rules here well. As for the remaining pendants, the rookie who fired the blue light definitely holds some of them. Tantran and Lam Vu too will likely be drawn there too. Avoiding the tough guys. This game has already reached the finals. His eyes suddenly lit up but his face darkened. If we want to win, we will have to snatch victory from others. Back to Daiho. He held up the round badge and then sat down, explaining what happened so far. Before you arrived, I would already taken down a guy wearing a pig mask and got a pendant engraved with a pig from his helmet. If I am right, this challenge is about collecting all the pendants from the heads of different beasts. So we have to actively hunt down those mask wearers. Daiho's eyes drifted far away. Exactly. Earlier, there was a sniper in the house, probably another mask wearer. He fled in chaos. I found a plan. Like his arrow that hit me, I can track that trail to find him. Let us switching to the city scene right after the battle. The two arrived at the fight site, where signs of combat showed someone had beaten us to the punch. You are smart. Feeling the ground. The footprints are still warm. The enemy has not gone far, based on the clues. I think he is nearby. Sensing something off, he quickly drew his weapon, unleashing a wall of thick ice around. It was Lam Vu, clutching her arm in pain as her invisibility tech was exposed. The tall building, a structure cracked and tilted heavily to one side. A shadow silently approached, a sword gleaming cold as it sliced the air in an arc. No good intentions here. Tantran's eyes darkened immediately, voice hoarse but firm. Get out of the way. New blood. Len. Flame art. Demon battle form. Suddenly, his hand jerked forward, spiritual power surging and glowing red-hot like fire, scorching the air around. Flaming field attack. Tantran smirked slightly, eyes calm. He pulled out a smoke bomb. Got exposed already. Lam Vutu's stealth tech is useless. Someone needs to take care of her. Daiho put his hands in his pockets and strolled forward. You are ambushing us. Vutu panicked. Big brother, you are mistaken. We just took down a guy wearing a chicken mask. The stealth was only to lure out other mask wearers. He lightly touched the smoke bomb between his lips, sparks flaring up. His gaze hardened threateningly. Oh yeah? Then what is this about? Daiho lunged, grabbing her throat so hard it burned. Lifting her off the ground, Vutu's body tensed. Frowning. Even her clone got detected. Looks like this kid's got some real skill. Tantran inhaled deeply, with a cold expression. He would hope she would succeed in a sneak attack. Otherwise, this would be too boring. The smoke bomb dropped. Guess I will have to handle this. As he spoke, his skin turned pale. Cheeks puffed up as if gathering immense spiritual energy. In an instant, Tantran growled softly, exhaling a black cloud like poisonous smoke. Roaring like a storm tearing through the air, the two stepped back. She gasped, covering her mouth, voice full of scheming despair. Dunty, I want to run. Vutu swung her giant fan. A thick mist swept past them, spiritual power still surging. Not done yet. Let me show you my torch. Right after, a blazing light burst from his palm, slicing through the black smoke like a sword in the night. He sneered arrogantly. Got skill. So what? You still can't beat us. Before the laughter ended, a voice echoed sharply. What are you laughing at? Daiho appeared from the fading smoke, standing tall with his arm raised, spiritual power exploding. Tantran's eyes widened in shock. Just a simple clap can shatter my flame technique, he muttered. What kind of power is this? Before he could react, a fist broke through the smoke, launching straight at him. Missed fist. The punch hit like a meteor, smashing into Tantran's face. Blood sprayed everywhere as his body was knocked backward. Nearby, she scrambled frantically, sensing the shadow closing in behind her. Right now, we do not have any technique to break through to the martial realm, stuck at the martial disciple level. Plus his physical strength is blocked by a membrane. Even though the new student at Ho University has higher limits at this stage, still, he can break through. But this little bro's physical talent is not at the level of a first-year freshman. Suddenly, from beneath Vutu's feet, a cold spiritual energy spread out, creeping like winter ice encircling his limbs. Oh no? Too focused on that punch from little bro. Forgetting there is another cold as ice bro here, her eyes darted quickly, clearly seeing the tall figure standing firm. Even me and Tantran combined could not beat them real monsters. Vutu decisively spun the fan. Eyes determined. Continuing to fight though basically unbeatable. Heavy legs took off running. She flew into the air, gotta get out of here. Suddenly hand grabbed her leg. Vutu's face turned pale, this is bad. Her body was yanked down hard. Slammed onto the hard ground. Get down here for me. He clenched his fist tightly. Eyes cold. Martial aura blazing. Just as he was about to strike, Vutu's body suddenly split open, forming dozens of clones scattering everywhere in invisible chaos of images. Daiho laughed eerily. Eyes wild. Trying to escape from the shadows behind him, countless dark figures slowly appeared, ghostly forms. Sinister shadows of the underworld. The ghost instantly lunged, reaching out to bind each clone tightly, freezing their bodies. What kind of freakish power is this? Daiho laughed excitedly. You can beat me. And you can run either. Accept your fate. Two jade pendants softly chimed. A heavy voice echoed. I surrender. I surrender. I am giving you all the pendants. Daiho remembered you. Bin spoke plainly. At this rate, is it all over already? Tell me whatever news you know. Vutu knelt on the ground. Eyes burning. To win this trial, you must collect all 12 pendants. Now it is the final stage. Even if you do not attack others, they will come to steal from you. Others will come for you. Oduong Trach and Daim Tran Hung from Tadu are martial artists. Among the new students, they have probably stolen quite a few pendants already. Stop right there. A voice rang with meaning. Want me to take you to Oduong Trach and Daim Tran Hung? Since I have no hope of winning, might as well stir the pot. Let the tigers fight and tear each other apart. He gripped the pendant tightly. Eyes darkening. You do not need to worry about that, but I think your fan's not bad either. Outside the ruined high rises, heavy rain fell. Dong Trach swiftly flew through the air like the wind. Bin spoke up. At this time, Tantran and Lam Vutu have probably already arrived there. No problem. Whoever wins, we just snatch the pendant from them. What they do is just holding it for us temporarily. Suddenly, Tran Hung froze, eyes wide in shock. A Trach. Look at that expression. In the distance, a figure lay motionless. Blood splattered hauntingly. A terrified voice shouted. That is Tantran. Minutes ago, Tantran was blasted away by Daiho. Staggering as he walked, clutching his aching head. That guy's a monster. Looks like Lam Vutu's done for too. Seems like I am marked too. He will definitely come after me. Guess I have to team up with those two from Tadu Oduong Trach and Daim Tran Hung. He sensed a murderous aura approaching. Cautiously turned his head. Who is there? From the dim light ahead, Shenlong calmly advanced, sword drawn slowly. His eyes burned red with cold bloodlust. Tantran trembled. Stammered. I surrendered. Flickering streetlights crackled electricity, then suddenly brightened. The light shone. Blood splattered through the air. Shenlong snatched the pendant, carrying away the dark aura as he left. Tran Hung bent down to inspect. Why is Tantran dead here? And this sharp cut too. Dong Trach stood with hands in pockets. Calm. Shenlong did it. That slash of precise and ruthless. A fatal strike proving Shenlong completely overpowered Tantran. Only the dragon mask from the 12 zodiac masks could pull that off. Tran Hung grew confused as memories flickered. But Dragon Mask, did not he only operate in the underground parking lot? Back then I even led over 20 people chasing into the parking lot to find you. Images of countless figures collapsing under his blades. But hitting that dragon instead. In the end only the two of us survived and escaped. Blood splattered bright red. I could not even believe he actually killed someone. Didn't he say this was just a training? That fresh blood did not look fake at all. Dong Trach's eyes briefly dimmed. His body trembled with fear. Big Brokaw frowned. What should we do now? It seems the transmigration mask on Tantran's body is missing too. A calm voice sounded. The reason the Divine Dragon could leave the parking lot might be because our new recruits met certain conditions. For example, all fake masks were destroyed first. Then the final boss like him could be freed from restrictions and move freely. Just like ordinary Zodiac masks automatically hunt new recruits. The Divine Dragon probably actively hunts those holding Zodiac transmigration masks like us. His eyes flashed. Serious, no way to fight the Divine Dragon directly. We have to act before he does, seizing transmigration masks from others' hands. We can let him get these masks, or he will awaken his full power. Suddenly, golden dragon wings appeared on Dong Trach's back. He swiftly dashed forward, eyes wide and fierce. Now we must send a signal, lure those holding transmigration masks, and fight to the death. Spiritual energy from the wings enveloped the space. Somewhere in Tu City, a figure emerged from the shadows. Voice heavy, originally heading to Ho Day, but somehow got trapped in this so-called Tu City. Many new recruits were already killed by the dragon-masked enemy. Then Truck's eyes briefly darkened. She and another survivor met the teacher. The teacher said he could only take one person out. I am not allowed. I can leave now. Not in such a dangerous time. Miss Tram Chu looked at the photo on her phone, determined to warn that idiot Dai Ho not to get caught up in this. Then Truck rubbed her head tiredly, wondering if that classmate who escaped met Dai Ho. Unfortunately, I do not have the strength now to find him, with his fierce power. As long as he avoids the dragon mask, he should be fine. She suddenly froze, seeing a golden light spreading through the space. Then Truck's eyes widened. Zodiac, have we been spotted? A figure moved toward the parking lot. She silently calculated that with her current state, escape was impossible. The enemy has locked onto my aura and will definitely come to steal the transmigration mask from my hand, even though I do not value it much. But I have a feeling Dai Ho will need it. I can face them head on now. I can only lure them to that place. Dong Trach's eyes were white and fierce. This is Liu Then Truk. Sensing something, he halted. During the college entrance exam, he heard a distant clan had produced someone with the Shadow Raven Awakening bloodline. Since it is the same divine beast bloodline, the Ga family divine bird, I looked up Liu Then Truk's data. She seems to have a pearl transmigration mask. Unexpectedly fortunate. She is moving toward a place. Dong Trach hovered in midair, smirking, trying to lead me to the divine dragon's parking lot. She is adorably foolish. The divine dragon has already left there with his sword. That underground parking lot is empty now. He dashed like the wind. Voice low. Stay here and wait. I am going to catch someone first. In the old crumbling building, explosions rang out, filling the air with thick black smoke. Dong Trach hovered. Voice hoarse. Liu Then Truk, you can escape. Suddenly, a terrifying sound echoed. He stopped, eyes rolling white. This sound. In the pitch black night, the divine dragon appeared. A dragon? How? He should be outside hunting those holding the transmigration masks. The aura overwhelmed Dong Trach. His eyes were shocked. Wait, if the divine dragon's target is those holding the transmigration masks. I have 4 transmigration masks on me. He will surely prioritize the place with the most masks. Overconfident, he is just putting himself in danger. The divine dragon's eyes flashed cruelly. Dong Trach frowned. Face pale, his massive golden wings radiating light. Dong Trach carefully scanned his surroundings. What realm is this? Didn't expect the divine dragon could use such powerful techniques. Hem believes that sweat dripping down from boredom. Just by looking into the eyes of the caster, one gets pulled into this special realm. Only by surpassing the caster's thinking can one escape. But unexpectedly, it is this intense, swift as lightning. The divine dragon roars and charges. Yang Zhang immediately uses his wings to shield his body, dodging the sharp, relentless blades. The divine dragon's eyes blaze red, its roar sounding like a hellish thunderclap. That booming roar quickly spreads across the area. At that moment, Zhang Shang appears, using all his spiritual power in the Yang sword to block the incoming force. Dai Ho, still with smoking hands, loudly challenges the entire server here to provoke them. Behind him, Suzhou tightly grips his sword, saying, Dai Ho, this one's yours. I want to test my strength a bit. Zhang Shang charges with his sword, roaring furiously. You think you have caught me? Is this the way you fight? The sword flashes. Suzhou's eyes firm and determined. Veins visible. Zhang Shang strikes down fiercely, his terrifying power sending smoke billowing everywhere. His eyes flash golden, grinning with pleasure. Where do you think you are running? The two clash fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Suzhou seems to sense something, his eyes wide with shock as he watches. He tightly holds his sword, blocking a swiftly passing spear. Suzhou's eyes darken, his gaze widening, a mix of pain and determination. As sword and soul merge, a winding dragon with glossy black scales rushes in from afar, majestic and fierce. Behind Zhang Shang, the white, exhausted eyes of a tiger spirit peek through the mist of spiritual energy. Watching steadily ahead, filled with deadly intent, he stands between two spirit beasts, radiating overwhelming power and swirling fierce energy. Dai Ho calmly watches from afar, his eyes sharp, even shaking his head in disappointment. That look makes Zhang Shang pause briefly. Athoe is awake, he is pleading for help. A spear flies from the opposite side, forcing him to stagger back, stamping his heel hard on the ground. Zhang turns, eyes flashing with rage. If I was not busy this time, I would at least smash 8 of your bones. But a sneering voice cuts in. Done talking tough. You want to go? Did I say you could leave? He freezes, seeing Dai Ho closing in. What is this? A devastating punch crashes down like a hammer blow. Zhang Shang's whole body is flung far like a sack of sand, tumbling over dirt and rubble. He spits fresh blood, refusing to believe he was just blasted away. Dai Ho smirked, admitting he knocked him flying. Zhang Shang grits his teeth, accusing Dai Ho of a sneak attack. Dai Ho denies it with a sigh, mocking his slow mind. Zhang Shang roars, his face purple with rage. I want your life. 3 minutes later, he lies sprawled on the ground, his face swollen like a steamed bun. Do not flatter yourself. Lasting 3 minutes against me is impressive enough. That newbie Tantran got knocked away by just one punch from me. Calmly, you pick up the sword and blade. Your weapon's pretty heavy. I want to upgrade it a bit if you do not mind. The blade gleams sharply, spiritual light running along the sword's body, but it still needs a little more power. Daiho smirks slightly, using his own strength to seize the blade. Just then, Suzu arrives, holding a shining object, his eyes full of suspicion. Daiho, I did not find the amulet in his spaces, but I found this. The jade amulet glows, blinking continuously as if sending some kind of signal. In the realm, a dark place full of lurking dangers surrounds them. At this moment, Duong Zhan's body is battered and bloodied. His youthful face is smeared with blood, eyes vacant, unbelievable. Yet this is all he could do. I have used all the relics emitting spiritual energy from the secret ruins. Just stabbing his heart with one would seal his weapon and cut off his energy flow. Sadly, I paid the price with an arm and still could not drive the long nail into the divine dragon's heart and lost 3 fingers in the process. I have lost the only chance to kill the divine dragon. Yang Zhang looks sad, ignoring the divine dragon's ongoing attack. Around them are old buildings, with some trees and creatures below. A sword pierces straight into Duong Zhan's chest. He groans in pain, clawing at the wall. At the stairs, Lu Then Truck's feet hurriedly ran upward. She told herself to hold on just a little longer. She would reach the rooftop soon. That dragon god is terrifyingly strong. That cowardly brute is not even on his level. That Duong Trach won't hold out long. The dragon god's next target will be me. To survive, I have to find a way for Daiho to come here and get me out. This is the tallest building here. I want to send a signal bullet toward Daiho. Lu Then Truck cast a spell. Her eyes darkened. Blood vessels awakened. The shadow lens appeared, reaching the top. She looked up at the sky as circles of various sizes appeared. Not long after, Li Then Truck collapsed heavily to the floor, pain overwhelming her, hoping Daiho would receive the signal. Suddenly, her body began to glow intensely. Liu Then Truck ran to the balcony and looked down. That sound, no way. She braced herself with both hands, eyes falling to see the dragon god standing there with a sword. Li Then Truck trembled in fear. Has he already found me? I have to send the signal quickly so Daiho can get out fast. A powerful, dazzling light burst from the dragon god's eye. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted on the balcony. Lu Then Truck sat terrified, watching the dragon god slowly advance. Then he raised his sword high, a smug look on his face as he stared at her. Lu Then Truck was terrified, tears welling up, knowing it was too late. Suddenly, an intact wall cracked and broke apart. It was Daiho, kicking hard through the wall as he charged forward, sharp eyes blazing. I have made a deal with your family. If I say it, Lu Then Truck looked shocked to see Daiho. Seeing this, the dragon god grew angry, grinding his teeth. Daiho's fury exploded, his gaze fierce like thunderclaps. And what exactly are you? Then he swung his sword fiercely downward. The dragon god could only watch in shock. The quake was so strong it split the building in 2, smoke billowing everywhere. Daiho looked at Lu Then Truck with concern. My ox and little brother just took shelter in the small alley to the east. Go ahead, she urged worriedly. What about you? You said you wanted to test this guy out. Saying that, Daiho launched himself down with full force. The building cracked in half from his strike. Daiho landed below, planting his sword into the ground. He walked calmly. Without a hint of worry, Daiho clenched his wrist, smiled back, and sighed that he would discovered something strange about this cursed place. Could it be that the dragon god can only fight by shrinking back inside this area? He focused on the nail stuck in the dragon god's body, the same nail as before. Daiho's eyes sharpened. Realization dawning. Could this be the plan Diem Trach Hung mentioned to defeat the dragon god? The dragon god's face twisted with anger, his body glowing with a purple light. Daiho smirked slyly, gripping his sword tightly. Speed is definitely key. The ground shook, dust clouded the air. A fierce battle seemed to be raging. The dragon god's sword clashed with Daiho's. He bristled with fierce energy. I have been looking forward to this. Suddenly, the building shook violently. Powerful shockwaves split the building into 3 pieces. The massive quake destroyed the area. Smoke rose thickly. There, the dragon god and Daiho fought fiercely, neither giving an inch. The dragon god snarled, baring fangs and curling his tongue. Meanwhile, Daiho was just as relentless, gritting his teeth to hold his ground. The dragon god swung his sword, sending Daiho tumbling down as smoke engulfed the area. From above, only a swirl of blue and purple smoke mixed together was visible. The dragon god focused intensely below, when suddenly a light shot straight at him. From the far ground beneath, a whirlwind appeared, tearing through apartments and rising into the sky. Daiho emerged wearing different clothes, his sharp gaze fierce and strong. Since arriving here, he finally found a worthy opponent. He stared intently, frowning tensely. This guy won't be so easy to defeat. Huh. Suddenly, a hand appeared on the rock. Someone slowly climbing up. The dragon god's face was badly damaged, but his hand still gripped the sword tightly. Daiho looked at An with a pleased smile. That is more like it if the invincible dragon god can be defeated so easily. Where's the honor in that? Then, the dragon god charged forward with the sword, dark energy thick behind him. His face showed some thought as he watched closely. Immediately, Hun lunged toward the sword's path, and Hazo quickly reacted, striking repeatedly. Facing such great power, he gritted his teeth. It was too fast. After the mask shattered, not only did Hen's speed increase, but his strength as well. The dragon god's eyes seemed to realize something. Hun rushed the sword again, but managed to dodge to the side. He gasped, panic flashing across his face. The sword was broken. The dragon god gripped the sword tightly, aiming straight at a seemingly confused Vaza. Then, Hun swung the sword forcefully forward. In that moment, he bit down hard on the sword with his teeth. Glanced back with a triumphant look, finally caught him. Seizing the chance, he clenched his fist tightly, while the dragon god looked surprised and confused. Slammed a powerful punch into his face before Henan could react. Devastating blow split the dragon god's face in two, his eyes going blank. Then, grabbed the dragon god's hand holding the sword. Not done yet, buddy. He unleashed a fierce punch, eyes blazing with determination. The technician number 23 was here to serve. The dragon god's body endured a massive impact. Smiled menacingly, his face lit with excitement. In his mind, he analyzed the strikes: temple, throat, heart, kidney pressure points, and lower abdomen, all critical weak spots. Plus, he was already impaled by Yu Dudong Trech's green copper nail, blocking his meridians and disrupting his martial energy flow. The strikes, combined with the sharp energy penetrating vital points and meridians, caused deep internal damage. At this point, the dragon god seemed to lose consciousness. Hun loosened his limbs, unconsciously dropping the sword. Thao reached out to pull Heaven back. Then he raised his hand behind him. Face angry, he knew this guy would not give up easily. Pulled out a giant fan, thinking the only chance for this guy to kill him was right when he arrived, exploiting the gap in information to catch him off guard. That was his 30% chance. Haza's face was full of resentment as he soared upward. Suddenly, a dark red whirlwind erupted, destroying the surrounding area. The unconscious dragon god was caught in the vortex, and the protective shield, empowered by this sharp energy, was much stronger than when wielded as a weapon. Rose from below, eyes fierce. Not done yet, scum. He raised his fist with all his might. First strike of the nuclear bomb strike technique. An explosion shook the entire sky. The dragon god slowly fell, smoke rising from his body. Not finished. Haza surged forward with intense energy around him. Second strike. He punched the dragon god's face again with the Lansen strike. Sharp and precise. had attacked the dragon god relentlessly from all sides. Finally, he lay sprawled on the shattered ground, bloodied and battered. From a distance, watched silently. Dragon god. I thought he was strong, but he is nothing more than a bug. Suddenly, the dragon god's eyes snapped open, gripping the sword. Kill him. Seeing this, rushed forward, slashing the sword across his face with a swift strike. Then the dragon god's head quickly fell to the ground. Stared thoughtfully at the chain before him. The dragon god's chain was in his hands. Now it was time to end this game. A moment later, Trunding stared down intensely. Tense, at the gathering spot, many people had already arrived. Suddenly, Liu Yuthan's face twisted with worry, mouth trembling. You should not face that masked guy alone. Sachu looked up calmly. Except for us going would just cause more trouble. Hearing that, her eyes grew sorrowful. Sachu was right. I was injured too badly to use my martial skills. I said I was helping Thaza, but really, I was only distracting him so he could protect me. If I could get stronger, I would not hold him back anymore. Suddenly, appeared out of nowhere, holding out his hand dryly. What is this? Little one. Liu Yuthan looked up in surprise. He opened his palm, showing a string of beads. Was he asking me to snatch it? Liu Yuthan blushed and fumbled awkwardly. There were many identical bead strings, each with characters arranged on the floor in the order of the 12 zodiac animals. Let us try from the rat to the pig. Sifchu folded his arms and watched. Nothing happened. Maybe the order was wrong. frowned, resting his chin on his hand. Hung believed this dragon bead mask was special, not like an ordinary mask that could be pierced. It was made for a hunter specialized in hunting those who wore these zodiac bead masks. So under normal conditions, there was no need to attach another bead mask on the dragon line. Suddenly, one of the beads started to glow. Liu Yuthan turned back, stunned. Was it successful? Hung's face showed panic. Had some mechanism been triggered in the sky? A golden light appeared, shining down on the buildings. Stared up, amazed. Look, what is that in the sky? Suddenly, an eye surrounded by thick smoke appeared in the sky. Stared in disbelief. What the hell is that? Suddenly, a figure fell from midair. It was Diethia. His face was a mix of shock and chaos. He jolted awake, eyes wide with panic. Back in the present, the train car was noisy and lively. Everyone had just shared the same dream. An announcement sounded, calming everyone. Students, please do not panic. You were all pulled into a nightmare created by the demon spirit Ma Si Din Nan. This is this year's freshman exam in Aizuo. Please stay calm. Special announcement for this freshman exam. From Inthen. Along with Sachiju and Liu Than Trek's team, collected all 12 Zodiac bead masks and won first place. DHS outstanding achievement earned him a special reward to be given after enrollment. Announcement ended. Everyone started wondering who Diha really was. Everyone realized he was a student from Inthen City. Some doubted his identity, while others wanted to befriend him. At that moment, Diaze's face suddenly lit up. Finally, it is Senza just needs to meet certain conditions to draw a reward once. A notification appeared. Congratulations to the key holder for passing all freshman exams in VGZ ADC Non, receiving a one-time monster draw. Wiped sweat off his brow. Sachu handed me a wet towel. I have to clean my hands thoroughly. This time, no mistakes allowed. The space gate opened, revealing many mysteries. There, he had to face the terrifying Liquid. Notification info. Level 3 monster. Blood-sucking demon Liquid. Bloodline abilities including defense against infection, blood control, and immortality. 1% compatibility. Evolved form Liquid reducing degradation. The high-speed train was departing the Havza Zi train. Inside, Deha's mind was racing. Though the blood-sucking demon was not worth mentioning, its evolved form had a time-stop ability. That rebellious day, Yu Dung Trach appeared from behind. You are Dadya. You beat the Dragon Star God. Dizem Truahung glanced at Yu Dung Trach. Trach, calm down. If you clash with Diasa, there is no clinic on this train. D has eyes sharpened, his gaze intense and firm. Not just beat him to death, cut him down. He muttered fiercely again, cut him down. Then, Nung Trach made a proposal. I plan to form a new guild on Tepazi. I hope you will join. I will make you guild leader. For years, the top freshman and student council president spots have belonged to Heverju students. Your strength shows you can break this Ha-Zi tradition. Join us. Other students eagerly chimed in, surprised by Yu Ding Trech's invitation. They saw this as a historic moment. However, Diha did not care at all. He refused and apologized. Not interested in power struggles between the student council's two factions. I am not interested. I prefer freedom alone. Everyone finished chewing, disappointed and regretted it. Yu Dang Trech slowly pulled out a card with some promises. No worries. This is my business card. We will always be ready to cooperate with you. Time passed, and the sun was about to disappear. Zachu lazily informed him. It is. Daha stared wide-eyed, watching the scene through the glass. Looking at the massive buildings, he could not help but be amazed. So this is Ho. Truly a big city. The train stopped, and everyone lined up to get off. At the exit, staff were already waiting to guide the newcomers. Welcome new students of Hoju University. Please proceed this way. Ahead is Hoi University. All the students quickly moved forward. Suddenly, something surprised everyone deeply. Right before them was a huge device parked there. The staff's voice came through, instructing the students to follow orders. Please board the aircraft in order. Students, match your seat number with the one on the Ho Zia train when you came. Students, please board the aircraft in order. Suddenly, Dia's playful teasing made Eli Ithan Chexi jump. Startled, Ten Lam's advice echoed in her mind. You and Daha are engaged in name only. Not married yet. Don't act too close outside. Do not let that kid take advantage. Protect yourself. The next day, she angrily snapped. What are you doing? And outside too. Dee had explained patiently. Outside? What outside? I want to ask why we have to fly. Hearing this, Lai Thenseti was too helpless to answer. Why would mom marry me off to a country bumpkin like you? Still, she took some time to explain clearly. Because Hozii is a sky city, which made him even more curious. A moment later, the plane was about to land at that sky city, Ho University. The plane was now passing through a solid barrier. At the same time, Diha guessed that this particle network was to prevent monster beasts from invading. Right inside, even the life field barrier's range did not shrink. Hova University truly lives up to its reputation. Staff below kept reminding and guiding everyone to carefully keep their student IDs. Then he pulled out his student ID to think it over. Ho University. Nay Ed. Male. Freshman. Next stop for students was the train station. Head to the magical station to catch the train to the dormitory. Then they arrived. Now marveling at the huge buildings in person, Dar excitedly pointed and laughed loudly. We have arrived at the tallest city in the world. Guys, but those around only looked down on it. Each student split into elevators to go to their rooms. Haas was on the 42nd floor, section A3. Sacharju on the 45th floor, section B7. So he had to get off first. As soon as he stepped in, Diahaza threw open the door and happily inspected the interior. The room was a standard 100 square meters. Students at Ho EA really live well. He excitedly ran to the desk. The latest model computer was fully equipped. Besides that, Da toured many other rooms. Even a massage bathtub. No one can resist a massage bathtub. He happily stretched out on the premium bed, repeatedly praising it, feeling like he was in a 5-star hotel. Suddenly, a mischievous idea appeared on Dithar's face. But he had to focus on the main task first, pulling the monster sample. The blood-sucking demon Lakun. Hearing the words, he jumped up. Diaha learned how to use his student ed, scanning the barcode to log into the app using Ho the Ice cryptocurrency. Study points. To pay in the shopping area. He withdrew all 30 million HF yuan from his bank and converted it all into study points. Reading the notification that 322.43 study points were credited, Da turned pale. Feeling deeply regretful, 100,000 HF yuan only converted into one study point. That is insanely expensive. But the goods in the Academy's shopping district are really top quality, with many items not sold elsewhere. Buying all the related demon cores, this batch should be enough to fully evolve the sample. Previously, I invested less than 10 million and already pushed the monster sample's compatibility above 90%. After some thought, Daha decided to make the purchase. It only took a few seconds to complete. Dear customer DE, thank you for your purchase. Wishing you smooth cultivation. Do not forget to leave a 5-star review. He smiled, looking at the stones in the box, and immediately consumed one. Then Daha started acting strangely. His nails grew rapidly, and after eating so much at once, his body began to struggle, but the effect was obvious. He checked himself in the mirror as the system revealed details. The blood-sucking demon Latiti sample, 100% compatibility. Hosty as overall physical stats. 29. Daha lifted his lip to get a closer look at his fangs, which had become sharper. Blood grooves appeared behind them. Biting enemy flesh would be easier than drinking milk. He raised his hand. His nails had sharpened too. Daha planned something bold. He had an idea. Instantly, he stabbed his sharp nails deep into the door. In the restroom, Daha hung his head before the mirror, hands pressing the sink. Exhausted, a deep cut appeared across his neck, blood spilling onto his collar and dripping down. Surprisingly, the cut healed gradually, and the bleeding stopped. He calmly reviewed the process faster than before. The blood-sucking demon's healing ability was impressive, but the minor body mutations were not important. The real focus was his new strength and reduced weaknesses. Haza slowly entered a room, marveling. No wonder this world reveres martial arts. Even the university dorm has a training room. He paused, training seriously as a fiery red aura surrounded him. D's eyes suddenly glowed. He took a deep breath. Before him, Lacourt appeared. Daha's gaze was serious, fearless. He said, "Come on, throw a punch." Lacourt roared, his muscles bulging dark red as his power flared violently. A white robe covered Lacourt's entire body. He appeared completely transformed, the true original soul of Lacourt. He immediately took the offensive, throwing a punch. Seeing Lacourt's strength, Dia was shocked and raised his hand to block the incoming punch. The punch was powerful, completely overwhelming Theza. Dia's hand bones shattered completely under Lacourt's attack. Lacourt's punch sent Ditha flying straight into a nearby wall. Chaos erupted around them. He sat, smiling fiercely, then tested his ability to stop time. Ditha's body radiated a faint blue energy, freezing the surrounding space almost solid, his breathing deep and steady. Reducing weaknesses, he quietly counted. 1 second. 2. 3 as the space around him seemed ready to shatter. 4 seconds. 5 seconds the cracks grew larger. Tense and nearly exhausted, Da analyzed. 5 seconds was the limit. He had to keep stopping time. 5.1 seconds. His bloodied face, eyes fierce, refused to give up. Muttering, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4 seconds. Lasut remained motionless, unable to move at 5.5 seconds. His original soul suddenly shattered into pieces. As said, 5 seconds was the original host's limit, but not mine. Early the next morning, Dihad and Si Chu went for a walk together. Dihad raised his hand to his forehead, squinting. Today's sunlight was a bit too bright. Sa Chu was curious since he did not feel it. Da realized why. After fusing with the blood-sucking demon sample, he hated sunlight, though not fatally like a true vampire. Sa Chu asked if Ditha had checked the university's academic reform plans for this year. He looked uneasy and gave a short reply. Not yet. I spent last night fighting with lecturers. Did not pay attention to anything else. So Cha had to explain that this year, Hodu University switched to a system where students are grouped under specific instructors. Basically, each academic year you follow one main instructor, but you can also apprentice under additional instructors during that time. Daiho shielded his eyes from the sun and asked So Cha, "So we actually have to apprentice under someone?" So Cha pulled out his phone. "Not us both. I have to apprentice, but you do not need to." Daiho was confused for a moment. So Cha showed his phone to Daiho. Check the announcement on the freshman forum from last night. The school announced that Daiho has collected all 12 Zodiac connection tokens, so he can directly choose his advisor. A building appeared, the sports hall in Zona. Inside the sports hall, quite a few people appeared. It seemed like groups of 3 entered rooms for testing. Then the instructor would turn on the light to select someone. Daiho slowly stepped out of the sports hall, waving goodbye to So Cha. "You go in first. I will walk around a bit. I can pick my instructor anytime anyway." Daiho walked away, sighing in boredom. Choosing an instructor is such a drag. Suddenly, Daiho caught a faint red smoke drifting by. He felt light, like he would just sensed something, the scent of blood. Daiho immediately rushed toward the source of the blood scent. Hidden within it was a fierce, dark, and sinister energy that stirred power within his own body. He had to find its origin. Daiho's face showed surprise at what he saw. He broke out in sweat, confused to discover it was a girl Kongko who was preparing to enjoy some food on a pedestrian street in the city. The scene was unusually quiet. Daiho froze as if seeing a ghost. This cute girl was the source of that fierce energy. He must be mistaken. Konga reacted sharply, glancing sideways at her basket. She casually said what she felt. Kid, have you trained your body to resist demons? Daiho asked out loud but grew even more thoughtful inside. How did she know? Clearly, she looked like a kid, yet acted like a grumpy old man. Even called me kid. Kongka munched on sweet potatoes and revealed that martial art was something I helped little Hu perfect. Immediately, Daiho thought of Liu Chengyu. His expression soared. Little Hu, that is not who you told me. Her hands on her hips, she stuffed another sweet potato into her mouth. Liu Chengyu, over 90 years ago, was my disciple, of course. Daiho could not believe it. Was she messing with him? The lifespan of martial artists really can exceed normal human limits. Grandmasters can keep a youthful look into their 80s or 90s. But how could a brat still sucking on milk like her be one? Daiho studied Kongka seriously, thinking that for martial artists training special skills, adjusting one's skeletal frame to child size is not impossible. But this white-haired little loli right in front of him, her youthful look, if described in El Gaga style, is innocent and pure, in El Gaidap style. Utterly clueless. If it was not Oscar-level acting, she could not pull it off. She looked back at him sharply. What? Don't he believe me? Daiho, now annoyed, sharply retorted, I would sooner believe you are Kun Shai Huang. Suddenly, an image flashed of him about to be beheaded. Moments later, his head was severed, falling to the ground. Kongka stepped forward, her cruel gaze fixed on Daiho's half-dry, half-wet severed head. After those images, Daiho's face turned pale as he tried to convince himself it was just an illusion. How could a vision be so vivid and pure, making him feel like he was about to be decapitated? Daiho was terrified all over again. Suddenly, she popped a lollipop into her mouth, leaving him dumbfounded, offering him the soft strawberry candy he liked best. Kongka transformed into a playful girl, her voice childish and innocent. Sorry, kid. Maybe I went a bit too far. Don't tattle on me to the elders, okay? These days I only get to go out and get some fresh air for an hour or two a week. Usually I behave. Daiho, still sucking the sweet candy, took the chance to ask. Who are you? She did not hesitate to reveal her identity, her face bright and cheerful. I am Kong, a very powerful grandmaster. Listen up, the principal of Ho University is that famous mystical scholar. When we were kids, I once beat him until he cried. Just after she said that, Daiho dropped to his knees, pounding the stone floor. Surprising ga. Daiho pondered for a long time, then clasped his hands and said some boastful, drifting words about a lifetime without meeting a true master, declaring he was willing to apprentice under Miss Kong Ka. He hoped she would agree. Kong Ka had perfected the mysterious martial arts, and was a grandmaster specializing in sudden strikes. Surely she could help him break through barriers, perfectly matching Daiho's style. She gave a helpless, polite laugh. Elsewhere, at the JIT, at a long table, 4 people sat solemnly preparing for today's event. Turns out the dean of the Southern Academy at Hoa University was the mentor for this semester's new students. The students were sweating nervously, whispering among themselves. Being chosen as a disciple by a dean meant a lifetime of security. What are you thinking? That is one of the 5 deans. They're definitely here because of Daiho. The new students had no idea the Zodiac competition was being broadcast live, with all Ho University teachers watching. Since the announcement on the train, the teachers had been monitoring each student's ability to handle sudden danger, using facial expression data to score their response skills. Anyone thinking this was just a test had no preparation. Clumsiness in the river or city zones would mean low scores after arriving at the Zodiac City. In fights with the masked Zodiac assailant, combat actual fighting skill, and organizational ability were key criteria. Even if new students failed to kill the masked attacker, excelling in any of these areas earned high points, and Daiho was the only new student to consistently earn the highest marks. Though that alone was not enough to impress the male dean, what shocked them was Daiho had actually slain the boss, the divine dragon, and attacked target outside the test's scope. One teacher mentioned Daiho repeatedly. The female dean overheard. Perhaps Daiho himself did not know which divine being he had slain. It was a model trained by the supercomputer Hawa of a kingdom, based on data left by Vai Song-sen, a national-level martial artist. When enrolling at Hoa University, even the supercomputer could not replicate the twin gods' core power into the illusion realm. But Vai Song-sen was the strongest martial artist in Hoa Kingdom's history, and even the world's. His record at Hoa University had not been broken in 100 years. Daiho killing the divine model, even without fully copying the original's power, proved his unparalleled talent. As long as he stayed out of trouble, he could at least become a grandmaster of his generation, maybe even rise to the level of supreme grandmaster. For now, we must keep calm and wait for Daiho to formally apprentice. Suddenly, an employee rushed in with urgent news. It is not good, sir. His words stunned all 5 teachers into disbelief. Daiho, he is apprenticing under Kung Ka, The former Imperial professor who is now a special staff member. Back to where Daiho stood, Kunkka was being hugged tightly, struggling to resist. You want to make me your master? He gritted his teeth and firmly replied. Yes, master, I have decided. This little loli seemed over 100 years old otherwise. Kneeling before a loli in broad daylight would at least be punishable by 3 years. She puckered her lips to tease Daiho, but it seemed she had already been dismissed by the Imperial court. He hurriedly made a tough offer. Miss, you are allowed outside for only an hour or 2 a week. If you accept me as your disciple, in 2 years I will find a way to get you your freedom. Hearing this, Kunkka's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. Really? Then I accept. Daiho grinned weakly success. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted. Wait. The deans, each radiating different authority, approached. She groaned, here come the busybodies again. The tallest one spoke tactfully. Senior Kun, was not it agreed you would avoid contact with students during your outings? Besides, your current mental state is not suitable for interacting with students. The black-haired elder added. That is right, Senior Kun. You should go home, Kunkka repeated, then turned to ask him. Go home? Fine. What is your name? Daiho respectfully replied. Master, I hope. Then the two of them, one tall and one small, step down. She ordered. Good job. Daiho, come with me home. Early morning at Hode Research Institute. Kunkka walked ahead happily, while Daiho strode along carefully observing before she casually entered the elevator. Inside, he asked curiously, is your master really living in such a remote place? Kunkka explained everything in detail. Yeah, mainly because decades ago she got a bit sick and often hurt others. After that, Hode arranged for me to stay in this research institute. In recent years, I have been able to control myself. Finally, there is a chance to get some fresh air. Thanks to that, Daiho guessed she has been the first student my master has taken in decades. She looked puzzled, glancing up for answers. You really think in strange ways? Aren't you scared? He imagined in his mind and suddenly broke out in a sweat. Are you afraid I will get cut down? Strange numbers lit up on the elevator's vertical display, watching the hallway. Daiho, sharp and picky, asked. This big research institute has such a narrow corridor. Kunkka replied bluntly. Because only I can go through here. Then he curiously pointed to the big number on the door. There is another number here. Is it a countdown? That made her panic. Her mind raced. Oh no, not enough time. Hurry and get inside. Daiho froze on the spot. Says, what is that countdown clock? Kunkka's eyes widened. He hurriedly explained. Every time I go out, this electronic clock starts counting down. If I do not return on time, an alarm will sound in the Hode principal's office. After that, I will be hunted by the entire Hode. Finally, the two girls sprinted successfully to the corridor's end. The countdown on the clock hit 0 just then. The iron door slammed shut immediately, setting up a solid barrier. Dangerous indeed. Coincidentally, he noticed something strange. This place seemed to have a special death zone. My martial energy can gather outside my body here. In other words, any martial arts I use here will be much weaker. Only after entering the room did she relax. Of course. This place is actually my detention room to keep me locked in. The young scholars built me a 3-story house. Kunkka and Daiho stepped deeper into the living room. Then she tossed off her coat onto the battlefield of food and drinks, lying comfortably on the sofa. Entertainment, martial arts training, everything was here. But at the same time, a high-capacity death zone was set up to limit the martial energy of fighters, preventing me from breaking out in boredom. He took a deep breath, pondering Kunkka's words. They call it a prison. But this feels like a luxury apartment. All daily needs are met. It feels like I am pampering teacher Kunkka here. Back to the freshman dorms at Hode University. All information was gathered and reported to the Kin Van, the principal of Hode University. This is bad. Daiho has already accepted Kunkka as her teacher. Still, he stayed calm, not bothering with him. Remember, our current reform goal at Hode is not to train average pillars, but to nurture top-tier powerhouses who can carry the fate of a kingdom and humanity. Given full resources for geniuses, let them develop freely. Let Daiho follow Kung to learn first. The new students at Hode are about to finish their special training at the camp. Then we will let Daiho, this promising one, try out the new blades. The assistant agreed immediately. Understood. Principal. He moved out of view to the computer screen. The principal, the freshman Daiho, has entered the detention room with Kunkka. Everything's under control, but big data analysis showed that under Kunkka's special strategy, after long time sharing a room with someone else, there is still about a 5% chance of losing control. Student Daiho has an 89.7% chance of not making it until the Imperial troops arrive, and even after rescue, a 95.3% chance of not surviving. He left his seat, walked to the transparent glass wall, and said broadly, the so-called special strategy is for powerful fighters on death row, or those who can control their strength for various reasons. Normally, the state restricts their freedom when a kingdom faces a severe crisis. They are sent to the front lines as national guardians, facing this terrifying existence. I think Ho's students have steeled themselves mentally. If they were not prepared to be killed, how could they go far on the path of assassination? Aquoka's time is running out. The fools in the Batch Federation, and the crazed cult in the Divine Descendant Heavenly Kingdom, from superstition to the secret civilization, are all itching to act. That old man is letting go earnestly. Young ones, grow up fast. Over at Kung Ka's place, she took Ho to a training zone on the 3rd floor of her prison territory. Have not taught anyone there for decades. Let us have a match to test your skills, she said calmly. You want me to suppress your cultivation down to the martial disciple level to fight you? Kung Ka, avoiding eye contact, kept walking and said, I almost forgot to suppress your cultivation. Ho stretched his sinews and bones, then glanced back to see her warming up too. Miss Kung, I ready, he announced. As he thought this, Ho steeled himself firmly. He really did not want to recall that slash just now. Without a word, Kung Ka lunged forward with clawed hands. Seeing her hand nearly reach his neck, he panicked briefly and struck straight at a vital point. Was not this just a test? Ho's pupils mirrored Kung Ka's deadly intent. He had already rehearsed dodging her strikes in at least 5 different directions. Yet every slash she made predicted his moves. The only way was to confront her head-on. Instantly, he unleashed his highest power source, the core light battle sphere. Ho clenched his spiked fist, readying a critical strike. She anticipated his move and sneered, trying to rely on your bloodline awakening to speed up both defending my attack and countering me. Kung Ka moved in a flash, swiftly striking both of Ho's hands. Kid, that means I am even faster than you. Then she twisted his arm behind him, leaving Ho momentarily unable to resist. He felt the bone-deep pain and shouted loudly. After leaving Ho covered in blood, Kung Ka stepped back a good distance. He was a bloody mess. She smirked mockingly. No mercy at all. Teacher, your bloodline awakening even got knocked back to its original state. She felt no guilt, licking the blood off her face with excitement. It had been a long time since she enjoyed the taste of fresh blood. Ho smiled coldly, respectfully issuing a challenge. Master, in terms of technique, I am clearly no match for you. Next, I will break a few rules of martial arts. Please instruct me. Immediately, another energy source flared as he endured the strain. The elemental personification. Ho kept appreciating yesterday's actions, his eyes still sharp as blades. Luckily, last night I fed that giant monster the elemental personification. Kung Ka thought silently, is this really a martial artist using such healing martial arts? Looks like I have got a terrifying monster as a student. She was thrilled and ready to defend with her ultimate skill. If that is the case, she would have to show some real kung fu. With a shout, Kung Ka slashed the floor sharply, moving forward heavenly annihilation ring. Both forms shifted and clashed fiercely. On his side, the power under strain was steering restlessly. Suddenly, Ho in a giant new form leapt out of the dust cloud, the elemental personification splitting into lower forms. Her pupils widened with fierce intensity. Then he gathered strength and threw a punch at Kung Ka. She raised her hand and inhaled deeply. Then Kung Ka struck powerfully with one hand. In a blink, the iron and steel parts Ho form cracked and were about to fall off, layered over his devil's armor, creating a blood-flesh elemental armor form that could defend at least dozens of times better than the super giant elemental personification. He struggled to control it inside, biting back, refusing to yield easily. Could he really be torn apart so easily by her? Ho's pupils reflected tiny sparks of light. Turns out, she jumped right onto his position while calling out his true name. Ho. Kid, are you hiding inside this armor's mouth? This made Ho shiver with fear. His terrifying sensory ability clearly showed he had stopped all bodily functions. Yet she still sensed him. She continued gathering strength, shouting loudly, get out now, all of you, give it up for me. Mai saw that before she could punch. You quickly set up a defense layer split form. Crystallized persona. Tactile sense only. She had no choice but to pull back and use her hand to counter. From above, Daha grinned smugly, unable to resist teasing her teacher. These slashes of yours are fierce. Wonder if you can break through this. Of course she would not melt under such pressure. But how was she going to defend now? Suddenly, the illusion appeared again. Chains began dropping one by one, aiming to trap D. You looked up at the guillotine on the rack. This place really can't escape the executioner's blade. Huh. As expected, the merciless guillotine started to descend. Though scared, Dia shouted to unlock her power. Breaking free from the trap, immediately, you transformed into a distorted figure. Diha stopped the falling blade. Everything froze. The teacher was cornered, pulling you closer to her killing intent. This was not the real world, but a mental illusion shaped by killing intent. To escape, you had to fight with mental strength. Thinking this, you formed countless giant fists. Then, Diha controlled those fists to smash directly into the guillotine. Instantly, the blade shattered like fragile glass. Breaking free from the illusion, you tiredly opened your eyes a bit. She calmly pondered, then noticed you moving and said, you are awake. That turtle shell next to you is really tough. You reluctantly sat up, silently deducing, judging by this scene, The teacher violently dragged you out from inside the personified persona. The crystallized protective layer you formed to guard your true self was shattered by brute force. But this was definitely beyond what an ordinary martial artist could do. Suddenly, you felt unwilling. Muttering, "Teacher, you are cheating, are not you?" She frowned and replied bluntly, "Cheating? I fought you fair and square. Where exactly did I cheat?" Diod asked half-jokingly. "Really? Come on, do not be so sore. I only used a bit too much strength. You know how strong the teacher is, so it is hard to control the force perfectly with just a hit or two." You were speechless, which made her a bit annoyed. But soon, you flipped your mood quickly, whining and crying. All right. I won't cheat next time. Please do not be mad. Okay? Done to leave. I have not had anyone to play with for decades in that large room filled with modern equipment. Duh waved her hands helplessly. Don't cry now. Kunka sat below, sobbing continuously. She looked up with teary eyes. You are not leaving, right? Your face brightened. Smiling happily, I caught the teacher with great effort. How could I leave? Then Kunka puffed out his chest proudly. I was not crying just now. Well, Dihatse's gaze softened. Then they went to the vending machine. Kunka opened it and grabbed a drink. Now I basically understand your strength, though you are still quite behind my past self. Compared to others, you are pretty talented. We can start learning. What do you want to learn? Diha recalled seriously. Martial arts techniques. Progress. And how you sliced through my persona's arm. She opened the can. It is tough, but after many cuts, you will develop a feel for it. Suddenly, Kung's eyes grew very serious. A cut, whether on a human body, beast, or object, has an ideal cutting point and a path the blade can easily follow. You can call it the cutting line. Hearing this, Diha looked up in surprise. Cutting line. Master Desu is not like Then Long, but he is also skilled in cutting techniques. You recalled Kung K's fight. If Then Long slashes chase raw power, brutal and sharp, then the teacher is like Jin Ji Nu Yu, pursuing precision in technique. They sat down. She drank the can. Eyes on you. Learning this is tricky. I advise you to break through to martial adept first. If your martial cultivation does not improve, many of my martial arts won't be available for you to learn. After drinking, Kunka closed his eyes and asked, do you know the difference between a martial adept and a martial artist? Duh wondered, what is it? She explained that it was not physical progress, but spiritual. Compared to martial artists, warriors gain an important new ability, the inner vision. After gaining inner vision, a martial artist can shift from practicing martial arts on a macro level to refining it at a micro level. Through inner vision, a martial artist can see their meridians, acupoints, and internal organs, using their martial weapon to strengthen and expand within their physical limits. In other words, spirit grows strong first, then the body follows. Upon hearing this, Da's face lit up with surprise. She had not expected Professor Kung's teaching to be so advanced. No wonder she was the Empire's top professor. Even if a bit absent-minded, Kunka turned to say that his spiritual index had increased significantly, which would greatly boost his power at the martial artist stage. He then wondered, is the cultivation method to advance to martial artist different? Suddenly her expression grew serious. The breakthrough methods and martial techniques are divided into 4 levels. Heavenly Steel, Earth Killing, County Emperor, and Unranked. Kunka thought of newborn Dthea, students at Evolution University, warriors at regular universities or schools. When advancing to martial artist, schools only offer unranked breakthrough methods. By the time Dia grew into a young man, a university student at the unranked level, this breakthrough method's advantage was rapid progress with almost no strict requirements. As long as blood and martial weapon energy accumulated enough, over 80% clearly used unranked methods for common breakthroughs. Kunka continued, our university students start their breakthrough methods at the County Emperor level. Hearing this, he frowned in thought, resting his chin on his hand. What about the Heavenly Steel and Earth-Killing levels? Her gaze sharpened. The Heavenly Steel level techniques mostly come from rare ancient copies found in secret ruins across the world. There might be no more than 10 copies. Then, Kunka's face fell. Even though our empire has 1 copy, with his current power and authority, he definitely can't access it yet. Suddenly she looked up, smiling brightly. But you can learn the Earth-Killing breakthrough method. Kunka's eyes blazed red as he stared at Dthadza. She mentioned a book, the Heart-Seizing Body Sutra, the Earth-Killing breakthrough method I possess. The flesh prison demon technique of Little Chachun was inspired by this method I created. Hearing this, Diha was excited, eyes shining. I want to learn it. Kunka tossed a can into the trash and agreed. Then let us start now. Feel carefully the spirit realm I created for you. His eyes widened in shock, sweat dripping down. Not again. At that moment, Diha was surrounded by a different scene. Standing and watching the meridians, Kunka licked his lips, excitement on his face. I love blood the most. In a certain city at night, where smoke filled the air and people walked home after school, a young man with ash-colored hair suddenly noticed someone ahead. Chio's eyes were full of concern. Hey how was your first day at school? I heard you already pledged allegiance. Before he could finish, a peach blossom suddenly appeared in front of Chiu. He quickly drew his sword, eyes sharp and ready for battle. At ahead remained silent, emanating a strong spirit aura. Then he turned back with surprise. Sorry. Chiu. I got a little worked up. Chiu was stunned, unable to believe it. You, in his eye, now appeared cold and grim. What on earth happened today?